The Devil's Demeanor, written and read by Jerry Hart. Part 1. Chapter 1. The moment Donovan Scott heard the news, he knew the time had come. When he finally arrived at Ivy's house, he found it surrounded by cops. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, but the whole street had come out to see what was going on. Don parked as close as he could and made his way through the police and paramedics, telling them he was related to the Petersons and that he'd been called here. The man in charge, the one who had called, waved him in. "I'm Detective Bushnell. It's a real mess in there," the portly detective informed Don. "Be prepared." That was all the warning he got. He hadn't even been told who had died. He stepped into the house, which brought him directly into the living room. If he'd had a weaker stomach, he'd be emptying it at that very moment. Who knew the human body held that much blood? There was some on the walls, but the majority was pooled on the floor under the victim's head. The victim, Ivy's boyfriend, was missing his face. It looked like it had been completely ripped off. There was no doubt that Connor had done this. Connor was only 5 years old. Looking around the small living room, Don noticed his nephew wasn't there. Only Ivy, who sat on the couch, her hands cuffed behind her back, her clothes covered in drying gore. That was unexpected. "Ivy," Don called. She was surrounded by cops, and they stopped him. "What's going on here?" he asked. The detective pulled him into the adjoining kitchen and said, "Miss Peterson is suspected of murdering her boyfriend." He nodded to the body on the floor, which was finally being covered up with a sheet. "Ivy didn't do this," Don said with certainty, though he quickly regretted it. "What makes you say that, Mr. Scott?" There was no way Don could tell him that he suspected his 5-year-old nephew of the hideous crime. But there was also no way Don could let Ivy take responsibility, not if she was innocent. To cover up his comment, Don said, "That couldn't have been done by a human being. Looks more like the work of an animal." The detective, satisfied with the response, said, "We figured the same thing. But we found tissue samples under her fingernails. Plus," he added, taking a breath, "she confessed." Don nodded slowly. He didn't doubt that she would take the fall for her child. He stared at Ivy, sitting on that couch. Her face was blank, her eyes glossy and empty. She had seen what Connor was capable of. She would never forget it. "Where is the boy?" Don asked the detective. Don walked into Connor's room and saw an officer sitting on the little bed. A little dark-haired boy sat next to her, dressed in clothes that were not covered in blood. Both the boy and the cop held action figures in their hands. "I'm his uncle," Don said to her. "How is he?" "He hasn't said a word since we found him." "Do you think he saw what happened?" "I know he did." She nodded to something in a corner of the room. "We found him in that." Don saw a shirt and pants on the floor, covered in dried blood. He stared at the mess for longer than he wished to. Anger boiled up inside of him, anger at the curse that had been passed down to his brother's son. Don had hoped it was over, that the next generation of Scotts would be spared. But the demon was dead. How was it still affecting them? "Can I talk to him alone for a minute?" Don asked the officer. She nodded, put down the action figure, and closed the door behind her. For a moment, Don only stood there, as far away from his nephew as the room allowed. Connor stared at his action figure, but didn't play with it. Many thoughts ran through Don's mind, thoughts about what he should do with the boy. Ivy had named Don Godfather years ago, and he had gladly accepted. Now, though, Now, all he wanted to do was destroy Connor. Now that the boy had killed, he would turn into a monster the way Ethan had. The way Mom had. Did the curse have Connor now? The monster that started it in the first place was dead. It couldn't abduct Connor now and teach him to become a killing machine the way it had done to Ethan. The moment Don realized this, he suddenly felt hope. If he adopted Connor, he could raise the boy right, maybe even keep the curse at bay. He kneeled down in front of Connor and said, "I know what you did, but it's okay. It wasn't your fault. I'm going to take care of you, okay?" Connor finally looked up and smiled. Chapter 2. An hour later, Don was finally able to take his nephew home. Monica Scott was sitting at the dining room table, nursing a cup of coffee. She jumped from her seat the moment Don opened the front door. He looked at his worried wife as she approached them. She was as beautiful as the day he met her, even though she looked terrified now. She kneeled down, hugged Connor, and said, "Baby, I'm so sorry." She gently patted his back and kissed his cheek. "Daddy?" a little voice called from behind Don. He turned and saw a little 4-year-old boy with light brown skin and curly black hair. The boy looked at Don with green eyes. "Jordan, look who's here," Don said to his son. "It's your cousin, Connor." Jordan looked at Connor with wary eyes. Surprisingly, the boys never really got along. They were like polar opposites. "Connor's going to be living with us," Monica said as brightly as she could. The house had 3 bedrooms, and Don figured Connor could stay in the guest room. All Don knew was that he did not feel comfortable with the idea of Connor sleeping in the same room as Jordan. Though Don didn't know for a fact what happened in Ivy's house tonight, he did not trust his nephew. Not yet. "It's been a rough night," Monica announced, taking Connor's hand. "Let's get you set up in your own room, little man." "I want to sleep in Jordan's room," Connor said in a tiny voice. Don suddenly looked at the boy, and he could swear Connor had the ghost of a smile on his lips. Monica looked at her son. "Jordan, does that sound good to you?" She was completely oblivious to Don's discomfort. Jordan walked up and hugged his father's legs, hiding behind them. He shook his head at his mother. "Why not?" she asked, a bewildered smile on her face. "He's your cousin." Jordan didn't answer. "Honey," Don broke in, "let's just put Connor in the guest room for now, and we'll figure everything out later." He'd said it as kindly as he could, and Monica merely shrugged and escorted Connor to the room at the end of the hall. As Connor passed, he never took his eyes off of Don. While Monica took care of Connor, Don tucked his son in. Jordan didn't look the least bit comfortable as he lay in his bed. Don didn't blame him. "Are you okay, buddy?" he asked his son. "I don't want him living here," the boy replied quietly. Don sighed. Something really bad happened at his house, and we're the only family he has. Both of Ivy's parents were dead. "I don't care," Jordan said. Don ruffled the boy's hair. "I know, but it's not his fault what's happened to him." Don meant that in more ways than one, but he couldn't explain that to his son. Not now, anyway. Maybe when he was older, but probably not even then. Monica appeared at Jordan's door. "Connor's asking for you," she said to Don. "Okay." He kissed Jordan on the forehead and left the room. He passed the master bedroom to get to the guest room. Connor lay in the twin-sized bed, the covers pulled up to his chin. He looked so innocent. Don sat at the foot of the bed and said, "What's up, little man?"
"Why can't I sleep in Jordan's room?"
Don quickly came up with a convincing lie. "Because his bed isn't big enough for the two of you."
"Then why can't he sleep in here?"
Was Connor testing him? "Because he doesn't really like sharing things," Don finally said after a brief hesitation. "That's how boys usually are."
"I like sharing things."
"And that's good. That's how boys should be. For now, though, let's give him what he wants. He'll get over it soon, okay?" Connor nodded. Don sat there, studying his nephew. He wanted to ask him what really happened tonight, to tell him that he would understand if it was, in fact, Connor himself who'd committed the murder. But what if Connor didn't do it? There was no doubt in Don's mind that he was responsible, but in case he hadn't, Don didn't want to scare his nephew unnecessarily. "Are you going to be okay tonight?" Don asked. "Do you need a nightlight or anything?" Connor shook his head. "Want me to leave the door open?" He nodded. "Okay, your Aunt Monica and I are right next door, so if you need anything, come and get me, okay?" Connor nodded again. Don walked to the door, turned off the light, and went to his own room. He and Monica usually closed the door before going to sleep. Tonight, Don left it open. A little after midnight, Don thought he heard footsteps on the wooden floor of the hallway. He listened wearily for a moment, looking in the general direction of his open door, but when he heard nothing further, he went back to sleep. Jordan, however, did hear more footsteps from his room, and he did not go back to sleep. He stared at his closed door, which was streaked with moonlight coming through his open blinds. He watched as the doorknob turned. He watched as the door opened. Jordan covered his head with his blanket before he could see who or what was standing outside his room. The next morning, Don went to the guest room to check on Connor. The boy wasn't there. The bed was empty, the covers disturbed. Don quickly checked the rest of the room to make sure his nephew wasn't hiding. He then checked the bathroom across the hall. Nothing. He looked to the end of the hall and saw Jordan's door cracked open. His heart lurched as he quickly made his way there, his bare feet slapping the floor. He was faintly aware of the sound he made and how similar it was to what he'd heard last night. Connor had gone to Jordan's room. Don stood just inside his son's room. There was something bundled under the covers, but Don couldn't tell what it was. He ran over to the bed. He pulled back the covers. Relief flooded him as he saw his son lying there, resting peacefully. But where was Connor? Something grabbed hold of Don's ankle. He let out an involuntary yell of surprise, scaring Jordan awake. Don looked down at the hand clamped to him. It was a small hand, a child's hand. A face appeared from under the bed, smiling up at him.
"Good morning, Uncle Don,"
said Connor.
"You scream like a woman,"
Monica said to Don at the dining table moments later as she placed 2 bowls of cereal in front of Jordan and Connor. It wasn't a scream, it was a yell. A manly yell. She laughed as she grabbed herself a cup of coffee. Don looked at Connor, who was looking back as he slowly ate his breakfast. Did Ivy see what Connor had done? Did she understand what happened? Did Ethan ever tell her about the curse before he died? Don wanted to see her, to talk to her, but he doubted he would get the chance to do so anytime soon. He didn't know the procedure when it came to visiting murderers in jail. He didn't know what he could do for Ivy. If she confessed to the murder, then that left him with no options. He couldn't very well tell the police that his 5-year-old nephew was the culprit. He'd probably get thrown in jail too just for sounding crazy. But Dawn couldn't let her take the blame for something she didn't do, especially if that something was murder. If Dawn could somehow convince the authorities that Connor was the one responsible, what would happen to the boy? He wouldn't go to prison, Dawn knew. Perhaps he would be thrown into some kind of special hospital where doctors would study him in order to figure out how he had done that to Ivy's boyfriend. Would that be better than Ivy spending the rest of her life in prison? Would Ivy even accept her son's treatment over her own? Dawn doubted it. If she was willing to take the blame in the first place. Dawn tried to watch his nephew without making it obvious. After breakfast, Connor and Jordan played in the backyard with Monica's Chihuahua. The dog had never really liked Jordan, which bothered Dawn for one major reason, but she appeared to completely loathe Connor. Every time he went near her, she tried to bite him. Despite her obvious dislike of Jordan, he still chased Pepper around the yard or let her chase him. He seemed oblivious to the dog's animosity. Connor saw it, though, and seemed to relish in it. He baited Pepper constantly that morning, and Dawn simply sat there and watched. He knew he should be in his room, working on his manuscript, but he couldn't help but watch. Shortly after the birth of his son, Dawn took to writing. He wrote a thriller based loosely on his own life, found an agent, and sold it to a publisher. The money he'd received had been pretty good, but definitely not enough for his family to survive on for long. Finding full-time work was difficult, and Monica worked as a nurse. Dawn tried to devote as much time to writing as he could, but he couldn't pull himself away at the moment. As he sat there, he asked himself if he was prepared to raise Connor. If Jordan had indeed inherited the curse, then he would be a handful all on his own. Throw another boy into the mix, and you had a recipe for disaster. The boys came back inside a few minutes later. Pepper willingly stayed outside, staring at them through the screen door that separated them. Dawn had an appointment to speak with the detective in charge of Ivy's case soon, but he wanted to talk to Connor first. He wanted to know for sure that he was right about what happened last night. Dawn stood up from the couch and headed to his room. The boys seemed capable of taking care of themselves for a bit. Jordan even appeared to be warming up to his cousin. When Dawn booted up his computer, he stared at the screen for a long time and wondered what to write next. He was 2 chapters into the manuscript, which continued the story of the cursed brothers from the first book. Dawn took many liberties with the story, and the results led to a much happier ending for everyone involved. Unfortunately, that also led to very little story. Dawn couldn't think of any conflict for the characters. He'd spent the 2 chapters catching up with those characters. The Stillman brothers, Peter and Tracy, had found a cure for the curse that involved a magic serum. If only it were that easy. He didn't know how long Connor had been standing at the door before finally noticing him. "Hey, little man," he said to his nephew as he turned off the monitor. "Can we talk for a second?" Connor stepped into the room and stood just before Dawn. Now that Dawn had his nephew's attention, he didn't know what to do with it. Finally, he said, "I know last night must have been really scary. Did you see what happened?" Connor hesitated before nodding.
Lewis was hurting Mommy.
Dawn raised his eyebrows. He was hurting her? He had met the man a few times and never would have thought of him as violent.
He grabbed her arm and shaked her,
Connor replied. He seemed so innocent. He even held his hands in front of himself and shook them, as if shaking invisible shoulders. It was very forceful. "Is that why you attacked Lewis?" Dawn didn't know any other way to approach the topic, and he no longer had time to beat around the bush. Connor tilted his head to the side like a dog and studied his uncle.
I didn't,
he said carefully. Your mom did? Connor nodded. Don knew he was going about this the wrong way. He had to try a different angle. Connor, I know what's happening to you. The same thing happened to your dad when he was your age.
What happened?
Don sighed. He hurt someone because he couldn't control himself.
But Lewis isn't hurted. He's dead.
Connor tilted his head in the opposite direction.
Did Daddy kill people?
Did you kill Lewis? Don asked flat out. The boy didn't grin. He just stared. And then he said,
No, Mommy did.
Don abandoned the manuscript for now. He couldn't concentrate anymore. Adding the boy to the family seemed wrong somehow, but Don knew there was no one better qualified to handle the child's situation than him. When Monica returned home from work later that day, she agreed to watch the kids while Don went to the police station. He found Ivy sitting in a holding cell, her feet folded in front of her. She looked absolutely calm. Hey, Ivy, he said gently through the bars.
Hello.
She sounded dazed, vacant. She kept her eyes straight ahead of her. Don looked around to make sure none of the officers were in hearing range. There was another woman in the cell, but she was asleep. Ivy, I know you didn't kill Lewis. She finally looked at him, her face contorted with confusion.
Of course I did. Who else could have?
Dawn took a deep breath and said, Connor? She gave a startled laugh and then covered her mouth with a shaky hand.
That's crazy. He's just a child.
On the outside, sure, but we'd both know he's different. He killed Lewis, and you covered it up. To protect your child. I understand. Ivy shook her head, as if trying to invalidate everything he said.
No one could do what was done to Lewis, she finally said.
Not even you, Dawn replied. Connor inherited his father's worst trait, something passed down from our mother. It's not his fault, or yours.
Where is he?
She asked. With Monica and me. That's why I'm here, to help both of you. Ivy, you need to tell the police what really happened so we can get Connor the care he needs.
What kind of help could he possibly get?
I don't know. What I do know is that you can't take the blame for a murder you didn't commit. I fear for my family's safety. Ivy pondered his words for a moment.
When I met Ethan, he was strange, yet oddly beautiful. I couldn't put my finger on it.
She looked Dawn in his eyes.
Are you like your brother?
No, he lied. The thought of Ethan's death entered his mind briefly. She smiled.
Yes, you are. And there's no one better qualified in the world than you to take care of my son.
She said no more. Chapter 3. On the way home, Don's cell phone rang. He grinned when he saw the caller ID. Hello, Aunt Cynthia.
I saw the news,
she said.
The murder. Isn't Farrington your old neighborhood?
Yes, Aunt Cynthia. His grin faded.
Anyone you know hurt?
How to answer that? Sort of. Aunt Cynthia, Mom's sister, used to watch him and Ethan when they were toddlers. He had fond memories of going to her house during his childhood. She watched Jordan every now and then as well. She did not know about Connor.
Sort of. Oh dear.
She paused.
Who is it?
Dawn sighed. Aunt Cynthia, You're probably going to be mad when you hear this, but Ethan had a son. Her ear-piercing scream made Dawn pull the phone away. At first, he thought her reaction was too much. And then he realized his mistake. Oh no, Ethan's son is fine. His mom's boyfriend was killed. He waited.
Oh, praise Jesus,
she finally replied.
Poor Ethan.
She fell into a long silence as she remembered all the time she spent with him.
He didn't deserve what happened to him.
Dawn bit his lip.
So why am I just now hearing about the boy?
She asked.
What's his name?
It's Connor, and how to proceed. I just found out about him myself, he lied.
God damn it, Dawn,
Monica yelled.
You want me to lie to your aunt?
They sat in the kitchen while the kids played in Jordan's room. Dawn had told his wife about the conversation he'd just had on the way home. You've been lying to her for years already, he said, though he knew that would only make things worse.
I never lied to her,
she countered.
I just never told her about Connor. She never asked. If she had, I would have told her.
Even though I asked you not to? Monica stared at her husband for a moment and then said,
Why did you want to keep him a secret from your family in the first place?
It's complicated. Since Ethan and Ivy hadn't married, none of the family knew about her. Even at the funeral, no one knew she was carrying his baby. They'd all thought she was just a friend of his. Monica shook her head.
Always that same excuse,
she muttered.
Dawn, I love you, but I don't like knowing you're keeping secrets from me. I don't like it at all.
He looked out the kitchen window, to the backs of the neighboring houses. Ethan kept his other life private, even from me. I wanted to respect that. That was mostly true, so he didn't mind saying it to his wife. She nodded, seeming to accept it.
And now Aunt Cynthia wants to meet Connor? She asked.
Yep. Should be fun. He couldn't have been more sarcastic if he tried. Aunt Cynthia lived 20 minutes away, in a nice, hilly neighborhood near the army base where Dawn and Ethan were born. Dawn always loved riding through as a kid, and doing so now made him feel 10 years old again. Monica sat in the passenger seat of the SUV, with the kids riding in the back. Dawn couldn't believe how well the boys were getting along. It was as if they'd discovered some kind of bond. Dawn wasn't sure how to feel about that. He parked in front of his aunt's 2-story house, and the family marched up a large brick staircase that led to the front door. Dawn rang the doorbell and was greeted with a loud, "Come in." He opened the door, where he met 2 sets of carpeted stairs, one leading down and the other leading up. He chose up, which could be considered the ground floor, even though it looked like the second. This house was one of the most unusual he had ever seen. The kitchen and living room were up here, along with 2 bedrooms, the master and another room. Downstairs, there were another bedroom and a den. Aunt Cynthia moved into this house when Dawn was around 5 years old. He actually remembered the day, and it was one of the earliest memories he had. When he got to the top of the steps, he saw Aunt Cynthia pop out of the kitchen with a large wooden spoon in one hand. "Hey!" she called in her strong, loud voice. She looked from Dawn to the kids and back. To Dawn, she said, "Boy, look at you, all grown." Dawn grinned. She said that every time she saw him. She gushed over how big Jordan was getting as well before setting a wary sight on Connor. "He looks just like Ethan," she said to no one in particular. To Dawn, she said, "My babies, having babies." "Aunt Cynthia, I'm 31. "Good Lord, you're that old?" She laughed as she quickly checked on whatever she was cooking and invited him to have a seat on her white floral couch. The living room was beautifully decorated, with paintings and plants and tiny angel baby porcelain baubles. Aunt Cynthia joined them on the couch moments later. Dawn guessed she was cooking some kind of soup or stew. It smelled delicious.
If you're 31, Aunt Cynthia continued, then I don't even want to know how old I am.
Dawn and Monica laughed. Cynthia didn't look bad for her age. Her once black hair, now mostly gray, was pulled back in a slight ponytail. Dawn didn't know how old she was, and didn't dare venture a guess out loud. Cynthia stared at Connor, who stared back. He was leaning against Monica's legs, partly standing and sitting at the same time.
Ethan was always such a strange boy, Cynthia mused. But he was still my baby. You both were.
She looked at Dawn again. Connor's a little like his daddy, said Dawn, even though he never met him. Cynthia nodded knowingly, causing Dawn to wonder if they were having some kind of secret conversation. Did she know about the curse? Sounds of laughter and play came from the den downstairs. Despite the fact that there was a liquor bar down there, the kids tended to play in that room often. Thankfully, the liquor was under lock and key.
So, Cynthia said, you now have 2 kids. Are you prepared for that?
Don looked to his wife, who nodded, and then said to his aunt, Absolutely.
If you ever need me to watch them both, I won't charge you extra for it.
Thanks, Aunt Cynthia. The thought of Connor around other children worried Don, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he was going to help the boy, he needed to give him as normal a life as possible. Stability was the key.
Who all's here?
Monica asked, indicating the ruckus downstairs.
Oh, Robert, Shannon, Teresa, and a few new faces. They must have just woken up from their naps. Let's go meet some kids,
Monica said to Jordan and Connor. They nodded. Everyone went downstairs, passing a washer and dryer located in a nook under the stairs. Don always felt like he was going underground when he came down here. The den was at the end of the hall, across from the laundry nook. 6 kids, all about the age of 5, ran around the room like they were high on sugar. Half of them were African American, the other Caucasian. Don had spent all of his childhood surrounded by black people that he almost felt like one himself. He often joked to Monica that he was only attracted to black women. Connor and Jordan joined the other kids. Don looked out through the curtained back porch door to get a view of the beautiful backyard, which sloped downhill to a dense wooded area. He remembered all the times he and his aunt played badminton in that yard. Sometimes her other children, both older than Don, would join in. Ethan had even played.
Honey?
Said Monica.
You okay?
Don wiped his eyes quickly as he turned to face her. Yeah, I'm fine. He wasn't fine, though. His chest hurt. The pain and guilt over his brother's death was more than he could bear. He knew that his wife could see it on his face. He was so lucky to have Monica. He would die without her. But he would lose her someday if he kept secrets. Yet he may lose her if she found out the truth. Damned if he did, damned if he didn't. When Cynthia walked them to the door moments later, Dawn looked across the street. I still can't believe you live across from a graveyard. It's just a little one, she replied. 7 graves or so. When I was a kid, I used to have nightmares that zombies would rise up and cross over here to get me. Just you? Monica laughed. Yep. In a large house full of people, they would only want me. He grew serious. I would look down at them from one of those windows. He pointed to the living room windows above. It was terrifying. Well, said Cynthia, for as long as I've lived here,
There haven't been many zombies.
Don smiled. That's reassuring. He had nightmares that night, the kind that froze you with complete terror. In the dream, he was a kid, no more than 10 years old. He was looking out from Cynthia's windows to see zombies shambling across the street and up the brick steps to her front door. Ethan was among them. The sight was horrible on that moonlit night, and though Don tried to keep an eye on his dead brother, he kept losing sight of him. At one point, Don ran to the kitchen window and saw Ethan standing on the deck in the backyard, looking up at him. And then Ethan disappeared when Don blinked. But when he turned around in the narrow kitchen, he saw Ethan standing in the adjoining dining room, in the dark, just standing there, making no sound. Somehow, Don willed himself awake and found that he was covered in cold sweat. Monica lay sound asleep next to him. His heart raced and he couldn't imagine going back to sleep just yet, so he booted up the computer across the room and silently added to his manuscript. He wrote about the nightmare while it was still fresh in his mind. After he was done, he saved and closed the file. He never bothered to lock his computer. Truthfully, he hoped Monica would read the rough draft and figure out his secrets. He had trouble initiating that particular conversation with her, but once the floodgates opened. The family had breakfast together that Sunday morning, Don cooking his well-regarded sausage, eggs, biscuits, and grits, just the way his father used to. It was hard to believe it had only been less than 2 days since Lewis's bloody death. Jordan and Connor sat with their heads close together, whispering to each other.
This year's family reunion is going to be interesting, Monica said, tilting her head toward Connor.
I'm already dreading the onslaught of questions my aunts and uncles are going to ask, Don joked as he suddenly grew nervous. The semi-annual reunion was only 2 weeks away, and he honestly feared his family's reaction to Ethan's love child. Don had to prepare for a lot of things now that he had a second child. He hadn't even planned to have one kid. He and Ethan had ended up in the same boat 5 months apart, but Don didn't regret the turn his life had taken. He looked upon his wonderful wife and son and considered himself much luckier than he deserved to be. Chapter 4. During the first week of June, the Scotts piled into the family SUV and drove to Destin, Florida. Monica drove first, with Don taking over once they reached the halfway point. He sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window and letting the sun warm the right side of his face, while the air conditioner cooled the left. He grinned as he thought about how great it would be to see his cousins again. The last reunion had been 2 years ago, and had felt all too brief. Don looked at the kids in the back seat. They were fast asleep, their heads together. They had bonded surprisingly fast. Don often found one in the other's room in the mornings. It was as if they had become inseparable. Monica pulled into a rest stop at the halfway mark, and once everyone was refreshed, Don took over. He was always relieved when he saw the familiar hotels that surrounded his Uncle Nate's house because, no matter how many times he'd driven there, he always felt like he was going to get lost. He turned left into a neighborhood filled with towering trees and found the house he was looking for. There were a dozen cars in the driveway and on the lawn. It was midday, and plenty of relatives were milling about the house, among the cars, with beers in his and her hands. Don didn't know where to park, so he made a U-turn at an intersection and parked as close to the house as possible, 2 houses down. He could hear the laughter and music the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. He smiled at Monica the way he always did when he was surrounded by family. The first person to greet Don was not Uncle Nate, nor was it any of his uncles. It was a tall, white-haired old man whose name Dawn couldn't remember.
"Say, young fella," the man called, "spare me some of that money you got hiding there."
"I don't have any money," Dawn replied, putting on a false smile as the man tossed an arm around his shoulders. Every time Dawn saw him, the man jokingly asked for a handout. It bugged Dawn to high heaven and made him very uncomfortable. He carefully maneuvered his family past the possibly drunk relative and stepped into the house. He was greeted by the smell of fried fish. There weren't as many people inside as there were out, which was fortunate since the house wasn't very large. Dawn spotted Uncle Nate in the kitchen directly to the right of the front door. Aunt Mimi was next to Nate, playing with her trademark pearl necklace.
"Donovan Scott!"
She raced over and hugged him. She then looked down at the boys.
"Last time you only had one."
She smirked. Dawn didn't know what to say, and it was too noisy to really get into it. "I'll explain later, Aunt Mimi," he said into her ear. She nodded and waved him into the kitchen. It only took 5 minutes for Dawn to explain the situation to his immediate family. They seemed to accept what he told them, which wasn't surprising considering he didn't tell them everything. He then thanked his aunts and uncles for dinner and told them he'd see them tomorrow. Their hotel was so ridiculously close that they could have walked there. When they parked in the lot, Monica grabbed Jordan, leaving Dawn to carry Connor. During the trek to the 3rd floor, he thought he heard the boy whispering, but wasn't sure. Dawn looked at Jordan in Monica's arms and saw his lips moving slightly as well. Were they talking to each other? Monica opened the door to their room and set Jordan on the closest bed before running to the bathroom. Dawn slowly laid Connor down next to his son. Both of their lips were moving, and there was a quiet hiss of words coming from the two of them. Dawn leaned as close as he could to his son, trying to make out what he was saying. Jordan suddenly screamed. Dawn jumped back in alarm as Jordan sat up, continuing to scream bloody murder. Monica came running out of the bathroom a moment later.
"What the hell is happening?" she asked.
At that moment, Jordan ceased screaming and just sat there, breathing heavily. He looked down at Connor, who was still asleep beside him, and then to his parents. "What's wrong, son?" Dawn asked him.
"I had a bad dream."
"About what?" Jordan took a deep breath before saying,
"A mean dog."
After calming Jordan down, Dawn got his son to go back to sleep. He and Monica settled down on the other bed. Dawn simply stared at the dark ceiling, watching the occasional car headlight flash across it. How could he sleep after what his son told him? The mean dog. It could have meant anything. Jordan hadn't really been raised around many dogs besides Pepper, who was being watched by a kind neighbor, but the boy wasn't afraid of animals. But Dawn knew what dog his son was referring to. How was Jordan dreaming about it? Dawn cast a wary glance at the young boys in the other bed. They appeared fast asleep and no longer whispering to each other. "Go to sleep," Monica mumbled next to him. "Easier said than done," he whispered back. "What happened earlier with Jordan?" "Nightmare." "I saw your face. It was more than a nightmare to you." "What do you mean?" Dawn's heart quickened. "The dog. It means something to you." "No, it doesn't." Why was Dawn resisting? He'd wanted to talk about this before. Why not now? Monica raised an eyebrow. "What aren't you telling me?" "Drop it, please." Instead of responding, Monica rolled onto her other side, facing the window and the kids. Dawn sighed and eventually fell asleep to the soothing sound of the air conditioner. After having breakfast at Uncle Nate's the following morning, everyone headed to the beach. Luckily, only half the family from last night made the excursion that day. The Scotts were a notoriously loud bunch, and 50 of them on the beach would have been chaos. Watching his aunts, uncles, and cousins having fun took Dawn's mind off of Monica's cold attitude toward him. She was still upset with his refusal to talk about his problems last night. He had missed his chance to tell his wife everything and didn't know when the opportunity would come about again. Monica lounged on a folding chair, soaking in the sun and reading a book. Dawn was in the water playing with the boys. Every now and then, he looked at his wife and she looked back. She was definitely mad. Dawn contemplated telling her his secrets over a few beers, the coward's way. Suddenly, someone else caught his eye. A middle-aged man stood a few feet behind Monica, and Dawn couldn't take his eyes off of him. The man seemed just as interested in Dawn. He was wearing a tropical shirt and tan khakis with big black shades over his eyes. Dawn couldn't tell for certain if he was staring at him with those sunglasses, but he felt like he was being watched. The white-haired man turned and walked toward the boardwalk and away from the beach. Dawn sat at the table of the hotel's cafeteria while Monica and the kids filled their plates at the buffet. Dawn himself was too distracted to eat. He was still thinking about that old man at the beach. He had been staring directly at Dawn, despite all of the other people in the water. Dawn hadn't recognized him, though. Suddenly, a terrible thought came to him. What if he was being followed, investigated? Why would he be investigated? There was the chance, however, that the man on the beach had nothing to do with Dawn. It could simply be his guilty conscience at work. He looked up as his wife returned to the table with the kids. She smiled as she sat down, and Dawn was reminded of how much he adored her. He had to tell her the truth, and soon. On the way back to the room, he ran into his cousins Nina and Candace, who were staying a few rooms down the hall. Nina said her parents offered to watch Jordan and Connor that night if Dawn and Monica wanted to join them for a night in downtown Destin. Dawn quickly jumped at the chance to get Monica drunk so he could talk to her. He did not, however, relish the thought of leaving Connor with his aunt and uncle. The image of Lewis's mangled face briefly flashed in his mind. Dawn wouldn't be able to live with himself if any harm came to his family. But he had to start trusting his nephew around other people. School would start up again soon. That thought made him break into a cold sweat. After returning to the hotel, Dawn retrieved the sleeping boys and put them on their bed. Monica had changed into her nightgown and sat on her bed, watching. Dawn changed into his pajama bottoms and sat next to her. His head was spinning from the drinks, but he felt good. Confident. He was ready to talk. "Honey," he said quietly, "there's something I need to tell you. It's about my brother." "I'm listening." Dawn checked on the children, who were both fast asleep. Christ, this is so hard. He had been about to tell her, but his chest suddenly hurt. "You love me, right?" She chuckled. "Of course I do, no matter what." "Even if I did something evil?" Monica's mirth quickly vanished. "Donovan Scott, tell me what happened." "I would die if I lost you," he said through gritted teeth. This was not going as well as he'd hoped. At that moment, he suddenly felt like he would lose his wife if he said any more. "Do you really think you can back out now?" Monica asked. "I've known you for a long time, Dawn. I've loved you nearly as long. Nothing you've done will change the way I feel about you." Dawn sighed and began his sad tale. Do you believe in demons? After a moment, Monica said, Yes. Good. Then this story will go down easier, but I promise it's all the truth. It all started when I was 5, the same age the boys are now, and my mom was bitten by a dog. But it wasn't a real dog. It was a demon hiding in a dog's body. It happened right here in Destin, during one of our family reunions. The demon had wandered out of its cave and attacked Mom right in my grandparents' front yard. She was pregnant with my brother at the time. My grandpa told me later that night that there was a legend of a demon hiding in the woods of Destin, that once it bit you, it could whisper in your ear to do bad things. You could choose to ignore it, or you could fall victim to its influence. But it couldn't control you outright. It could only do that if you did the ultimate evil. The ultimate evil? Monica asked quietly. Murder, Dawn whispered back. Once you committed murder, the demon could take total control of your body. My childhood was worse than most people's. I grew up watching my mom act strangely. My brother, Ethan, also acted strangely. When he was born, he didn't cry. That wasn't so strange, but everything else afterward was. He tried to walk much earlier than he should have. He learned to spell words with his alphabet blocks before he was 1. He killed bugs for sheer pleasure. He even claimed to remember his own birth. Monica gave a small gasp, but Dawn kept going. Mom, on the other hand, went through a lot of stuff behind closed doors. Screaming, crying, nightmares. It all led to my parents' divorce. Well, that and my dad cheated on my mom with a younger woman. Mom confronted that woman once in the parking lot of a Piggly Wiggly, and I overheard the woman tell Mom that Dad thought she was a demon. Demon, Monica said, as if catching on to the theme. Yes. At that point, I think the demon was whispering in her ear, because during a summer stay with my dad, he told me that girl, Agatha, had died. Did your mother? Yes, Dawn said. But I wasn't sure at the time. It was around that time that she'd started dating a man, one she claimed kept her centered. She seemed normal around that time, so I figured having someone to love kept the demon at bay. Ethan, on the other hand, was extremely cunning. For years, he acted like a regular kid. I figured the demon was having trouble controlling them both at the same time, so it focused on Mom for a while. And Mom seemed an easy target. Once, Mom's boyfriend, Adrian, had taken us to a barber shop. While I was getting my hair cut, the barber let slip that Adrian was seeing a woman other than Mom. Ethan overheard this, of course. Then Mom started acting crazy again. So much so that Dad showed up in the middle of the night to steal us away from her. But she found out. She attacked my dad. Ethan escaped the house and ran off. Mom went after him, running on all fours like an animal. I ran after them both and found them in the woods behind a cul-de-sac not too far from my house. Mom was digging a hole in the middle of this small field. In that hole was Adrian's body. I thought at the time that Mom had killed him and that the demon had taken control of her again, but I was wrong. What do you mean? Monica asked. I'll get to that later. After I saw Adrian's body, the demon talked to me through Mom's voice. It said it wanted all of us, Mom, Ethan, and me, as one happy family. It already had Mom, and since she'd been pregnant with Ethan when it bit her, it had him as well, but it couldn't have me. Then, Dad showed up in the field and fought with the monster for a while. He had a gun, and I thought he was going to shoot the Mom thing, but then lightning came out of nowhere and struck it dead. I was blinded at first, but when I regained my sight, Mom was dead and Ethan was gone. Ethan was missing for years, and by the time I saw him again, I was living in Texas with Dad. I was in my mid-20s and working security at a mall when Ethan showed up. I'd met a homeless woman living in the mall, and she told me she'd seen Ethan tailing me every time I did my rounds at night, after the mall had closed and I thought I was completely alone. You can only imagine how much this freaked me out. She also told me that her husband had been taken one night while they slept. They'd stayed in the closed-down movie theater in the mall, along with a lot of other homeless I never saw. The woman's husband was found in a pond just outside the mall's parking lot the day she told me this, and I assumed it had been Ethan who'd killed him. Then, one night, I finally confronted him. He'd killed all the other homeless people in the mall, at least a dozen of them. We fought for a while, resulting in a fire breaking out. He trapped me inside the mall, and I nearly died, but I managed to escape. Ethan didn't like that one bit, though. For some reason, he merely taunted me for a year after our encounter. He left dead animals in my car, he broke into my townhouse and stood by my bed as I half slept, so that I knew he was there but was too terrified to actually look.
I don't understand, Monica suddenly broke in. How did it control Ethan? I thought you had to murder someone in order for it to control you. Did he kill someone before the mall?
Ethan had murdered someone before the mall. Adrian. Remember when I said I thought it was my mom who'd done it? It was Ethan. But it turns out that when Ethan found me at the mall, he wasn't being controlled by the demon. It had used him to kill a bunch of people that Ethan had called failed experiments. I don't know what he meant by that. He'd escaped its grasp, but being with it for all those years had driven him crazy. He'd killed other people just for the fun of it. Anyway, I hired a private investigator to track Ethan down. He couldn't seem to say any more. Don shook his head and took a breath, and then he said, "I killed my brother." A long silence followed. At first, he didn't know if she had heard, but when he looked at her, he saw the expression on her face. Confused horror. Not only did she hear him, she believed him.
Why? She asked. Why did you kill him?
Self-defense, he said. When I went to Ethan's house, he tried to attack me. I shot him. Dawn was lying, but didn't know why at first. And then it came to him. He needed to justify his actions. He had killed Ethan because he was afraid of him. There was no other reason.
Where did the gun come from? Monica asked.
It was his, he answered without thinking. He'd forgotten about that little plot hole. The gun had actually been his father's, of course, and he had taken it with him to confront Ethan. Monica said nothing. After I shot him, I discovered he'd been living a normal life with Ivy, and she was pregnant with his child, with Connor. I contemplated shooting them both as well, but I just couldn't do it. So I left the house as quickly as I could and went in search of the source of all this misery. I went to Destin to search for the demon's lair. I found its cave, tried to blow it up, but the demon, in its true horrible form, attacked me. It chased me outside. The moment it stepped foot out of the cave, it was struck by lightning. It was the damnedest thing. Lightning had saved me twice. Monica took a moment to process all of this. It had been a long, fantastical story after all. Finally, she said,
"But what does this have to do with our son? I mean, I get Connor, but what about Jordan?"
"I think I may be cursed too."
"How? Did the demon bite you?"
"Yes, that night in the cave. But I'd been showing signs of the curse before that. There was this kid I was friends with named Robbie. He stole my favorite pencil that I let him borrow. I got so mad that I punched him in the throat.
Another time, there was a kid who pushed me off a swing set, so I threw a rock at his head and knocked him out, nearly killed him. Before Ethan died, he told me our father, Patrick Scott, wasn't my biological father. I don't know who my real father is, but I think he was cursed as well. How do you feel about what I just told you? He asked. Not great, she replied quickly. Then she looked to the other bed. Will this affect Connor? Dawn looked as well. I've definitely seen signs in him. I don't know what to say to all this, Monica murmured. I still love you, and I'm not afraid. You've never hurt me, and I know you never will. But I'm afraid of Connor now. Are we ready to take care of someone with his problems? I've thought that myself a few times, Dawn replied. If there's anyone who can help him, it's me. I've lived with this my whole life. What did the demon want? As far as I could tell, it wanted to use us as avatars so it could walk on land. I guess it needed human beings. Every time it came out in its true form, it got struck by lightning. But it's dead now. Monica nodded and relaxed next to Dawn. She then cuddled closer to him, as if showing she was not afraid. Dawn felt better, but only a little. Chapter 5. Dawn felt bad getting Aunt Cynthia to watch the boys. It was difficult working on the manuscript with Connor and Jordan running around the house, making so much noise. And Dawn really needed to finish his novel. There were times when he felt guilty about profiting off his tragic life story, though fictionalizing it helped a little. Giving the first book a happy ending seemed like therapy for him, the way things should have gone. Dawn liked writing, no matter how difficult it proved to be at times. He was 50,000 words in, having tapped into a creative well that allowed him to write without much interruption. Having the boys around had proven a hindrance, but Cynthia had taken care of that. Dawn hoped Connor didn't do anything unusual while under her watch. More than that, though, he hoped the boy didn't hurt the other children. Connor had killed a grown man. There was no telling what he could do to someone his size. Dawn suddenly stopped typing when he realized he'd written down the very thoughts he'd just said. The boy had killed a grown man, the page read. There was no telling what he could do to someone his size. The story wasn't even about the boys. It was about the brothers from the first book, and they didn't have children. Dawn scrolled through the manuscript to see if he'd mentioned any kids before now. He had. 2 boys, Casey and Trevor, were featured in at least 50 pages. Dawn found their rough introduction, laughing at himself for his lack of subtlety. The boys had just appeared out of nowhere. Dawn quickly read those 50 pages and found that the story had taken on an intriguing life of its own. He went to work, polishing the rough edges. This had become an entirely different story. An hour later, he got a call from a hysterical Cynthia about an incident that had just occurred at her house. Dawn rushed right over. When he got there, he found her in her living room with 4 kids, one of them Jordan. Connor was not among them. What happened? Dawn asked, slightly out of breath from all the stairs he just climbed. Cynthia took him to the kitchen and said quietly, Connor got into my liquor stash downstairs. Is he all right? He asked. She nodded. He tried to give some vodka to the other kids, including your son. Dawn looked out at Jordan, who seemed unharmed. It's a good thing I caught them in time, Cynthia continued. Connor had poured them all shots. I'm so sorry about this, said Dawn, mortified. Where is Connor?
Don found his nephew in the room across from the master bedroom. Connor was sitting on the bed, facing the window. Don closed the door behind him and simply stood there. He was angry with Connor, even though he knew it wasn't the boy's fault. "Why did you do it?" he asked his nephew. "Because I wanted to," came the simple reply. "That's not good enough." "That's too bad." Curse or not, Don was pissed. He quickly stepped in front of Connor. "You listen to me. What you did was wrong, and if you do anything like it again, I'm going to send you off to a place where they'll study you like a fucking lab rat. Do you understand me?" Connor didn't reply right away, and Don actually saw a flicker of fear on his face. But then Connor said, "Jordan is just like me, you know. Would you send him away too?" Those words from that tiny, innocent voice chilled Don to the core. This was not something a child would say. "He's nothing like you." "Keep telling yourself that, Uncle Don. You're like me too, whether you believe it or not." Don backed away from him, not knowing what to say. Monica was furious when she got the news later that day. She made Connor go to his room and stay there until she said otherwise. Then she and Don proceeded to have an extremely heated argument in the kitchen. "He put our child in danger, Donovan," she shouted. "We're not prepared to handle a child like Connor, one with his needs." "He's not a special needs kid," Don replied half-heartedly. He was still thinking about what Connor had said about Jordan, and about him. "Whatever you want to call him, we still aren't qualified. He could have killed those kids." "Connor's a 5-year-old boy," Don found himself saying. "Kids get into things they're not supposed to all the time. He just made a mistake." "Cynthia told me that liquor cabinet was locked. This was deliberate, Don. Something's wrong with that boy. Even though the demon is dead, something is influencing him." Don sighed, defeated. "You're right, honey, but I don't know what to do." Don kept the boys at home with him the next day, though he continued work on the manuscript. He even included the liquor incident in the story. A curious thing happened midway into the manuscript. Don introduced an important character without meaning to. The character turned out to be the protagonist's birth father. The father was someone the main character had never met before. But why write him into the story? He reread the introduction and found the new character on a beach in Florida. Don thought back to the man he'd seen that one day, weeks ago, watching from the shore while Don swam with the kids. Who was that man? Unfortunately, Don knew of no one who could answer that question. He didn't want to risk hiring another private investigator after the incident with Ethan. He thought of Cynthia and wondered if she knew any of her sister's secrets. It was a possibility. During Monica's day off, she agreed to watch the boys while Don visited his aunt. Monica had been a tad reluctant to take on the task, though Don didn't blame her. He promised he wouldn't be gone long. As he drove down that scenic highway to Cynthia's place, he told himself he wouldn't leave without answers. Cynthia had to know something about her sister's boyfriends. Sisters told each other things. He pulled up to his aunt's house and climbed those annoying brick stairs to the front door. She had told him to just come in when he arrived, but before he entered, he glanced across the street to that little cemetery. Zombie Ethan, thankfully, was nowhere to be seen. Cynthia was sitting on the floor in front of her couch, changing the diaper of one of her youngest charges. The baby was no older than 2 and was giggling.
"Who's a stinky baby?"
she asked the boy.
"You are."
She looked up.
"Hey, Don, I didn't hear you come in."
He hadn't told his aunt why he wanted to talk to her. He wanted to catch her off guard. He sat on the love seat and waited for her to finish. After returning the baby to the others, who were all napping, she sat on the couch.
"So, what's on your mind?"
Dawn decided to cut to the chase. Was Patrick Scott my biological father? Whatever Cynthia had been expecting him to say, it certainly wasn't that.
"Of course he was your father. Why would you ask that?"
She sounded like she was telling the truth, and it disheartened Dawn. Maybe she didn't know anything. Aunt Cynthia, Mom and Dad both told me about it, so you don't have to pretend. I know Mom was pregnant with me before she met Patrick. He didn't know that, but a little lie wouldn't hurt. His aunt simply sat there. Had he gone too far? But then she asked,
"Why do you want to know about him?"
Dawn took a moment to process her question. She did know. "Who was he?" he asked with a tremor in his voice. She sighed.
"His name is Stephen."
"Is?" Dawn instantly thought back to the man on the beach.
"He's very much alive."
"How do you know? Do you keep in touch with him?"
"I guess you can say that, yes."
Dawn rubbed his sweaty palms against his lap. "Where has he been?" She looked about her living room, at her baubles and trinkets.
"Well, he died,"
she said.
"And then he came back."
"Excuse me?" Dawn couldn't have heard correctly. Cynthia looked at him.
"He faked his death."
"Why?"
"To hide from something."
Dawn stared at his aunt in disbelief. "Did he tell you what he was hiding from?"
"No, but it must have been important enough to start a new life."
"And you kept in touch with him after his resurrection?" She nodded.
"He actually contacted me. He wanted to know how you were doing. I was his proxy, I guess you can say. Is that the right word? Proxy?"
Dawn couldn't believe what he was hearing. His birth father was indeed alive. "Where is he?" he asked.
"I don't know if I can tell you that,"
said Cynthia.
"I shouldn't have even told you this much."
"I have to know. I have to talk to him. My family might be in danger."
"What do you mean?"
"I just need to talk to him. It wasn't a lie." Cynthia bit her lip.
"I don't know exactly where he lives. All I know is that he's in Florida."
Dawn sighed with relief. "I think I saw him on the beach when we were down there." She tilted her head.
"How could you possibly know what he looks like?"
Dawn smiled. "I just know."
"Stephen often worried about you as a kid. I figured there was more to it than just regular parental duty."
"Something is wrong with my family. I thought it began with Mom and Ethan, but it seems to have been before that. Mom was infected by a dog."
"Like rabies?"
Cynthia asked. "The worst case of rabies, if that's it. Mom passed it to Ethan, but sometimes I wonder if there's something wrong with me too." He thought about what Connor had said about them being alike. He dared not mention this aloud, though. Cynthia nodded, taking in his words.
"And you think you and Ethan passed it to your kids?"
"Yes."
"And how can your dad help with this?"
she asked, and Dawn tried to ignore the familial term she used for Stephen.
"Can't doctors help?"
"Doctors can't even detect it. I'd gone to the hospital dozens of times as a kid, and they never found anything wrong with me, or with Ethan. Hell, they didn't even notice anything wrong with Mom.
So this illness that affected my sister, is that what made her go crazy and try to kill Patrick?
If Dad hadn't stopped her, she might have killed us both. Cynthia thought on that, unable to say another word. She clearly missed her sister very much, and Don wished he could undo the harm the curse had inflicted. All he could hope to do now was prevent future tragedy. "How did you stay in contact with Stephen?" he asked his aunt.
"Phone calls. I can definitely tell you he lives in Florida. He told me so a few years ago, when I last spoke to him."
She grabbed Don's shoulder.
"Good luck, Donovan. I hope you find what you're looking for."
Chapter 6. A week passed since Don had spoken with his aunt. He still couldn't believe she'd been in contact with his father all these years. Why? Aunt Cynthia said it was because Stephen had wanted to know how Don was doing, but Don couldn't help feeling that there was more to it than that. Were the two adults seeing each other? Cynthia had said they'd only talked on the phone, but perhaps they rendezvoused every now and then. Don didn't know how to find Stephen other than to hire another PI. He thought about hiring the same one who'd found Ethan, but doing so would be risky after Ethan's death. Feeling helpless, Don buried himself in his writing. He was more than halfway done with the manuscript, yet he had no idea what it was about anymore. He just let his fingers do the typing. He decided he would read it once he was finished with the current chapter. He was almost afraid of what he would discover this time. He and Monica grew distant the more he worked on his writing. He barely paid attention to his surroundings anymore. He could feel the distance between him and his wife, but when it came to actually acknowledging it, he simply couldn't find the willpower. It felt like a mental block that he just couldn't get past, and it was frustrating. Everything was frustrating. Monica begged him to stop writing for one whole day. He said okay, but regretted it later on. His fingers itched for the keyboard. He felt compelled to get the story out, and that he would die if he held it in any longer. Whenever Monica wasn't looking, Don wrote in a notebook so he could transcribe later. He was cheating, but what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. And what he didn't know was that she'd seen him writing that day. She didn't tell him until they went to bed that night.
"You just couldn't stop for one fucking day," she chastised.
"I write for a living, Monica, and I'm on a roll. I don't see anything wrong with that. And the more I write, the faster I'll finish. I would think that would be a good thing."
"I don't like the way you get when you're writing. I don't think you even realize where you are when you're on a roll."
"How do I get?" he asked, though he already knew.
"You're not yourself."
"Who am I then?" He was raising his voice, but didn't care.
"I don't know who you are, and that's the fucking problem."
Monica wasn't raising her voice, but her words still had power. "Honey," he soothed, "I love writing, and I get paid to do it. I'm trying to finish as fast as I can so I can spend all my time with you and the kids." He leaned over and tried to kiss her, but she backed away. "I've read some of what you wrote," she said. Don's heart sped up. "You did?" His voice was choked. He didn't even know what he was writing anymore, and his wife had read it behind his back.
"Yes, I did. I don't like it, Don. It's dark and scary."
"It's supposed to be dark and scary."
"You wrote the kids into the story. You're putting them into horrible situations."
Don sighed. "Those are just characters in a book."
"Who are you trying to fool? The whole story is about your life. The characters are based on people you know. Even I recognize them."
That's not true, he said quietly. Yes, it is. Monica sounded angry again. I'm learning more about you from your writing than I am from you. The books aren't about me. Yes, they are. I know they are. How do you know? Because you wrote our recent vacation into it. You wrote the incident at your aunt's house into it. You even wrote your brother's death into it, except in the book, it was cold-blooded murder. Dawn didn't remember killing off the main character's little brother. Christ, he really should have read what he'd written. Dawn, look at me. He did. Did you murder Ethan, or was it self-defense, like you said? Dawn couldn't answer, or she would leave him. She would pack her bags and demand a divorce, and leave him. It was murder, he whispered. Instead of replying with words, Monica got up and left the room. For the next 2 days, she didn't speak to or look at Dawn whenever they crossed paths. She took on more shifts at the hospital so she wouldn't have to spend as much time at home. As much as that hurt Dawn, he felt it was more unfair to the kids. Dawn eventually migrated to the couch at night without Monica asking him to. Since she wasn't speaking to him, he continued to work on the manuscript. He still didn't bother to read it and simply let his fingers do the typing. He was getting to a point where he didn't care what he wrote, just as long as he was writing. If he didn't write, he ended up sleeping poorly at night, or his mind would race during the day and he wouldn't be able to concentrate. A month after the argument with Monica, Dawn's agent called. Dawn had been sitting at his computer, winding down from a few hours of continuous writing. He wasn't sure, but it felt like he'd finished the manuscript. He told his agent that much, and they planned to meet for lunch that week. He printed out all 700 pages of the manuscript but didn't read any of it. Truth be told, he was terrified of it. Monica had said that it was dark and scary, and Dawn's agent loved that stuff. Let Stan read it and share his thoughts. Dawn just hoped the grammatical errors were kept to a minimum. Stan McCloskey flew in from New York days later, and Dawn met him at the nicest restaurant around. Monica seemed fine staying with the kids as long as Dawn wasn't there, apparently. He felt a little self-conscious carrying the large manuscript box into the restaurant, but it couldn't be helped. Stan, a short man with a brown perm, noticed his client as well as the box. His jaw dropped. "My God, Donovan," he said as Dawn joined him at the table. "How many pages?" 700. "How many words?" 200,000, give or take a few hundred words. "That's twice as long as the last book. Inspiration struck?" "I couldn't stop writing," he replied. The meaning was lost on his agent, however. "Gimme," Stan said as he reached over the table like a child wanting his favorite toy. Dawn handed the box to him. He wasn't as enthusiastic as his agent. Instead, he was tired and depressed. Stan seemed to notice. "What's wrong with you?" "Monica and I are fighting." "Uh-oh. I know what that's like. Just ask my 4 ex-wives." Dawn laughed automatically. He'd heard that joke so many times and never found it funny, but he didn't want to be a bastard either. "So, I guess it wouldn't be a good idea to ask you for advice?" "It wouldn't be prudent, no." Stan glanced from the box atop the table to Dawn. "It doesn't have anything to do with that, does it?" "It has almost everything to do with that, Stan." "Did she read it?" "Some of it. She said it was too dark and scary." "Sounds perfect to me," Stan said as he took a sip of his beer. "Is that all you're fighting about?" "No." "Neither one of you has been unfaithful?" "No. I wish that's all it was. It would be simpler." Stan smiled. "Do you still love her?" Dawn looked at him. With all my heart.
Then tell her that. Whatever is wrong, you can work through it if you have love in your hearts.
Then why do you have 4 ex-wives?
Leave it to me to meet the only 4 women in the world without hearts.
Dawn laughed automatically again. He'd heard that one a few times as well. Stan called a few days later.
Hey, Dawn, I just finished reading the manuscript. Where's the rest of it?
What do you mean?
I mean, it just trickles down near the end, but it doesn't have an ending.
Dawn felt ashamed for not properly editing his work. He should have known it was incomplete, but he had been too afraid to see what he had created. I'm pulling up the document now, he told his agent as he opened the file. He quickly read the last paragraph. It involved the main character, along with his son and nephew. He read the last sentence out loud. He killed the boys.
Pretty grim, don't you think?
Stan asked. I thought you liked grim, Dawn said absently, still staring at the screen.
Not simply for the sake of being grim. Is this really how you want to end it?
No, Dawn replied honestly, though his subconscious had written the story. I'll fix it and get back to you in a day or 2. Unfortunately, Dawn found it impossible to change or even elaborate on the ending. He hadn't told Stan about Connor. If he had, the agent might have connected the dots and worried about his client's sanity. Dawn wouldn't be able to blame him. He murdered his son and nephew in the story. If Monica read that ending, there was no telling how she'd react. He had to change it. But how? He didn't even know the context. He would have to read the whole manuscript. He read straight from the monitor, not changing a thing. He skipped lunch and even dinner. He read well into the night when Monica watched him from their bed. He read until morning. His eyes hurt, but he barely noticed. He was haunted by the story he just finished. It contained events that recently happened to him, discovering his birth father was still alive, as well as events that had never occurred. He now understood the context of the ending. The main character's son and nephew had become consumed by the curse and had gone on a killing spree together. There had been no other choice but to kill them. The wonderful cure from the first book hadn't worked on them. It couldn't end that way. The boys in the story hadn't started killing until well into their teenage years. Did Dawn predict the future in this novel? Was Jordan cursed, and if so, would the curse take hold of the boys soon? They were almost 6. The boys in the story changed when they were 15. Dawn decided to worry about that later and work on the ending now. Stan loved the new ending, though Dawn couldn't quite wrap his head around it. In the first book, a serum had cured the characters of the curse. In the sequel, Dawn found that he had written that the very serum proved merely a temporary fix, resulting in one of the characters, the youngest brother, reverting to his monstrous state. Unable to come up with anything new, Dawn simply concocted another, better serum for the younger boys. Everyone was curse-free and happy, except for Dawn. The new ending just felt so false to him. He hated Deus Ex Machinas. He actually liked the original better, even if it resulted in the deaths of the boys. It was just more honest, if not more horrific. Things with Monica only grew worse. Now that he'd finished writing, he'd hoped to spend more time with her and repair their marriage. She only seemed to grow more distant the harder he tried. He considered himself truly lucky that Monica hadn't gone to the police about Ethan's death. Dawn wouldn't have blamed her had she turned him in. He didn't deserve her. Dawn was starting to realize how Monica felt when he had been distant during his writing. Even when they were in the same house, it felt like they were in different states. Whenever he spoke to her, she gave the bare minimum of a reply. One day, while the kids were asleep in their rooms, Dawn and Monica sat at opposite ends of the couch, looking at the TV. Neither were watching it. Dawn reached for the remote and turned it off. Monica looked at him a moment before he started kissing her. She let him for a while, but then she pushed him away. "I can't do this anymore," she said quietly, wiping her lips dry. "Can't do what?" "I can't keep pretending everything is normal between us when it isn't. I can't, Donovan." She sounded on the verge of tears. "What isn't okay?" he asked. "I'm done writing. You have me all to yourself." She shook her head. "It's not about the writing. It's about what you did to your brother." "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "You want me to turn myself in to the police?" "No. I want out." "What?" "I want a divorce." The words came out strained, as if she couldn't bear to say them. "Why?" Dawn asked, just as strained. She looked at him, her eyes red and watery. "I still love you, but I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of my own child." "Jordan? Why are you afraid of him?" Dawn could barely hear his own words. They came out in a whisper now. "I'm afraid he'll turn into a monster." "That's ridiculous. I read your manuscript, remember? I read the horrible things those kids did. Will Connor and Jordan turn into them?" How much of it had she read? Did she read the original ending? Let the answer be no. If there was a God, the answer would be no. "I've been having nightmares," Monica went on. "Those nightmares have been getting worse." "They're just nightmares, honey. You can't let them ruin your life, our marriage." "I've been having them every night for a month." That caught Dawn off guard. "What happens in the nightmares?" Monica took a deep breath. "I'm pregnant with Jordan, and I find you crouched at the end of the driveway on all fours like a dog. I go to you, and then you kill me and the baby." "Well, that was different." "Honey," Dawn said, "I would never hurt you or Jordan." "I know you would never willingly hurt us," she replied. Dawn understood the implication. "You're afraid of me, aren't you?" "I'm afraid of our future together," she said. "I remember when you didn't scare so easily." Monica suddenly looked very angry. "Don't even sit there and try to judge me. I don't know how to handle this situation. I didn't know what I was getting into before I married you." The wind had been taken out of Dawn's sails. He hadn't told her anything of the curse before they married. She had been thrown in, unprepared. It wasn't fair to her. "So," he said, "what do you want to do?" She sighed. "We just need some time apart. Just give me some time." "You got it," he said reluctantly. Chapter 7. Cynthia welcomed Dawn into her home for as long as he needed. She lived alone in that big house and had plenty of room to spare. Dawn had brought Connor with him, since it wasn't Monica's burden to take care of him. Plus, she was afraid of the boy. She was also afraid of her own son, but decided to keep Jordan with her. He was her flesh and blood, no matter what. Dawn thought it brave of her to care for a boy who may turn into a monster one day. Connor had been set up in the room across from the master bedroom, and Dawn took the one downstairs, next to the den. The first few days had been horribly depressing. All Dawn could think about was his family and how much he hated being away from them. He missed lying next to Monica at night, feeling her body close to his. Now he had nothing. He felt an unreasonable amount of hostility toward his birth father, Stephen. There was no reason for the man to hide. Why had he even hidden in the first place? It had to have something to do with the demon. Dawn wasn't sure if he even wanted to meet the man anymore. If not for the questions he needed answered, Dawn would forget about him entirely. As he lay in bed in the dim bedroom, he heard the mailman approach outside. He looked through one of the windows, feeling like he was in a basement, and saw the little white postal truck just behind the mailbox. The sky was completely overcast, dampening Dawn's mood further. He wanted to go outside and get some air. He decided to get the mail while he was at it. Though he personally did not expect any mail, he found himself going through the envelopes addressed to Aunt Cynthia and found one from a man named Stephen White. Dawn's heart sped up. This couldn't be his father. The letter came from a P.O. box in Texas. His Stephen, whose last name Dawn didn't know, lived in Florida. Dawn raced to his truck and tore into the letter. My dearest Cynthia, I sincerely apologize for not calling you sooner. I have been through a lot lately and have been forced to move. I saw him. I saw Donovan, and I think he saw me as well. I don't think he recognized me, but I'd rather play it safe than sorry. As far as I can tell, he still doesn't know about me, and I would like to keep it that way for now. He's better off without me in his life. I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me over the years. To be honest, hearing that Donovan is okay and seeing it for myself are two completely different things. I will call you once I have things set up here in Texas. Until then, please destroy this letter and don't tell Don about me. I may tell him in the future, but today is not the day. Love, Stephen. Don reread the letter several times. So Stephen moved to Texas, did he? He checked the address and saw it was located in Haltom City. He used to live there. What a strange coincidence. He decided not to give the letter to Cynthia. He didn't want her tipping Stephen off. Don put the letter in his glove box and went back into the house. He then checked flights to Dallas-Fort Worth. He quickly thanked his aunt for agreeing to watch Connor yet again, and then packed for his trip. Don tried calling Monica, but only got her voicemail. He left a brief message telling her where he was going, and that he wouldn't be gone long. He then called a taxi the next morning since he didn't know how long he'd be gone, and didn't want to pay for airport parking. Once Don landed at DFW, he rented a car. He hoped this trip wouldn't take too long. He was already eating through his book advance pretty quickly. The first place he went to was a hotel. He was tired and couldn't think straight about what his next move should be. Though he was in a city in which he'd spent a significant amount of his young life, he felt like he was in a foreign land. He had to make good use of the time he had here. He had to find Stephen. But how to go about that, he had no clue. He supposed he could wait by the P.O. box to see if Stephen would return, but there was no telling when that would happen. Nevertheless, he found himself parked in a plaza in Haltom City. The box Stephen had used was located in the parking lot. Don had been there for 3 hours, waiting with surprising patience. If Stephen had used this box in particular, then perhaps he lived in the area. The problem, though, was that there were so many houses and apartments, it would be impossible to pinpoint exactly where his father lived. His father, Don's father, was alive. He still had trouble accepting the man as his flesh and blood. If he could only talk to him, get to know him. Patrick Scott, the man who had raised Don as his own, was dead. Don didn't want to replace him with Stephen. If anything, he just wanted the answers. After that, he would probably never speak to his birth father again. Don definitely wanted to keep Jordan and Connor away from him. He wanted the boys to grow up thinking of Patrick as their grandfather. Why include Stephen in their lives when the man was such a coward that he would abandon his family? Just when he decided to give up and return to the hotel, he saw a silver SUV pull up to the P.O. box. A familiar-looking man stepped out and placed an envelope inside. The vehicle had a Florida license plate. The man looked around warily, and for a moment, Don could swear he was looking straight at him. Then the man got back in the SUV and sped off. Don started his car and followed. He was fairly certain that had been the same man from the beach. After a few minutes of driving, Don was certain that Stephen knew he was being followed. They were alone on a country road, and Stephen's SUV was gradually speeding up. Don did the same, trying not to make it obvious. He wasn't very good at tailing people, so he wasn't surprised that Stephen had discovered him. Don wondered if he was being led somewhere. Stephen sped up even more on the highway. There were hardly any other cars on the road. Don couldn't let the man escape. If Stephen did recognize him in the parking lot, he might flee the state. Don dreaded trying to find him again if that happened. With that, he floored the gas pedal and began to close the gap. He wasn't going to let Stephen get away this time. Surprisingly, Stephen managed to get his own vehicle moving even faster. A small town was coming up, one that looked dead, like the kind one would see in a scary movie, a ghost town. Don was only one car length away and gaining. He couldn't imagine losing the vehicle now that he was so close, but Stephen floored the gas and turned left at a red light, without stopping. Don was so surprised by this that he stopped on instinct before following quickly. He saw the SUV take a right far ahead. Don pushed the pedal and turned, but he no longer saw the vehicle, and there were a lot of turns up ahead. He stopped dead in the road and leaned his head on the steering wheel. He'd lost Stephen. Don found himself in a bar in downtown Fort Worth an hour later, with a beer in front of him. Most of the bars in the area didn't get busy until the evening, so this one was practically empty. He was grateful for that, though he did miss hitting bars with his friends at night when he used to live in the area. Right now, however, he wanted to be alone. Stephen escaped in that town, taking the answers with him. Don wasn't sure how he felt about that. The man was his father, and now Don would never get to talk to him, to ask him flat out why he abandoned his family. Don took another sip of beer only to find the bottle empty. He flagged down the bartender and found a surprise. "Craig?" he called when he saw who was now working the bar. The bartender looked at him and after only a moment's hesitation, said, "Don?" Don was delighted to see his former roommate. They'd both lived here in downtown Fort Worth, in a nice townhouse not far from the bar. It had been a fun time, before Ethan had showed up to harass him. "Man," Craig said, running his fingers through his short brown hair. "It's been, 5 or 6 years?" "Something like that." "What are you drinking?" Craig looked at the bottle and produced a full one out of nowhere. "On the house." "Thanks." Don accepted it gratefully. "So," Craig said, "how's life?" "Shitty." "I hear you." Craig produced another beer before Don even realized he'd finished his previous one. "Marriage problems?" Don, who had been staring at his beer, looked up. "How did you know?" Craig looked surprised. "That's what it usually is with the guys in this place. I didn't know you were actually married. Belated congratulations." "Thanks." Don pulled out his wallet and showed Craig pictures of Monica and Jordan. Husband and father. That's awesome, man. Thanks, bud, Don said, feeling a little better. I love them very much. You live here in Texas? Georgia. What brings you here? I was looking for my birth father. I found him, but he wanted nothing to do with me, so he ditched me in a ghost town. Just visiting, he said out loud. Thinking of moving back out here? Craig guessed in a joking way, but it caught Don's attention. It would be nice to live here again. I miss it. And he really did. He hadn't realized it at first. He had made a lot of friends in Texas, and the schools were nice. So were the houses. Monica had never been to Texas before. She might like it. Don slammed the brakes on that line of thought. Monica wouldn't just quit her job and move to Texas, would she? It would be nice to move and have a fresh start, good for the family, good for the marriage. Don flew back to Georgia the next morning with mixed emotions. If Stephen decided to flee the state, Don would never find him again. All he could hope was that Stephen contacted Aunt Cynthia again. Other than that, there was nothing he could do. He simply accepted that which he could not change. He was excited, however, about the idea of moving back to Texas. The family needed a change. Don wouldn't make any final decisions until he talked to Monica. He could tell they were on the verge of a divorce, that she wouldn't change her mind on that. She'd married a monster without knowing it. She had every right to leave him. Don was going to do everything in his power to make sure that didn't happen.
Don, are you crazy? Monica asked, a shocked look on her face. I'm not moving to Texas.
Don stood in the kitchen with her later that day while she cooked. The boys were playing in the backyard. Aunt Cynthia had nothing but good things to say when Don picked Connor up hours earlier. Honey, it's wonderful over there, he said. I think what our family needs is a fresh start. I already told you what we need. Some time apart. Don's good mood vanished. Why don't you just say it? You want a divorce. She turned to him. I didn't say that. You said it before, because I'm a monster who killed his own brother. Monica turned back to the stove. Please leave. After returning to Cynthia's house, Don went to his room and cried. He and Monica were getting a divorce. She was afraid of her own son and husband. She told him she wasn't going to fight him for custody of Jordan, that if he wanted to move to Texas, he could take their son too. She still wanted to be a part of Jordan's life, only she wasn't prepared to take care of him if he eventually changed. But would he change? Don still questioned whether he was cursed the way his brother and mother had been. Only Stephen would know for sure. Don called Stan and told him he wanted to write a trilogy of books, not about the cursed brothers, but about something else entirely. Something for thriller hounds. That chase through the ghost town, the tracking of Stephen, gave him inspiration. He provided the outlines to his agent a week later, and before Don knew it, he was using the advance to buy a house in Fort Worth. He got the surprisingly nice house for a very reasonable price on account that the previous owner had died in the master bedroom. That didn't bother Don at all, considering what he'd been through in his life. 2 months had passed since he'd signed the divorce papers, and there wasn't a day that went by when Don didn't think about it, even when he was blindly typing away at his computer. Connor and Jordan were upstairs, playing loudly. Don could hear them through a vent in his study. The book he was writing now was junk, but he managed to tap into a subconscious state that allowed a continuous flow of words to spill forth. The trilogy was based on something he wrote for language arts in middle school. That had been his favorite subject, and he remembered that particular story fondly, about a detective who found out his best friend was a murderer. Don's heart wasn't really in the story now, and luckily the house was fully paid for. All he had to do was keep the lights on. The neighborhood was relatively nice, despite a crabby neighbor across the street named Mr. Leper. The old man always stayed in his house, which he kept locked up like a damp fortress. There were even bars on the windows. Don wondered why the man felt the need to protect himself to that extent. Don and the boys took a walk through the suburb and found a nice little park nestled in a wooded area. Paths sprung from the park in every direction, leading to parking lots and creeks. Don sat on a bench as the boys joined other kids at play. Jordan and Connor seemed to be making fast friends with these kids, though. No bullies in the general area. "Is this seat taken?" a woman asked, pointing to the empty space on the bench. "Not at all." He scooted over, giving her more room. She was very striking, with long brown hair and green eyes. "Are those your boys?" she asked, indicating Jordan and Connor on the swing set. "Those are my little monsters," he replied with a dry chuckle. "I'm Samantha." She offered a handshake. "Dawn." He shook and caught her eyeing his left hand. No wedding band. "I got the kids in a divorce, luckily." Samantha raised an eyebrow. "Divorced? Sorry to hear that." She didn't sound sorry. That didn't bother Dawn in the slightest. Part 2. Chapter 8. It was 10 years later, and Jordan sat in the school auditorium, bored out of his mind, while the principal tried to settle the kids down long enough to introduce the guest speaker, a local news reporter. Jordan was embarrassed, surrounded by other 15-year-olds who didn't know how to act. Morons. Principal Garfield was also clearly embarrassed by the way the kids were acting in front of the local celebrity, Deirdre Marshall. She was an elegant African-American woman, like his mother, in a red blouse and black skirt. Jordan was immediately smitten. The dimly lit and very large auditorium finally began to quiet down. It seemed like the entire sophomore class of Anderton Ridge High was packed inside this room. The school was still fairly new, having been built 4 years prior. As Miss Marshall spoke, Jordan looked about until he found who he was looking for. Connor waved at him from a few rows farther back. Jordan returned the wave and then faced forward again. Miss Marshall went on to explain the importance of school and believing in your dreams and so on. Jordan listened respectfully, but her words left little impression on him. At 15, he was sick of school and didn't want to think about his future. He had no dreams to follow. He blamed his father for his lack of ambition. Dad made his living writing cheesy thrillers. They sold very well, though Jordan doubted his father enjoyed writing them. Jordan had walked in on Dad once while he was writing. Dad had looked like he was in a trance, never blinking or taking a break from typing. Jordan stood there in the doorway for nearly 10 minutes without his father realizing he was there. Jordan could tell that, to his father, writing was a job that paid the bills, nothing more. To Jordan, however, writing was like therapy. He started keeping a journal 2 years ago, chronicling his horrific nightmares. He often dreamed of a black creature with horrible pink lips all over its chest that tried to suck out his soul. The dream had been so vivid that he felt like he was actually there in its hellish home. Every time he dreamed about it, the creature seemed to suck out a little more of his soul. Jordan always awoke feeling lifeless. The audience suddenly began applauding, and Jordan realized that Miss Marshall had finished her speech. He clapped as well, even though he hadn't listened to most of it. The students began filing out of the auditorium. Connor ran up to him. "Would you bang her?" he asked Jordan. "Who?" "That news chick." "She's pretty." "That's not what I asked." "Would you bang her?" Jordan asked, refusing to answer. Connor ran his fingers through his gelled, blonde-tipped brown hair. "I'd bang her all night long." "Fantastic," Jordan snorted. "Why do you talk like that?" "Because I'm a kid." "Your roots are showing," Jordan joked as they walked into the cafeteria, located just outside the auditorium. "You should get blonde tips too," Connor said, smoothing his hair down. "A black kid with frosted tips? Why would I do that to myself?" "You're only half black," said Connor as they got into the lunch line. "That reminds me, are you going to visit your mom next summer?" "Probably." "I hate getting stuck with your dad all summer. Why did my mom have to kill that guy and go to the crazy house?" Connor always seemed more than happy to tell anyone about what his mother had done to her boyfriend a decade ago. He barely remembered that night, seeing as he was only 5, but he always tended to go into graphic detail about how his mother had ripped her boyfriend's face off after he hit her a few times. Surprisingly, the story made him popular around school, especially with the girls, since he told them that incident taught him to respect women. Jordan and Connor joined a few other kids at a circular table, and Jordan immediately started dipping his chicken rings into his mashed potatoes. "You just love those chicken rings, don't you?" said a pretty redhead named Erin. Jordan nodded and smiled. He liked her a lot, more than she realized. "Maybe you should cut back on those," said the boy next to her. "You're getting a little chunky, I think." Unfortunately, Erin had an asshole boyfriend named Travis Hooper. He was a senior on the basketball team and had an athletic build that he liked to show off whenever he got the chance. He had an arm around Erin's shoulder, holding her close. He was grinning at Jordan, as if he were well aware of the crush Jordan had on his girlfriend. "Stop squeezing so tight," Erin complained, and Travis loosened his grip. He never stopped grinning at Jordan, however. Jordan, losing his appetite, dropped his chicken ring and looked elsewhere. "So, Travis," Connor said, "did Miss Marshall's speech inspire you to follow your dream of becoming a skanky hoe in the streets?" Erin chuckled. Travis looked at him and simply said, "I can't imagine being anything else." If anything, Jordan admired the fact that nothing ever got under the jock's skin. It was nearly impossible to anger him. "What did you think of Miss Marshall?" Erin asked, addressing everyone at the table. "I thought she was pretty cool," said Travis. "Me too," Jordan replied. "I'd do her," Connor added. The sound of a throat clearing turned Jordan and Connor around. Standing just behind them was Deirdre Marshall. Connor said, completely at a loss for words. His face turned bright red. Principal Garfield stood next to the reporter, equally red, though in anger as well as embarrassment. "I'm sorry," Connor finally said, just before turning away with a grin on his face. "That's quite all right," the woman said, waving away the comment. "I've heard worse." She looked at Jordan. "I was wondering if I might have a word with you, Mr. Scott." Great. Jordan felt like he'd caught his cousin stupid. "Sure." He stood and followed the reporter and principal to the front of the auditorium. "Don't worry," Miss Marshall said quietly, just barely audible over the din of the lunchroom. "You're not in trouble or anything. I just wanted you to know that I'm a huge fan of your father's books." Oh, that was the last thing Jordan had expected to hear. "Thanks. I'll tell him you said that." "Actually," she said hastily, stepping closer, "I was hoping to perhaps interview him." "For a story? Weren't there official channels to go through for stuff like this?" Jordan wondered. "You could say that," she replied. She was so close that her perfume practically smothered him. It smelled of vanilla. "How can I help?" he asked. She smiled. "Maybe you could talk to him for me. Your father deplores interviews, hasn't done many at all since hitting it big, and even when he does, it's just to talk about his books." "You don't want to talk about his books?" "Not quite," she said. Jordan and Connor got off the bus and walked up the hill to their house. Jordan was exhausted and wanted to take a nap, but knew he should finish his homework first. There was also that one other thing he had to do. "Dad?" he called into the house as Connor headed for the kitchen to the left, next to the staircase. Jordan dropped his backpack on the floor and walked into the living room on the right. He walked right up to the fireplace and looked inside. Dad sat at his computer in his study. The fireplace was like a window into the little room. Jordan could see tiny black words on the computer monitor, but couldn't read any of them. "Dad?" The man spun in his chair to face his son. Jordan still hadn't grown used to seeing his dad looking so old. He was only 41, but looked well into his 60s. He was very skinny, so much so that he looked like a cadaver. His hair was dark brown with a lot of gray strands, and the corners of his eyes were nothing but wrinkles. "Working on another book?" Jordan asked him through the fireplace. "Sort of." Dad turned off the monitor absently. "What's up?" Jordan told him about Deirdre Marshall speaking at the school and how she wanted to interview the mildly famous Donovan Scott. Dad's face darkened slowly. "I'm not interested." "Why not?" "Because she just wants to ask a bunch of personal questions that are none of her business." "Like what?" Dad sighed. "Son, I said I'm not interested, and I don't want you talking to her anymore, okay?" "No problem." "Need any help with your homework?" "No thanks." Dad spun back around as Jordan left. He heard his father typing away a second later. Jordan grabbed his bag and headed upstairs to his room. As he lay down on his bed, he wondered why Dad hated talking about his past so much. Of course, there was all the misfortune that plagued his father's childhood, but there seemed to be more to the story than just the deaths of Jordan's uncle and grandparents. Jordan knew he would get nothing from his father and decided to ask Mom when he saw her next. For now, though, he had homework to do. An hour into his work, he heard a shrill voice coming from downstairs. "I'm home," Samantha announced. Jordan sighed and tried to get back to work. He was sprawled across his bed with his books and paper in front of him. He preferred working from there rather than his work desk. Moments later, loud pop music blared throughout the house. Jordan groaned. That woman loved Cher. Jordan hated Dad's girlfriend so much. They'd been together for nearly 10 years, but Dad refused to marry her for some reason. Jordan didn't blame him, but why keep her around? It was as if she fulfilled some need. Jordan quickly abandoned that nasty line of thought. Samantha had moved in a few months after she and Dad's first date, and seemed content with the arrangement. She never hassled him about marriage or kids, at least not to Jordan's knowledge. Jordan grabbed his MP3 player and attempted to drown out Samantha's music. He could still feel the beat, however. He sighed, turned off his own music, and went downstairs. There he saw Samantha dancing by the fireplace, weaving her way around the orange couch. Jordan looked through the fireplace but didn't see Dad in his study, so he went down the 5 steps that led to the long den that ran the length of the entire house. There was a bathroom on the left, directly across from the kitchen, a bar, like Great Aunt Cynthia's, and a comfy gray couch in front of a large HD TV. This den was very comfortable, and Samantha, thankfully, usually stayed away from it. The bright living room 1 level up was her domain. Connor was in the backyard, bouncing on their trampoline. Jordan went out onto the porch and watched him for a moment. He could barely hear Samantha's music anymore. The evening was growing cold, and he could see his breath misting in front of him. "Jump with me," Connor said between bounces. "It's too cold." "Jump warm." "That's not a complete sentence." "Get your ass up here," Connor said quickly. Jordan climbed onto the trampoline. As he jumped with his cousin, he looked to the dark woods that loomed behind the house. Their home was part of a court and was the closest to these woods. Jordan often wished Dad had picked a different house. He didn't like being so close to this dreary forest. Connor often joked about going camping in there, but Jordan never found it funny. "You afraid of the Texas Devil?" Connor asked clearly, despite his bouncing. Jordan looked at him. "There's no such thing." Connor stopped bouncing. "Sure there is. It's out there in those woods, waiting for helpless victims to wander in. One of these days, it's going to get tired of waiting, and it's going to come out and start taking people from their homes. We'll be the first, of course, since we're the closest." Jordan stopped bouncing too. He was 15 and didn't scare very easily, but Connor had spoken some truth. A few people had died in those woods over the past decade. Police suspected a bear or wolf, but others chalked it up to a mythical beast called the Texas Devil. "I wish it would take Samantha," Jordan said before he could stop himself. Connor guffawed. "Me too." He started jumping again. "I think I can talk Aaron into camping with us, if you want." Jordan, who had also started jumping again, did a double take. "First of all, Dad would never let us go camping in there. Secondly, Aaron has a boyfriend." "Who's a total dick," Connor added. "Yes, but that doesn't matter. She still has a boyfriend." "You're afraid to tell her how you feel, aren't you?" "Yep," Jordan answered immediately. He refused to let his cousin drag him into this discussion. Jordan wasn't sure how Connor had found out about his feelings for Aaron, but ever since, Connor barely let a week go by without commenting on the situation. "I think Uncle Don is going to propose to Samantha," Connor said a moment later. "No way! Why do you think that?" Jordan's heart raced. "I heard them talking about it in his study. You know, through the vent in my room." "But they're always fighting," said Jordan. "I was hoping they would break up. Who brought up marriage first?" "I think she did. I came in the middle of it after using the bathroom, so I missed the beginning." "Jesus Christ," Jordan muttered, causing Connor to chuckle. He almost always did when Jordan cursed like that. Connor claimed it was because he always looked to the sky and apologized to God every time. Jordan never noticed himself doing that, though. We should break them up, Connor offered, bouncing higher. That sounds mean. She's mean. She deserves it. The back porch door opened, and Samantha poked her head out. Dinner! Jordan jumped off the trampoline, starved. As much as he hated the woman, he loved her cooking. Chapter 9. Jordan, Connor, and Samantha sat at the dining table, quiet as usual. The dining area was near the front door, and made Jordan feel like he was up on a stage in front of an audience. This old house, with its many steps and levels, was in no way wheelchair-friendly, but it had enough personality to get by. Jordan looked over at the fireplace and saw Dad in his office. He kept shouting to the kids that he was almost done, just one more minute. Samantha had cooked some kind of tuna pasta with green beans. Connor always put hot sauce on his, claiming that it made the pasta taste unbelievable. Jordan decided to try it that way tonight and was pleased with the results. Dad finally came up from the den, walking very slowly up those 5 steps like it was the hardest thing ever. He looked exhausted, terrible. He sat at the head of the table, as if watching over the family from a throne. Jesus, Donnie, Samantha said from a seat closest to him. You look awful. You shouldn't work so hard. Noted, he replied as he tore into his food. Jordan and Connor glanced at each other before returning to their meals. Silence returned as well. Jordan hated eating at the table, but Samantha encouraged it. She said she wanted them to act like a traditional family. But they weren't traditional. She was just Dad's longtime girlfriend whom he refused to marry or impregnate. And Jordan's cousin was treated like a brother and son. Perhaps Samantha was trying to impress upon Dad that she could be a good wife and mother so that he would pop the question. She wanted him to think it was his own idea, even though she was subtly leading him in that direction. The boys looked at Dad, waiting for something, anything. After what Connor had said about Samantha, Jordan was sure she'd grown tired of waiting for a real commitment. He couldn't blame her, but that didn't mean he agreed either. Look at us, she said, beaming at them all. We look like a real family. Dad suddenly stopped eating and stared directly at her. Just like a real family, he agreed. But we're not a real family, she added coldly. Not yet. And tell me, what does make a real family? Dad sounded emotionless and weird. Samantha swallowed. A mother and a father. Marriage. So, said Dad, if we were to get married, my kids would automatically become yours? Is that what you're saying? Samantha looked at the boys. No, but it would be a start. And if we had our own kids... I don't want any more kids, Dad interrupted. Samantha looked like she'd been slapped. But, Donnie, why... We've talked about this before, he interrupted again. Why do you look so surprised? Samantha looked scandalized. She absently toyed with a napkin as her eyes darted toward everyone at the table. Don't you love me? She asked Dad in a near whisper. I do. Then why are you doing this to me? She wailed. Doing what? Dad returned in kind. What am I doing? You make me feel like some goddamned... Slut? Connor supplied. Samantha flashed him a glare cold enough to freeze hell before continuing. You won't marry me? You won't have kids with me? What am I doing here if this relationship is going nowhere? I feel like an intruder. You're welcome to leave. That was all Dad would say. If Samantha had looked like she'd been slapped before, that was nothing compared to how she looked at that moment. Was she expecting a marriage proposal now? She looked close to tears, but managed to stay composed. She stopped playing with her napkin, stood up, said, "Fuck you," to Dad, and then walked out the door. Samantha and Dad broke up that very night. Though Jordan didn't miss her, he did feel sorry for her. She'd committed 10 years of her life to nothing. She and Dad had fought many times over the years, but this time felt like the final time. Now that Samantha knew for certain where Dad stood on the subjects of marriage and children, she no longer felt committed to the relationship. She left within the week, taking many things with her. The house actually looked significantly different without her, prompting Jordan to realize just how much she contributed to its interior design. Every day at school, Jordan paid more attention to all the couples than he had before. He gauged the levels of love they showed, wondering how long they would last. Not long, judging by some. Others would probably last through most of college. When it came to Aaron and Travis, however, Jordan liked to think they were on the verge of a breakup. Aaron was a wonderful human being who deserved to be treated like a goddess. Travis was a grade A asshole. It made Jordan sick to his stomach knowing they were together. But Aaron was smart. She was with Travis for a reason. If only Jordan could figure out what that reason was. He sat in the darkened English class, watching the tiny TV. The teacher, Miss Randall, sat at her desk, also watching. She'd put on some Tennessee Williams movie, an adaptation of one of his books that the class had read the previous week. They'd even written an essay on it. Jordan didn't care, though. He liked watching movies. He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned back to see Aaron grinning at him. "Your cousin said something about camping this weekend?" she whispered. Jordan groaned. "He wants to go camping in the woods behind our house." "But you don't want to?" Her grin faded. "Well, it's dangerous. People have died in there." "The Texas Devil, I know. Connor wants to go looking for it. Sounds like fun." "That sounds like fun to you?" "I love camping. I even have my own tent and sleeping bag. Don't be scared. I'll protect you." Jordan was about to smile until he suddenly thought of something. "Is Travis coming?" "Well, he overheard Connor and me talking," she replied. "He wants to go too." "Of course he does," Jordan sighed. "You don't like him, do you?" It wasn't a question. "He's such a jerk. How can you stand being with him?" It was Aaron's turn to sigh. "I know he is to other people, but he's really nice to me." "Do you love him?" She looked at him and said, "I do." She looked sad to him, though. He couldn't explain it, and he wanted to talk to her more, but felt now was not the time. "I'll talk to Connor about the camping thing. Don't tell anybody else, okay?" "Deal." That night, Jordan went looking for Connor, but found him nowhere in the house. The light in Dad's study was shining through the fireplace, so Jordan assumed his father was working again. Even so, Jordan felt alone in the house. He stepped out onto the back porch and stared at the dark woods once again. He would soon be venturing off into those woods with the girl of his dreams and her bastardly boyfriend. Would it be worth it? Obviously, Dad could never find out about this. Jordan and Connor had 3 days to come up with a good excuse for why they would be gone the entire weekend. Jordan felt a little guilty leaving his father, considering what happened with Samantha, But what could he do? He was only 15, and Dad was used to being alone anyway, locked in his study. Jordan climbed onto the trampoline and bounced slowly. He felt like he was being watched, but not from the woods. He stopped bouncing and sat down, the trampoline under him, and he felt like he was sinking. He was about to climb off when he made the mistake of looking at the stars. There were so many of them, so tiny and bright. Jordan lay flat on his back and simply marveled at that sky. He and Aaron would look at this same sky in a few days. He would do his best to pretend Travis wasn't there. Something touched Jordan's back. He sprang to his knees. He screamed and tried crawling off the trampoline, but then realized that whoever or whatever was under it would probably grab him the moment his feet touched the ground. Instead, he stood up, his breathing ragged. He walked around, fearing to stay in the same spot for too long. He made his way toward the direction of the back porch, wondering where Dad was. Dad had to have heard him scream. Suddenly, something pressed upward at the center of the trampoline. It looked like a handprint, and it just kept rising, up and up, until Jordan thought it might rip through the material. Jordan couldn't stand it anymore. He jumped off the trampoline and ran straight for the back door without looking back. He nearly tripped on the patio steps when he heard breathing right behind him, but he managed to stay on his feet, get inside, and lock the door. And then he made the mistake of looking through the blinds. It was instinct. When he looked, he saw a pair of bright, wet eyes staring straight at him. And then he passed out. Chapter 10. Jordan, wake up. Jordan felt a hand lightly tap his face. He opened his eyes and saw Dad kneeling over him. The sun was rising, which startled Jordan. He'd been passed out on the floor all night. The last thing he remembered was... He jumped to a sitting position, his heart suddenly racing. Those glossy eyes glaring at him through the blinds. Dad, there was something outside. It chased me. What are you talking about? Dad looked wary. Before Jordan could reply, Connor came trotting down the steps from the kitchen. What happened? He asked, a bowl of cereal in his hands. Where were you? Dad asked him, sounding a little angry. Upstairs. All night? Yes. No, you weren't, Jordan chimed in. I was looking for you. I couldn't find you anywhere. Connor looked at him, a deer caught in headlights. I was probably in the bathroom. What's going on? He and Jordan looked at Dad. I fell asleep in my office, Dad said. I just woke up a minute ago and found Jordan passed out right here. He said there was something outside. Did you see or hear anything? No, Connor replied. Maybe it was a dog. Dad actually flinched at that. Why? Are you okay? Dad asked Jordan. Yes. Good. Get ready for school, both of you. He stood and looked through the blinds to the backyard. Shouldn't Jordan go to a doctor or something? Connor asked. Without looking back, Dad said, He'll be fine. The boys showered, dressed, and ate breakfast. Connor helped himself to a second bowl of cereal. While at the table, Jordan asked, Where were you? Really? Connor stared at him for a moment before replying. I was outside. Doing what? Jordan felt a chill go down his spine. Hanging out with a friend. Were you in the backyard? Sort of. We were out in the woods. We were scouting a spot to pitch the tents this weekend. Jordan tilted his head, studying his cousin. Who were you with? Connor suddenly grew very uncomfortable. A friend. Is this friend going camping with us? No. Jordan continued to study his cousin before deciding to drop the subject. You didn't see or hear anything last night? We heard you scream, but we were far away and didn't know it was you, so we ignored it. How did you get back in the house? I climbed up to my window, since the back door was locked. Were you really passed out all night down there? Jordan nodded as he looked down at the den. I don't know what happened. I guess it's possible to be so scared that you pass out. Maybe I imagined it all. Do you still want to go camping? Jordan sighed. No, but I will anyway. Somebody has to keep an eye on you. On the way to the bus stop at the end of the street, the boys saw crabby old Mr. Leper standing on his front porch, staring at them as they passed. I hate that old bastard, Connor said, staring back. Dad hates him too, said Jordan. He's always watching everybody, or complaining about petty things, Dad says. I hate him because he always stares at me. You're paranoid. I'm attractive. He probably has a thing for little boys. Jordan laughed. He can be your sugar daddy. They laughed together as they reached the bus stop. At school, Connor told Aaron and Travis about Jordan's run-in with the Texas Devil last night. Jordan hadn't even thought of that as a possibility until the words were out of his cousin's mouth. He had thought the thing to be human, or at least humanoid, or, in the best-case scenario, imagined. The news seemed only to make Aaron and Travis even more excited about the expedition to come. As Jordan walked from English to algebra, he saw none other than Deirdre Marshall standing just outside his math class. "Hello, Mr. Scott," she greeted cheerfully. "Just the man I was looking for." Jordan smiled. He liked being called a man by a beautiful woman, even if she was only using him. "Did you talk to your dad about the interview?" "He said he wasn't interested." The reporter tapped her chin with her index finger and chewed on her lip. Jordan could smell her vanilla perfume once again. "I figured he'd say no. I really just wanted him to know he's still on my radar. I appreciate you asking." "Miss Marshall, why are you so interested in my dad's past?" She suddenly looked at Jordan with renewed interest. "Did he say that? Does he think I'm interested in his past?" Jordan felt as if he'd said too much. "Aren't you?" he asked, hoping to fix his mistake. She nodded. "It's interesting that his mind went there, though. Very interesting." Jordan saw his class was only half full, but he needed to ask the reporter something while he had the chance. "Miss Marshall, did something happen to my dad when he was a kid?" Miss Marshall grinned. "A lot of things happened, young man." Jordan couldn't get his little talk with the reporter out of his mind as the day wore on. She was interested in Dad, and not because of his occupation. Jordan hated thinking there was some deep, dark family secret eluding him. He was almost tempted to help the woman, if only to satisfy his own curiosity. But what if that secret proved embarrassing or harmful to the family name? Jordan would never forgive himself for airing the dirty laundry for the world to see. Perhaps it was best to stay away from Miss Marshall like Dad advised. After school, Jordan helped Connor gather the camping gear and hide it from Dad. Next, they had to come up with a believable excuse for why they would be gone for 2 days. They were spared when Dad told them he had to fly to New York to visit his agent and that he would be back Sunday night. Dad was gone long before Jordan and Connor, along with Aaron and Travis, made their way into the woods Friday evening after school. Travis brought a tent for him and Aaron, answering Jordan's unasked question about the sleeping arrangements. Connor brought his high-definition camera Dad had bought him for his last birthday to document the hunt for the Texas Devil. Jordan hoped Dad would never find the footage. He would kill the boys if he discovered that they'd wandered into these dangerous woods. Irony of ironies. Connor took them to the spot he'd scouted the other night. It was a small, round patch of treeless land, though thin trees bordered the area. It was only 5 in the evening, but it was already getting dark. The kids began setting up their tents. The cousins' was fairly small, and it would be cramped. Aaron and Travis's was slightly larger and much newer looking. Jordan could only imagine what they would do in there. His face grew hot and red as his heart hammered with jealousy. The teens started a small fire once it got colder and heated up hot dogs and marshmallows on sticks. Aaron had tofu dogs and patties that smelled quite good once cooked. Then they discussed the best ways to go about searching for the mysterious devil. Everyone except Jordan was eager to begin right away, despite the darkness. They had plenty of flashlights, and cell phone reception was excellent in case they needed to call for help. It was 8 o'clock when the search began. The group decided to begin where the last victim had been found. The area was no different from any other part of the woods, and there was no way to tell if they even had the correct place. Connor assured the others that he knew where he was going. His certainty made Jordan uneasy. The group found nothing there and so moved on to the next murder site, which was located near a stream at the bottom of a slight rise. There, they found what looked like animal prints in the damp soil. There were also a few broken sticks near the tracks. Travis found a hole a few feet away from the stream. It was large enough to hold a man. Jordan got a very bad feeling as he stared at the hole. It was at least 6 feet deep and 2 feet wide. It looked like a vertical grave. Jordan shivered as the explorers moved on. After an hour, the group returned to camp, dejected. Besides the weird hole and animal tracks, they found nothing noteworthy. The night grew colder as the hour grew late. The teens decided to call it a night shortly before midnight. Jordan and Connor lay shivering in their tent. Jordan could hear noises coming from Aaron and Travis's tent, and he grew furious. He could imagine what the couple was doing next door. Suddenly, he exited his tent and walked a little ways to one side of the campsite. He stood on rocks and sticks that poked through the soles of his sneakers, trying to finish pissing as quickly as possible, so that he could get out of the freezing cold and into slightly less freezing cold. He almost didn't want to return to camp. He didn't enjoy knowing the girl he liked was making out with her jerk of a boyfriend. Jordan decided he'd get blankets. He wasn't used to this much cold. Not to mention thunderstorms. He and Connor would always become practically catatonic once the lightning and thunder came, no matter how much older they got. Connor had even dug a hole in Jordan's closet to hide inside during such a storm. The two had been playing in Jordan's room at the time, but Jordan never said anything to Dad. A branch snapped somewhere ahead of Jordan, startling him. He stared into the darkness, but saw nothing except trees. And then something moved. Chapter 11. Mr. Lepper watched from the shadows as Jordan Scott stood a few feet away taking a leak. The boy was staring right at him now. The old man had stumbled slightly, possibly giving away his location in the woods. After a moment, however, Jordan looked away. Then he started walking toward his house. How many kids were out here? Lepper had seen 4 leaving the Scott house with camping equipment earlier. What were they up to? Didn't they know how dangerous these woods were? Did their parents know about this? Lepper doubted it, just as much as he doubted that anyone knew that he was in fact the Texas Devil. The nosy old man stepped out of his hidden spot and headed in the direction Jordan had come from. Soon he came across 2 tents in a small open area. One tent was quiet and small. The other had some activity going on inside. These kids wouldn't know what hit them. He couldn't wait to beat their brains in with a rock, cut off their genitals, and throw the bodies in a hole. He would keep the genitals. The quiet tent was closest, and the flaps were slightly open, but he passed it by in favor of the one with the activity. He started toward it, his hands and loins itching for the girl, and maybe even the boy he'd seen venturing into the woods earlier. He had a feeling they were the ones who occupied this tent. Before Lepper could get to the noisy tent, he was seized at the back of the neck and dragged away. The grip was so tight he thought his neck would snap at any moment. He couldn't even yell as he watched the campsite grow farther away. He couldn't see what had him, but he felt like he was in the jaws of a wild animal. No, it couldn't be. He was the Texas Devil, the crazy murderer who stashed his victims in these woods. What had seized him now couldn't be. Lepper tried to look at his assailant, but the grip on his neck prevented that. He reached back, expecting to feel a muzzle, a jaw, but found what felt like a hand. A cold, clammy hand. Was this thing like Bigfoot or something? Despite all these thoughts going through his head, Lepper was more terrified than he'd ever been. He now knew what his own victims must have felt just before they died. Deep down, Lepper knew he would not survive this night. The pressure on the back of his neck suddenly vanished. The old man was given the briefest glimpse of his attacker before he found himself plunging headfirst into a hole in the ground, a hole he normally would have dug himself. But he hadn't dug this one. Dirt was thrown in to fill the gaps, preventing Lepper from moving an inch. All he could do, while he waited to die from suffocation, was marvel at the possibility of what he'd seen. And as he sat there on his head, the blood rushing to his brain, he laughed at the fact that he'd been buried upside down in a hole. It was his own modus operandi. Before he died, he thanked whatever god that the attacker hadn't ripped his genitals off of him first. Jordan woke to sunlight in his eyes. He was in the den, sitting on the comfy gray couch. Rays of light were filtering through the blinds at an angle, warming his face as he leaned his head back over the cushion. He noticed he had a blanket draped over him. He felt nice and comfortable there, though something nagged at the back of his mind. Then it hit him. He was supposed to be in a tent in the woods behind his house. He threw the blanket off and looked through the blinds. What time was it? He looked at his watch and saw that it was a little after 6 in the morning. Why was he inside? He tried to remember. He'd been really cold last night, so he came back to the house to grab the blanket. He could remember nothing after that. He must have sat down for a moment and fallen asleep. He grinned and shook his head in embarrassment. He had some serious apologizing to do to the others when he returned to camp. When he got there, he found Connor and Travis standing in front of their respective tents. "Where the fuck have you been?" Connor asked his cousin. "I went back to the house to get a blanket and fell asleep on the couch." Connor grinned. "You little bitch. We slept out here in this cold forest while you lived it up at the house." "It was your idea to camp out here and hunt for something that probably doesn't exist." For a moment, Connor said nothing. Then he laughed. "Touché," he said. Jordan looked around the woods. "Where's Aaron?" Connor and Travis looked at each other, both suddenly nervous. Jordan was about to ask what was wrong when a scream pierced the air. The three boys followed the direction of the scream to the little stream they'd found yesterday. There they found Erin, staring at something. She had her hands to her mouth, as if trying to stifle any more screams. Travis ran up and held her as he too found what had frightened her. And then Connor saw it. Finally, Jordan saw the feet sticking out of the ground. Police surrounded the area nearly an hour later. They questioned the kids about why they had been out here in the first place, whether they knew the victim, Mr. Lepper, and if they had seen or heard anything strange last night. Jordan couldn't tell if he and his friends were considered suspects, but he wouldn't be surprised if they had been. Jordan told the police that he had slept at his house. He listened in on the others' interrogations as well. Connor and Travis had slept in their tents. Erin, however, said she'd slept in Travis's car. Jordan couldn't help but find that curious. Erin went on to explain that she and her boyfriend had a fight and that she went to Jordan's house, but no one was home. The cops then returned to Jordan, who told them that he may have been asleep when she showed up. The police didn't like the inconsistencies in what should have been a simple explanation. Jordan thought of telling them that it may have been the Texas Devil, but he held his tongue. He'd already withheld telling them about the figure he'd seen while taking a leak last night. That may have been Mr. Lepper himself, and Jordan didn't think it wise to admit he'd seen the victim shortly before his death. Dad came home later that night, cutting his trip short. When it came to gauging his reaction to the news, Jordan was clueless. Judging by his words alone, Dad clearly wasn't happy about the kids camping in the woods. However, there was no telling tone in his voice to go by. He almost seemed indifferent. He merely lectured the boys about the danger of going into those woods at night. The news of Mr. Lepper's death drew some spark that played across Dad's face. He tried to hide the emotions, but Jordan saw flickers. Horror, revulsion, confusion. It was bizarre to witness. Dad couldn't possibly feel bad about the old man's death, could he? Or maybe it was because of the fact that Mr. Lepper died so close to where Jordan and Connor had been. The thought must have been nauseating. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Jordan had become a celebrity at school. News had spread that he had found his neighbor's body behind his house. His classmates kept asking him if the Texas Devil had killed Mr. Lepper. Jordan didn't hate the attention and didn't want to tell them that he had spent the night in the safety of his own house, so he merely said it was possible. He worried, however, about that nosy reporter Deirdre Marshall. He had hoped she would lose interest in his father, but there was no chance of that now. When he got to English class, he found Erin waiting for him by his desk. Her lovely eyebrows were turned upward, and she looked worried. "What's wrong?" he asked.
"I'm just really sorry about last weekend."
"Why? You didn't do anything, did you?" He grinned.
"I can tell you didn't want to go camping," she replied. "I can't help but feel like you only did it for me."
Jordan chuckled. "Don't flatter yourself, honey. I did it because it sounded like fun." She laughed, looking relieved. "There's something I want to ask you, though," Jordan said.
"You want to know why I spent the night in the car?" she guessed. "Travis and I had a fight, and I just didn't want to be anywhere near his ass."
"Oh, I, heard you two making out in your tent." He blushed.
"You wouldn't think that would lead to a fight, huh?"
"Was he trying to get you to do something you didn't want to do?" Jordan asked.
"Sort of."
She seemed apprehensive now.
"I've never done it."
"You mean the sex?" He cocked an eyebrow. Erin burst into laughter. Several classmates glanced at her. Jordan marveled at the beauty of her laugh. He wanted to tell her to dump her rapist boyfriend. He wanted to tell that he would treat her better than Travis ever could. Why couldn't he just tell her these things? What was he afraid of? Jordan saw a few reporters parked in front of Mr. Lepper's house as he walked from the bus stop to his own home. If not for the nature of the death, he doubted it would have been enough on its own to warrant this much media attention. The kids had been left out of any official news stories, but it wouldn't be long before the press found out. After all, it hadn't taken long for the school to find out. Jordan kept his head down as he walked toward his house. He stared intently at the street, his heart suddenly racing the closer he got. He could hear the reporters recording their segments. One voice in particular made him look up. Deirdre Marshall. He gave her a passing glance as he strode by. She was facing him, but looking at her cameraman as she read her script. Her eyes shot to Jordan quickly, though she never faltered in her words. "Mr. Scott," she called a moment later. Jordan had just reached his driveway when she called to him. He stopped and turned around. "Hello again," she said with a smile as she briskly approached him. "Quite an exciting week, isn't it? I heard it through the grapevine that you were the one to discover the body. Is that true?" Jordan wanted to tell her that it wasn't true, but he also didn't want to put Erin on this vulture's dinner plate. "Maybe," he compromised. Her smile vanished, only to be replaced with a sympathetic expression. "That must have been very frightening, discovering the body of your beloved neighbor practically in your backyard." "He wasn't very beloved." The reporter arched an eyebrow. "Really? He had enemies?" Jordan scolded himself for saying that. "The whole neighborhood hated him for a bunch of reasons." "Did your father have a reason?" Jordan didn't want to say any more. He'd already said too much. He wished he'd just kept walking. To remedy that, he turned on his heel and walked to the front door, It may have looked suspicious, but there was nothing else he could do. Deirdre followed. The moment he stepped onto the porch, the reporter said, "You can see why I find this story so interesting, can't you?" She sounded like she was pleading. Before Jordan could touch the doorknob, the door flew open. Standing just inside the house was Dad. His eyes were hard as he stared at Miss Marshall. "Hello, Mr. Scott," she said to him. He didn't respond. "I was just asking your son a few questions about Mr. Lepper," she continued, unfazed. "Such a terrible tragedy." "You don't want to talk to my son," Dad said. "You want to talk to me, and that's just not going to happen. Good day, Miss Marshall." Dad ushered Jordan inside and closed the door in the bewildered woman's face. Chapter 12. The excitement over Mr. Lepper's murder started to die down. Despite its bizarre nature, no one seemed to really care about the death of a mean old man who was socially inept. The most interesting aspect of the case was that it happened behind the house of a well-known author, in the very same woods where other deaths had occurred. Investigators were having difficulty solving the supposed murder. Jordan shuddered to think he may have seen Mr. Lepper, or the murderer, in the woods that night. Surprisingly, he felt absolutely no guilt. It's not like he could have saved the old man. Or could he have? If the murderer had been the Texas Devil, then no. The devil was a monster, one that didn't kill like an animal. It killed like a homicidal maniac. Jordan wasn't even sure where the idea of the monster came from, but once the notion was out there, it spread like wildfire. He was constantly on alert while at school, fearful that he would run into Deirdre again. After her awkward encounter with Dad a week ago, Jordan was worried the reporter would try to get answers through him once again. He decided he would refrain from speaking to her, even if it made his family look suspicious. He wasn't sure why they would look guilty, however. None of the Scotts had killed Mr. Lepper. Jordan had been asleep in the house. Connor had been passed out in their tent. Dad had been out of town. That only left Aaron and Travis. Aaron said she'd gone back to Travis's car, so there was no one to account for the bad boyfriend's whereabouts at the time. Though Jordan didn't like him, he couldn't see Travis killing anyone. Thinking of that brought something to Jordan's mind. Why didn't the murderer kill Connor and Travis? They had been only yards away from the stream. And what had that hole been for? Jordan wondered if someone had planned on burying something in it. He did get a strange feeling when he first saw it, something familiar, but he couldn't remember what. The answer was just at the tip of his brain, teasing him. It became infuriating. Deirdre sat at her desk in her bedroom, poring over her research. She didn't have much. Before Don Scott became a popular author, his life had seemed anything but normal. There wasn't much, but what was there proved significant. His mother, Hilda, died in Georgia, shot to death by her husband Patrick. Hilda, however, had not been entirely innocent. She had supposedly killed her boyfriend, Adrian, and buried his body at the very spot where she lost her own life. That definitely raised an eyebrow. Don's father died of a heart attack here in Texas. Don had been at the scene. His brother, Ethan, had been shot to death in a robbery in his girlfriend's home, which was in the same neighborhood where his mother died. Not only that,
but the same house would host another murder, that of Ivy's last boyfriend 10 years ago. Very interesting. Ethan's murderer was never caught, and Don's whereabouts for that night were still unknown. Don stood at the kitchen counter, marinating chicken for dinner. He stared out the window directly in front of him, which gave him a view of the side of Mr. Lepper's house. Just thinking about what happened to that man filled him with dread. Don knew the Texas Devil had nothing to do with the murder. He also knew he didn't kill his neighbor. He would have remembered that. Besides, he had been far away from here at the time, not in New York with his agent like he'd told the boys. He may not have been where he said he was, but he knew for a fact he didn't kill his neighbor. The curse hadn't taken hold. Don suspected, from the deepest level of his being, that Mr. Lepper had been killed by one of the boys. The Scott family sat down to dinner later that day. The house was so quiet without Samantha running her mouth and blaring her pop music. Jordan almost missed her simply because he couldn't stand this new silence. Dad sat across from him, with Connor next to Jordan. The boys stared at Dad, and he stared back. Jordan grew nervous. So far, Dad hadn't said much about the boys camping in the woods without his permission. Dad didn't look angry, though. He looked worried. "I'm sorry you boys have to go through all this," Dad finally said, breaking that terrible silence. "It must have been scary, seeing a dead body like that." "It wasn't that bad," Connor said casually as he chewed his chicken. Dad ignored him and said, "You boys know you shouldn't have been in those woods to begin with." "We know, Dad," Jordan replied. "Why did you do it then?" Jordan looked at his cousin. It had all been Connor's idea, after all. He should be the one to explain. Connor noticed his cousin eyeballing him, swallowed his food audibly, and then told Dad. It seemed like a cool idea. The house grew silent once again as Dad processed that response. Jordan held his breath. Connor had always been a thorn in Dad's side, constantly getting into trouble. Jordan wondered if the breaking point had finally been reached. Dad's face contorted, like he was holding something in, and then, suddenly, he laughed. Connor began laughing as well. Jordan couldn't understand what was happening. He wasn't in the laughing mood himself, so he simply sat there with his foolish family. Monica Scott was exhausted when she walked into her empty house. Her nurse scrubs hung loosely on her dwindling frame as she walked into her kitchen and began heating up the lasagna Terry had made her last night. Terry, that poor lovely man, was a fool for putting up with her. He gave his heart to her ceaselessly, but she only managed to accept it with reluctance. In truth, she missed Donovan. She missed her son as well. She missed her world. Not a day went by that she didn't think of Dawn and Jordan, and she spent equal amounts of time regretting her horrible decision to leave them. She'd let fear of the unknown break up her family. That wasn't like her. She had been a strong woman, and yet, Dawn's terrible secret had filled her with an unbearable dread. That dread had haunted her dreams and her waking thoughts, had consumed her. She'd felt the only escape was to distance herself from the source, Dawn. Just knowing that the curse had been imprinted onto her son as well only fueled her fear. But she couldn't stay away from her baby. She saw him every summer, and she sensed something in him, just beneath the skin. Whatever it was never managed to surface, however, and for that she was grateful. As she ate the lasagna at the table, she remembered Don as he had been. That cute little boy with the undeniable crush on her in grade school. Monica missed him terribly at that moment. She'd read all of his books over the years, disposable thrillers only decently written, and she watched the few interviews he'd ever done. Time hadn't been kind to him. He now seemed like a mere shadow of his former self. She wished things could go back to the way they were, but Ethan's murder, nothing could undo that. No matter how much she wished and prayed, nothing could change the fact that Don had killed his own brother in cold blood. Monica listened to the messages on her answering machine. One was from Terry, stating he couldn't get her on her cell, but left a voicemail, which she would check later. Another message was from a woman who left no name, but asked her how she felt about the murder that had taken place behind Don's house. Monica gasped and listened to the message again. She couldn't have heard properly. The voice had sounded casual, like a friend merely being curious. Monica called Don's cell phone, praying he answered. While she waited, she booted up her computer in the bedroom. "Hello?" Don's voice answered after 1,000 rings.
"Don, why didn't you tell me someone was murdered behind your house?"
Monica was suddenly angry and could not keep the heat from her voice. "How did you find out about that?" he asked.
"It doesn't matter. Why didn't you tell me?"
"Calm down, Monica. Nobody was murdered. My neighbor fell into a hole upside down." Monica pulled up the story online, read it to herself.
"The news said he was buried upside down. I hardly call that an accident."
Don was speechless for a moment. Monica held her breath and waited. He was clearly trying to come up with a response, which told her that he had something to hide. Finally, he said, "There's nothing to worry about."
"I beg to differ."
"I'm handling it."
"What's going on over there, Donovan?"
After a breath, she at last voiced her concern.
"Did you do it?"
"No," he answered at once. "I was out of town, and I would have remembered." There was another concern, however.
"Did one of the boys do it?"
The words tasted awful in her mouth, and she hated herself for even asking. Her concern was made worse when Dawn said, "I don't know yet." Chapter 13. Jordan looked for his cousin at school the next day during lunch period, but couldn't find him. Students weren't allowed to stay in his or her classrooms during lunch, which was probably just where Connor would be. Jordan looked around one more time before deciding to go searching for his cousin's art class. He saw Aaron sitting at their table and talking with a friend. Travis wasn't with her. So both boys were missing. Strange. Jordan made his way down a hallway, keeping an eye out for any hall monitors. He'd encountered a teacher once during lunch period a few months back, when he and some friends had decided to eat in class, and that had ended up blowing it for everyone when that teacher followed him from the bathroom and disbanded the get-together. Jordan remembered how hot his face had felt as he struggled to come up with a lie to tell the teacher. Those friends hadn't spoken to him since. He rounded a corner and saw Connor's class on the left. The door was closed. He was about to open it when someone burst through, nearly knocking him down. It was Travis, and he looked pissed. The boys stared at each other for a moment before Travis charged off.
Jordan looked into the classroom and saw Connor sitting on one of the desks, facing the windows. "Connor?" His cousin jumped at the call of his name. His eyes were wet and red. "What are you doing here?" he asked as he wiped tears away. "I was looking for you. What just happened? Did Travis hit you or something?" Connor laughed. "No. If he had, he'd be dead right now." Jordan ignored the joking tone. "Why are you crying?" Connor walked past him to get to the door. "I'm not," he said, wiping his cheeks dry. Jordan kept a closer eye on his cousin that week. Something was definitely wrong with Connor. What that had to do with Travis was anyone's guess. Erin was just as clueless about her boyfriend and, therefore, not much help. Jordan felt like everything was spinning out of control. He wished Mom was there to tell him everything would be okay. He wondered if she knew about Mr. Lepper's murder yet. She hadn't called to check on Jordan, and per Dad's request, Jordan hadn't called her. Dad probably figured she would worry and try to bring Jordan back to Georgia. What about Connor, though? Would she leave him with Dad? Most likely. She was a good woman, but Jordan knew she'd never felt responsible for Connor because he wasn't her son. A curious thought suddenly occurred to Jordan as he rode the bus to school the next day. What if Mom did take him back? He and Connor would be separated. The two were practically brothers, and though Connor got on his nerves often, Jordan still loved him. Dawn decided to finally stop brooding and get back to life. At some point, while doing the boys' laundry, he realized he'd been in a depressing state of mind for quite a while. For how long, he had no idea, but he did know it had started even before Samantha left him. When Connor made him laugh at the dinner table that night, however, something had opened up inside him, some hidden reservoir of happiness, and he was still feeling its lingering effects to this day. He felt like a new man. Despite the murder, he felt optimistic about the future. Anyone could have murdered Mr. Lepper. There was no evidence to point to either of his boys. He had simply jumped to conclusions. Though there was Monica to think about. She'd found out what happened and was worried sick. He headed upstairs and started picking Connor's clothes up off the floor and loading them into a handbasket when he noticed his camcorder peeking out from under the bed. Dawn had bought it for his birthday, though Connor rarely used it. The camera had dirt on it now. Dawn grabbed it, examined it. Did Connor take it with him when he went camping? Dawn's pulse quickened. Could there be evidence of the murder on this very camera? Dawn tossed it in the basket and left the room. The boys were playing laser tag and wouldn't be back for hours. He went down to the den and turned on the TV. He then hooked the camera to it and began playing the recording. There was shaky footage of Jordan and two other teens, a boy and a girl, walking through the woods. Dawn assumed Connor was holding the camera. The kids came across a stream. They found a weird hole in the ground next to the stream, the one in which Mr. Lepper was buried. More footage of the kids talking around a campfire at night. Then, nothing. The recording ended. Dawn relaxed. There had been nothing to incriminate the boys in the crime, no footage of Lepper or his murderer. Dawn was about to stop the recording. More footage appeared. The cameraman was pointing the camera at a man's back. The man was none other than Mr. Lepper himself. He was standing outside a big tent. He looked like he was about to open that tent when something seized the old man by the neck. It had been so fast that Don barely registered it as a hand. Now the camera was pointed downward and slightly back. Don could see Leper's left foot dragging against the ground. Whoever grabbed him was running very quickly through the woods. Don's heart hammered in his chest as he watched his former neighbor plunge headfirst into that hole. Then the camera fell to the ground, pointing in the opposite direction. All Don could do was listen as something that sounded like a dog quickly shoveled dirt into the hole, burying Leper alive. Jordan put on his glowing vest and prepared himself for what was to come. He looked at his fellow teammates lined up behind him. They were all pulling their own vests from the rack and clipping them on. A large round target glowed blue in the very center of the vests. Being out of the house and with friends was exactly what he needed. The kids at school seemed to forget all about the event from weeks ago. Oh, the attention span of a teenager. And Dad slowly seemed to escape his quote-unquote fog of torment, as Jordan liked to call it. Still, it was nice to unwind. Connor, Aaron, Travis, and a few others were on his team. Travis was helping Aaron with her vest, which she accepted reluctantly. They were clearly still having problems, which actually pleased Jordan, though he'd never admit that to anyone. That would make him sound like a monster. And Jordan was no monster. "You ready?" Connor asked as he aimed his laser gun at the wall in front of him. He looked ready to kill. After witnessing a brief and cheesy instructional speech from an employee in an quote-unquote airlock, the two teams, red and blue, were let into the battlefield. Jordan took in the black light brilliance of walls and forts, arrows pointed in glowing orange, telling them which ways to go. The red team flowed into the opposite end of the field and were setting up defensive positions. Jordan barely saw them through the numerous obstructions as he followed Connor to the top of the closest fort. "Come on," said Connor as they charged up the ramp. "We can ambush them. They'll try to sneak up on us." Once they got to the top, they hid behind a wall. Connor peeked around the corner and said, "Here they come." Jordan heard footfalls on the floor, felt the vibrations from the ramp. There were only two ways into this fort. Suddenly, Connor jumped from his hiding spot and started pulling the trigger. Jordan followed. Two boys stood there. Connor had shot one, causing the opponent's red vest to vibrate and flicker. Jordan shot the other, putting him into a 10-second delay as well. "Fuck you both," said Connor's victim. "All's fair in love and war," Connor replied with a grin as he started to run away. "You would say that, fag." Connor stopped in his tracks, halfway down the ramp. "You left your boyfriend behind," the sore loser continued. "Who's my cousin?" Jordan said unhelpfully. He and Connor looked nothing alike, so he understood the confusion, though he didn't like the name-calling. "Whatever, queer." The two red members ran off just as their vests reactivated. Jordan turned back to his cousin. Connor was no longer there. Jack and Leo ran down the ramp of the opposing team's fort and began blasting every blue they could find. Jack was still fuming from the encounter he'd had with those two blues who ambushed them. The black one had claimed they were cousins. How was that possible? Jack's 16-year-old brain couldn't process the concept of interracial families. Either way, it didn't matter. Jack had a plan for those two. If he could get the timid Leo to go with it, that was. Jack and Leo looked alike, both with bowl-cut brown hair and freckles on their noses, but they couldn't be any more different if they'd been paid to be. Jack was the adventurous type, Leo the rule follower. Jack didn't quite understand why the two got along so well, though Mama always said that opposites attract. To be honest, Jack liked being idolized, and he got the impression that Leo adored him. Leo hadn't always had that distinctive haircut that was so similar to Jack's. He'd even taken to liking the same music and movies as Jack. Some kids at school thought it was creepy, but Jack didn't mind. He and Leo were in their own little world, where other people's opinions couldn't touch them. He and Leo had blasted a few more blues as they made their way to the ramp of their own fort. The quote-unquote cousins would probably head in this direction.
"What are we doing?" Leo asked. "We're gonna get those assholes back." "Why?" Jack sighed. "Because I don't like them. All they did was tag us. That's what they're supposed to do. I don't care. I've never ever been tagged first. They cheated somehow."
Deep down, Jack knew they hadn't cheated, but the mind was capable of convincing one of anything. And Jack's mind told him those boys were playing dirty, so Jack had to play dirty as well. He had something other than simple harmless revenge on the agenda. He wasn't going to tag them. He was going to hurt them. There was a particular spot in the battlefield that was completely hidden from view. Whether it was put there for tactical reasons or perhaps just a structural oversight, Jack figured it would serve his purposes. Jack and Leo stealthily worked through the maze of walls and waist-high barriers, with Jack noting the glowing orange and green markers. The spot he was searching for looked like someone had thrown a bucket of orange paint on the outer barriers, hiding the niche beyond. That niche was where he planned to take the cousins. He just hoped Leo was up to the task. Though Jack thought highly of himself, he wasn't sure he could beat up two guys at the same time on his own. After rounding a corner in the middle of the battlefield, Jack saw the niche. The glowing orange paint made the area beyond look even darker. The barrier was split down the middle, with just enough space to squeeze through. Jack and Leo removed their vests and hid them behind another barrier a few feet away. Then they creeped into the niche and waited. After a minute, Jack saw the black cousin walk by. He looked lost and confused. Jack was confused as well. Where was the other cousin? He was the one Jack really wanted. He was the one who'd most likely planned the ambush that tagged Jack first. Leo was about to leap out and grab the black cousin when Jack stopped him.
"Leave him. Let's wait for the other one. He can't be too far behind."
They knelt in the darkness a minute longer. Techno music blared from the overhead speakers. Jack's knees and feet ached, and he started to feel like he was being watched. He looked about the outside and saw nothing but colored walls and an occasional passerby. No one was looking at him. There was no way anyone could see him in this darkness.
"Where is he?"
Jack whispered to himself. "Here," came the reply from the darkness behind him. Chapter 14. The events that occurred at the laser tag arena Friday night were the talk of the school on Monday. Jack Goldsmith and Leo Williams had suffered some kind of traumatic experience and had been taken to the hospital. They hadn't been physically harmed, however. Their injuries were psychological. Both boys had been found in a niche in the middle of the arena, wide-eyed and mumbling, their faces whiter than snow. The facility's employees had to call the cops and an ambulance just to coax the boys out of the hiding spot. They didn't speak of what had frightened them so, but Jordan had a suspicion. As he walked into history class, he noticed Connor sitting alone in a corner desk, looking out the window. Jordan took the desk next to him. Connor hadn't said a word all weekend. They had left the arena before Jack and Leo were discovered missing, and Jordan hadn't even found out until this morning. It didn't take a genius to connect Connor's strange behavior to the bully's attack. When Jordan sat down, he got a horrible feeling that stole the breath from his lungs. It felt almost like terror, though he couldn't explain the source. He wasn't terrified, but he recognized the sensation, and it had started the very moment he sat down next to Connor. "What's up with you?" Jordan asked. "Nothing," Connor replied. "What's up with you?" "This is the first time you've talked since Friday. Congratulations." "What's my prize?" Connor asked. "Me not telling Dad you had something to do with what happened to those boys?" Connor finally looked at him. "What are you talking about?" "I couldn't find you that night after we got separated, and when I finally did find you, your vest was unbuckled, like you'd taken it off or something." "And?" "So, it's just a coincidence that the guys who picked on us just happened to be attacked?" "The world is full of coincidences." A silent moment passed before Jordan asked, "What did you do to them?" Connor stared at his cousin for a long moment as the class continued to file in. Finally, he said, "I just scared them a little. They deserved it." "Why do you think that?" Connor scoffed. "Do you know what they were planning to do to us? They were waiting to beat us up." Jordan let that go. He was focused on something Connor had said earlier. "How did you scare them that badly?" Connor grinned. "That's for me to know and you to find out." "All right, people," Mr. Locke, their teacher, called from the front of the class. "Settle down and let's get today started." The students settled into their seats. A boy sat at the desk Jordan usually used, so Jordan stayed where he was. He'd never sat next to the window before and found it somewhat pleasant, despite the feeling he got from his cousin. "I hope everyone finished their essays on the Renaissance," Mr. Locke went on, "because they are due today." Jordan didn't care much for his history teacher. Mr. Locke was very loud and a little too energetic for his own good. The man was in his 50s, at least, and had this brash demeanor that appealed to some and annoyed others. Jordan obviously was in the latter camp. So was Connor. Mr. Locke started talking again as Jordan got to his feet, his folder with the essay in his hands. Without a word, Connor handed him his own folder. Jordan grabbed it and said, "Yes, sir. I'll dance for you and I'll sing for you, too." He did a little jig, much to his cousin's delight. A moment later, Jordan returned with Connor's folder. "You asshole, sending me up there with an empty folder." Connor started at that, as if jolted by an electric shock. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a battered essay that had, apparently, fallen out of the folder. He took the folder from Jordan, placed the essay inside, and then ran to the front of the class and started to place it on the teacher's desk. "Mr. Peterson, do you mind?" Mr. Locke yelled. Connor froze in place, staring at the teacher in shock. The whole class looked at Connor.
I am trying to teach a class and you are distracting everyone.
Connor just stood there, his folder hovering over the pile. He simply stared, completely motionless, like someone pausing a movie. That horrible feeling returned to Jordan, and his heart skipped a beat. Even Mr. Locke seemed a little uneasy by this behavior.
Mr. Peterson?
The man said, slightly less angry. That was the moment Connor chose to tip the teacher's desk clean over. It crashed to the floor with a sound as fierce as Connor's anger. The entire class was startled into absolute silence. Mr. Locke's face turned bright red. Connor's face was redder. Of course, it wasn't shocking when Connor got suspended from school. Mr. Locke had wanted him arrested, but the principal didn't think flipping a desk was that illegal. Mr. Locke, however, insisted the boy was dangerous. The teacher had seen it in his eyes, he'd said in the principal's office. Jordan had eavesdropped, of course. Mr. Locke had felt that wave of evil wafting off of Connor. Jordan would have laughed at the melodrama had he not also felt that quote-unquote wave of evil for himself. Dad was none too pleased about the suspension and grounded Connor for a month. That meant no TV, video games, or hanging out with friends. Surprisingly, Connor didn't argue. Jordan had to face a barrage of questions from his classmates in the days following the incident. Was Connor on drugs? Was he taking steroids? How did he flip that heavy desk over like that? Did he have a girlfriend? That last one came from a girl notorious for getting into abusive relationships, though one person in particular showed a surprising amount of interest.
How's he doing?
Travis asked Jordan during lunch. Okay, I guess.
I wouldn't have imagined someone so skinny being so strong.
Travis was distracted, lost in thought. A moment later, he came back to himself and added,
Tell him to get better and come back.
Will do, Jordan replied, confused as ever. Jordan was in the den, watching TV, when Connor walked in and sat down next to him. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon, and Dad was shopping for groceries. Until now, Connor had followed through with the grounding. For some reason, he decided to venture out. You shouldn't be down here, said Jordan. You've only been grounded for a week.
I know.
Jordan turned to the news just to spite his cousin. If there was one thing Connor hated, it was the news. You would want to check up on your girlfriend, Connor teased. Deirdre Marshall is not my girlfriend. And then Jordan remembered something. A lot of girls at school are suddenly attracted to you after that stunt you pulled. Want me to get you some numbers? He nudged Connor with an elbow and raised an eyebrow. Connor frowned at him. No thanks. A silent moment passed before he added, You can get me some guys' numbers, though. That struck Jordan like a ton of bricks. Are you saying what I think you're saying? That I'm gay? Yeah. Since when? Jordan felt his IQ drop the moment he asked. He truly was shocked. Since forever, Connor replied, mercilessly reminding Jordan of his stupidity. I've been angry lately because I haven't been able to talk to anyone about this. Am I the first person you've told? No. Who else knows? Jordan found himself strangely offended. Connor sighed. Travis? Travis? Why would you tell... It suddenly made sense. Jordan thought back to the time he caught Travis and Connor in that classroom during lunch, alone, with Connor apparently upset. He even thought of how Travis and Erin's relationship had taken a nosedive. Had she found out about her boyfriend's sexual orientation? "You and Travis were hooking up?" he asked Connor. "We were. Then he broke it off with me. That time in class. So you were crying." "I was a little upset, yes." Connor grinned. "I'm allowed to show emotions, aren't I?" "I wouldn't have thought of you as sensitive. Or human." "You're funny. You should write for Johnny Carson." "I really should," Jordan agreed, though he had no idea who Johnny Carson was. "I should get back upstairs before the Fuhrer returns," Connor joked. He jogged out of the den and up the stairs to his room. Jordan could hear his footsteps directly overhead. Why didn't this house have any carpeting? Before he could ponder that question more, a news story came on, one that wholly caught his attention. It was about Jack Goldsmith. He was dead. Jordan didn't even notice when Dad returned. Jack had committed suicide, according to the story. He couldn't live with the horrors he kept seeing every time he closed his eyes, according to his distraught parents. "Jordan?" Dad called from the kitchen. Snapping out of his daze, Jordan quickly turned off the TV. "Yeah, Dad?" Dad had only wanted to know what he wanted for dinner, but Jordan had no appetite. He couldn't stop thinking about Jack. What did Connor do to that boy that was bad enough to drive him to suicide? And what about Leo? Was he in danger as well? Jordan made a mental note to visit him as soon as possible. Chapter 15. He told Erin his idea at school the next day during PE, and she asked if she could tag along. "I don't know," he said reluctantly. "It'll be hard enough to get myself past his parents. 2 of us will be pushing it."
"I think his parents will think it's touching. 2 of his classmates visiting him, seeing if he's well. My parents would."
"When you put it that way." Erin studied him as they ran laps on the track.
"Why do you want to see him all of a sudden?"
"It's not sudden," Jordan said defensively.
"You're acting guilty or something. It's not like you did anything to him."
"Not me," Jordan thought. "Just my cousin." "Those guys were at the arena that night, you know," he said.
"Were they?"
"They picked on Connor and me." Jordan couldn't stop the flow of words. He was about to confess Connor's possible involvement in the incident. What was it about Erin that made him so comfortable?
"Maybe Connor mentally tortured them," she joked.
And Jordan almost laughed at how close to the truth she was. Don sat in his narrow, dark study with a phone in his hand. He tried calling Monica several times, but kept getting her voicemail. He really needed to talk to her. He would answer any questions she had, no matter how uncomfortable they were, just to have a conversation with her. It was nearly 5 in the evening, and Connor was upstairs, stewing. Jordan had asked if it was okay if he studied with Erin at her house for a little while. Don didn't see the harm. He knew his son had a little crush on her, and figured Jordan deserved some time with her now that she was single. Don laughed at how much he knew about his son's love life. Most parents weren't fortunate enough to be as involved in their children's lives, and Don had been among those very people once. But then everything changed at the dinner table when Connor made him laugh at the situation they had been going through. Now, though, Things seemed to be turning dark once again. Connor was involved somehow. Don knew nothing of his nephew's love life, but he did know that Connor exuded some kind of negative vibe that Don could feel in his heart. A cold, nauseating energy that scared the hell out of him. Connor's teacher, Mr. Locke, had pretty much summed up the same feeling when describing the events that took place in the classroom. And that was the main reason Don had grounded his nephew, to keep an eye on him, to see if that vibe would go away or grow stronger. Jordan was now glad he had allowed Aaron to join him on his visit to Leo when he'd suddenly realized he didn't know where the boy lived. Aaron, however, had many connections and was able to find out. It seemed Leo actually lived a few blocks from her. Jordan and Aaron walked to Leo's house, getting there around 4 in the afternoon. Not too late in the day, and not too early either. Mrs. Williams answered the door a moment after Jordan rang the bell. "Hello, Mrs. Williams," he greeted. "We're friends with Leo, and we're just wondering if we could see how he is doing." He hoped he sounded convincing when he said that. The mother looked hesitant, however.
"I'm not sure," she murmured. "He's very sick right now."
Jordan took stock of the woman's appearance. She didn't look too well herself. Her brown hair was thin and streaked with gray. Her eyes had dark, baggy circles beneath them. Her skin was oily and pale. Jordan could only imagine the hell her family was going through, not understanding the mystery of Leo's mental illness.
"Please, Mrs. Williams?"
Aaron said, stepping closer to the woman.
"We heard about what happened to Jack. He probably didn't have any friends visit him, to comfort him, like your son does. We just want him to know that he has people who care about him, who want him to get well."
Jordan was impressed and slightly appalled by Aaron's emotional manipulation. It seemed to work, however, as Mrs. Williams stepped aside and invited them in. None of the lights were on in the house, the only source of illumination being the setting sun coming through the blinds. Even if Jordan hadn't known better, he would think something bad had happened here. It was so gloomy. Leo's mom showed them to his room. The door was closed, so she knocked lightly and then opened it. The room was even dimmer, the windows facing the east. It took Jordan a moment to realize that Leo was sitting on his bed, back against the headboard. He was staring at his visitors.
"Leo, some friends came to see you."
Mrs. Williams' voice was so falsely optimistic that it nearly broke Jordan's heart. Leo continued to stare, a pale corpse in the shadows. Jordan could see from the doorway that the boy had lost a lot of weight since he'd last seen him weeks ago. Mrs. Williams cleared her throat, smiled at Jordan and Aaron, and left the room. She left the door open a crack, no doubt to better spy on the conversation. Fiercely protective she was. She clearly wanted to make sure Leo's quote-unquote friends didn't upset him in any way. Aaron sat at the end of the bed, never taking her eyes from Leo. Jordan simply stood behind her. He couldn't believe he had let her come along. She would find out about Connor. Jordan had no idea what Leo would say, if he said anything at all. But if Jordan was right and his cousin was responsible for this boy's condition, did Jordan really care, though? He had already talked to Aaron about Connor's possible involvement. The situation was so strange that he couldn't deal with it on his own. He was scared, and Dad was keeping to himself a lot lately. Aaron was the only person he trusted.
"Hey, Leo,"
Aaron said gently.
We just came to see how you were doing. Who are you? He whispered.
Aaron looked to the cracked door before saying,
Friends. We go to the same school. We heard about what happened to you and Jack.
For the first time, Leo looked directly at Jordan, and then he jumped in surprise.
Get away from me,
he said in a fierce, frightened whisper. He didn't have the strength to say it any louder. Aaron looked at Jordan as she tried to comfort Leo.
We're not here to hurt you, Leo. We just want to know what happened. His cousin happened,
the boy responded, struggling against her. Jordan stepped closer. He couldn't help it. What did Connor do to you? Leo stopped struggling and went rigid. Tears spilled from his eyes, yet his face was blank.
Are you like him? He asked.
I don't know, Jordan replied. I don't think so.
Your cousin isn't human. He isn't human.
Jordan stepped even closer. What did he do?
He showed us things in our heads. He did it to Jack first. Then Jack started screaming, only I couldn't hear it. His mouth was open, but no sound came out. And then your cousin looked into my eyes. And then I saw monsters. I was surrounded by them. They whispered my name and touched my arm. I don't know how long it went on. It felt like forever. But the next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital.
Aaron placed a hand to her mouth. Jordan felt nauseated. He could only imagine what that must have been like.
Every time I fell asleep, Leo continued, it would happen all over again. The doctors kept pumping me full of drugs that made me sleep, even when I begged them not to. That's horrible,
Aaron said quietly. Do you see them when you're awake? Jordan asked. The monsters?
No, thank God. I remember your cousin saying something at the arena. He said it to me and Jack, and I think that's why Jack killed himself. He didn't want to see or feel those demons anymore, with those horrible lips all over their bodies.
Jordan gasped. He'd seen those demons too, in his nightmares. What did my cousin say? More tears now.
He said that for as long as we're alive, we'll always see those things. He said we'll always go to their world underground. The more times we go there, the harder it will be to come back. We would be trapped there. Yet, here I still am, and Jack isn't. He always thought of me as weak, but in the end, he was the weak one.
Leo smiled, and it was the most unsettling smile Jordan had ever seen on a person. Chapter 16. It was getting dark, and Don noticed that his son wasn't home yet. He looked at a clock in his study and saw that it was a little after 6. A few times, he heard Connor walking around upstairs. Damn this house for not having carpets. He turned back to his printed manuscript, a red pen in his right hand, continuing with the editing, when he heard voices. They were coming from the vent in the ceiling. Connor didn't have a TV in his room, so it couldn't be that. He had someone in his room with him. Don couldn't tell what they were saying, though. His study was directly beneath his nephew's room, which resulted in a lot of overheard conversations. Connor, who knew about the vent, used to think it was funny and would sometimes yell down his dinner order to Don. He wouldn't find it funny now when Don burst into his room to chew him out for breaking the rules. As he quietly made his way upstairs, he thought of the video he'd found. It had to be Connor who had recorded it. It was his camera, and it was found in his room. Connor killed Mr. Lepper. Don could not deny or forget this simple truth, nor could he decide how to handle the situation. He couldn't turn his nephew over to the police, and he couldn't very well kill him. Connor deserved as much of a chance as Don himself. What about Ethan? Don asked himself. Did you give him a chance? Don had killed his own brother out of fear. He couldn't allow that fear to overcome him again. Connor could live a normal life, curse-free, just like Don's birth father. If only Don knew the secret. The voices grew louder as he grew closer to the room. Jordan and Aaron walked back to her house in silence. Neither of them knew what to say. Jordan didn't know if she believed anything she had heard in Leo's room. Jordan was grateful that she hadn't assaulted him with questions, though. They stood on her front porch now, the motion-activated light shining down on them. The sun had almost set completely, casting the whole neighborhood in blue.
I guess you were right about your cousin, she said.
Her face was that of complete puzzlement. I don't understand what's happening, said Jordan. I want to talk about this, but I don't know what this is. Aaron nodded.
I'm trying to understand it too. Maybe your cousin hypnotized Leo and Jack?
Jordan considered that for a moment. Do you really believe that? He asked her.
No.
Do you believe that Connor is a monster?
I think you should ask yourself if you believe he is.
Jordan blinked at having the question thrown back at him. I think he's sick.
Me too.
I think he needs help. Before Aaron could reply, the front door opened and Aaron's dad stood there. Ready to go home, Jordan? He asked with a friendly smile. Sure thing, Mr. Springer. Dawn was right outside Connor's room. The talking had ceased, and Dawn heard nothing but movement. And then another sound that he couldn't place. Kissing? Was Connor making out with someone? For a moment, Dawn was struck with indecision. Besides the fact that his nephew was grounded, Dawn was afraid that if he let the two teens continue, they would end up having sex. Dawn and his brother hadn't been careful during their first sexual experiences, and both ended up passing the curse to their innocent children. Dawn couldn't let Connor do the same. He took a deep breath and charged into the room. He met a most unexpected sight. There was no girl in this room, only two boys. One was Connor, and the other was Travis Hooper, Aaron's ex-boyfriend. The boys had been making out, but suddenly stopped and looked at Dawn with shock. Oh, Dawn managed to say.
What the fuck are you doing?
Connor screamed, jumping to his feet. Travis stayed seated. Dawn slowly got over his own shock and stared at his nephew. What are you doing? You're grounded, remember? Connor was gay? Dawn hadn't seen that coming.
Don't pretend that's what this is about, Connor continued. You're mad because I'm gay.
Dawn was momentarily stunned by this statement. Finally, he regained his senses and said, I'm mad that you have a friend over even though you know you're grounded. I don't care that you're gay.
Bullshit!
That's enough. Dawn pointed a warning finger at his nephew. You're already in enough trouble. Travis, I suggest you go home now. Travis looked mortified, but got to his feet and headed for Connor's open window, which faced the front yard. Front door, Travis, Dawn insisted. Without missing a step, The boy turned and headed out into the hall. Dawn watched him go down the stairs and out the front door. Then he turned back to his nephew and said, "Do you want to talk about this?" "Not with you." "So do you want to talk with someone?" Connor didn't reply. He looked so angry. "I'm trying here, Connor. I want to understand you better." "Since when?" the boy suddenly shouted. "All my life you've treated me like a red-headed stepchild, like some kind of freak." "That's not true," Dawn said half-heartedly. Had he really been that transparent? "I can't believe you're lying to my face like this. It's beneath you." Dawn had never seen his nephew so angry before. He suddenly felt a horrible, nauseating vibe coming from Connor. "Just get out, please," Connor yelled, turning his back on his uncle. Dawn left and closed the door behind him. Jordan thanked Mr. Springer as he got out of the car. When he turned to face his house, he got a bad vibe from it. The sun had been replaced by the moon in the sky, giving the house an eerie appearance. Jordan wasn't sure if he even wanted to go inside. Mr. Springer was already driving down the hill, leaving Jordan alone and afraid. Dawn needed air. He stepped out onto the deck and stared at the woods behind his house. The nausea had vanished now that he was far from Connor. Now Dawn knew how Mr. Locke had felt during Connor's tirade in the classroom. Dawn admitted to himself that making his nephew even angrier was not a good idea, but he couldn't let Connor run around breaking rules. He needed structure, needed to know there were consequences to his actions. Dawn remembered all too well what happened to Connor's father. Ethan had been taken under the creature's wing, taught to do evil. The more evil done, the harder it was to break the monster's grip. But Ethan had escaped eventually, though not completely. Dawn had seen a flicker of the curse in his brother's eyes the night he killed him. For a little while, however, Ethan had lived a normal life with a wonderful woman. And Ivy was wonderful. She'd sacrificed herself to the law to save her son. Love had been the key to disrupting the curse. If Connor loved Travis, then Dawn should not interfere with that love. But had the boys been in love the night Mr. Leper was killed? Dawn looked to the woods again. Was there really a Texas Devil in there? He stepped off the deck and climbed onto the trampoline. Instead of bouncing, however, he lay down and stared up at the starry sky. Jordan stepped into the house, overcome with fear. He felt it in his chest, and his vision became cloudy. He'd had nightmares in which he'd confronted unspeakable evil. He felt that same overwhelming fear then, and it always started him awake with his pulse racing. Why did he feel that way now? What was happening? The nausea returned to Dawn. He thought it may have to do with staring at that sky for too long. Either way, he felt like going back inside and trying to get some sleep. He had to figure out what to do with Connor. If only he could find the cure. The knife slid into Dawn's back before he could even take a breath. He lay frozen on the trampoline, certain that it was a knife that had penetrated his back. It felt like cold fire inside him. A moment later, it was pulled out. Dawn gasped and rolled onto his stomach. His breaths were coming out wet and ragged. He tried crawling off the trampoline when the knife stabbed him in his right arm. He screamed but continued crawling. He reached the lip of the trampoline and immediately felt his guts catch on fire. He could hear his blood spilling onto the grass beneath him as the knife was pulled from him. He was dying. He closed his eyes, never knowing who killed him. Chapter 17. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was not dead. He was in a hospital room. He couldn't remember where he had been before, but he knew it hadn't been here. He slowly turned his head to the right and saw a woman sitting in a chair in front of the window. Her head was tilted to the side in a rather uncomfortable-looking position. Her eyes were closed. Don tried to call to her, but his voice wouldn't work. "Monica?" he finally managed, though the effort hurt his dry throat. She stirred in the chair and opened her eyes. Not surprisingly, she didn't smile when she saw that he had awakened. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I came to see how you and the boys were doing." Don looked around, suddenly nervous. "How long have I been here?" 3 days. I was the one who found you in your backyard that night." He looked at her. "How is that possible?" She laughed. "I left Augusta that day. I wanted to surprise Jordan. I should have called, but I was afraid you'd try to prepare for me, and I wanted to see how things really are at the house, not some act." "And you found me nearly stabbed to death on the trampoline?" Don managed a weak laugh. "It must have happened just before I got there. Your front door was unlocked, and I found Jordan passed out by the stairs." "Is he okay?" She nodded. "Where was Connor?" he suddenly asked. "Upstairs." Don relaxed a bit, and then he realized what Monica just said. "Jordan was passed out?" She nodded again. "He looked like he was heading down into the den and just fell face down on the steps. I ran to check on him, and that's when I saw you on the trampoline. The back door was wide open. I called 911. Don tried to process what he had just been told. Connor had been upstairs, Jordan by the stairs, between the living room and den, moments before Don himself was attacked. Neither of them had blood on them, or Monica would have said something. Someone else had to be the culprit. "Jordan probably fainted when he saw me," Don said uncertainly. "It's not the first spell he's had." "I almost fainted too," Monica joked. "I had the doctors check on him. They say he's fine." "Good," Don said, relieved. Neither of his boys attacked him. There was a murderer out there. Don couldn't decide if that was good or bad. He had emergency surgery the night of his attack and had been in a coma for a few days after. Doctors were amazed at the speed of his recovery, though, and he was able to go home shortly after his awakening. The only thing he could think of after his recovery was finding out who tried to kill him. One of the first things he did was call Travis's parents and ask when he got home that night. Mrs. Hooper said her son had gotten in about 10 minutes after Don knew he'd left the house, and that he looked a little melancholy. One couldn't blame Don for suspecting the teen. He had gone camping with the others the night Mr. Lepper was murdered. That could have easily been him filming the incident with Connor's camera. From the moment Don returned home a week after the attack, he got several phone calls from the dreadful Deirdre Marshall. She, of course, wanted the details of the attack, but he ignored her queries. One day, however, he got an unexpected phone call from Aunt Cynthia. "Monica told me what happened," she said in reply to Don's unspoken question. "I'm fine," he replied. "You don't sound fine. Someone tried to kill you." "Would you believe I tripped and fell on a knife?" he joked.
Several times? Probably. They both laughed. I'm still worried, she continued. Do you think Connor did it? That was my first guess, as much as it hurts to admit. But Monica said he was upstairs when she got there, and she didn't find any blood in the house or on him. Don was in his study, looking through the fireplace into the rest of the empty house. Monica had taken the boys to a movie. I think we're looking at a plain old-fashioned murderer living in the woods behind my house. Cynthia was silent for a moment. Finally, she said, I wouldn't be too sure about that. What do you mean? Well, the thing is, your father called and told me to check on you too. He said he felt like something bad had happened to you. That knocked the breath from Don's lungs. I thought you said Monica told you. She did. After. Stephen, Dad, knew I was in trouble? Yes, and I think it's time you met him. Don sat at the dinner table with Connor and Jordan as Monica laid down a plate of pork chops. The boys had helped her cook, not wanting to strain Don while he continued to heal. He couldn't complain. With Monica here, it felt like old times. The family had been reunited, however temporary. Jordan, especially, seemed delighted to have his mother here with him. He told her about school and the movies he'd seen. He spoke briefly of Aaron, though he made it sound like they were just friends. Who was Don to argue with his son? Don and Monica locked eyes a few times during dinner, and he was surprised to see a smile on her face. He smiled back. After dinner, the two stepped out onto the front porch and watched the sun set on the neighborhood. He stepped close to her, wrapped an arm around her waist. She didn't pull away. Does this mean we can be a normal family again? He asked quietly. This is going to sound cliché, but we were never normal. Don chuckled. That's true. I'm sorry about what happened to you, she continued. But this doesn't change what you did. You're still a man who murdered his brother. Hearing that made Don's insides ache, and he doubted it was the knife wounds acting up. In his love's eyes, he would always be a heartless, cowardly murderer. Nothing I'll ever do will change that, he murmured. All I can do is live the rest of my life knowing what I am and hoping I never hurt anyone else. Have you been holding up that last end? She asked. I haven't killed anyone else. Are you sure? Don looked from her to the sunset. No. Monica's cell phone rang. She reached into her pocket, looked at the caller ID, and answered it reluctantly. Hey, Terry. I know. I'm sorry I didn't call you back. Terry? Don wondered if this was a male or female friend. Monica retreated back into the house, an apology in her eyes. Male. Don sighed and headed around to the back of the house, past the carport. The police had already investigated the crime scene. Don had the trampoline removed, leaving a large open space beyond the patio. Who was hiding in there? Why was he or she doing this to him and his family? Don turned to head back into the house. It was by chance that he happened to look up. There, on the cream-colored panel siding just under Jordan's bedroom window, was a bloody smudge. Chapter 18. Monica decided to make a special dinner for the family on her last day in Texas. She had only meant to visit for a few days, but stayed longer while Don recovered. She needed to get back to work, back to Terry. She still couldn't believe someone had tried to kill Don.
She was terrified of staying in his house, even temporarily. She felt like she was being dragged back into that old life. She didn't want that. But it had been good spending some time with her son. Summer was too far away. As she walked toward the deli at the supermarket, she considered asking Jordan if he'd want to live with her for a while. Things were so crazy at Dawn's house. That place just wasn't safe. If neither boys were responsible for the fatal happenings, then she needed to get them away from there. Them? Was she considering taking Connor with her? She had warmed up to the boy slightly, though he still seemed a little creepy. Monica shook the thoughts out of her head. She would focus on them after dinner. She told the butcher what she wanted, and then waited patiently while he sliced the meat. A woman walked up to the counter next to Monica and smiled. A moment later, Monica noticed a paperback novel in the woman's basket. It was one of Dawn's.
"Are you a fan of his?"
she asked the woman, pointing to the book.
"Oh, yes," she said. "I've read all of his books. I especially like the one about the cursed brothers."
Monica nodded. That was her least favorite.
"Yeah, that's an interesting one," she lied.
"Have you read many of his books?" the woman asked.
"Some, though I usually get free copies every time."
The woman looked quizzical.
"I used to be married to him,"
Monica confessed before introducing herself.
"Pleased to meet you,"
the woman replied as she shook Monica's hand.
"I'm Deirdre Marshall."
"That name sounds familiar,"
said Monica. In fact, the woman herself looked familiar.
"You must not be from around here,"
Deirdre said playfully.
"I'm a local reporter, fairly famous, at least in my head."
The women laughed again. Monica recognized her now. She'd watched the morning news in Dawn's hospital room the day after his surgery. As if reading Monica's mind, Deirdre asked,
"How is Mr. Scott doing? I reported on his accident, but I haven't heard anything since."
"He's fine, thank you."
Monica knew this woman was fishing for inside information, so she tried to stay on her toes. Dawn had told her to ignore all calls made to the house, and there was no doubt that Deirdre had been one of the people who had made the most calls. As the reporter paid for her order, she said casually,
"Being in the business I'm in, I can't help being curious about our real local celebrity. A lot has been happening around his house for the past few years. The deaths in the woods behind his house, and now his near-fatal attack. How do you feel about this, especially with your son in that house?"
"Are you looking for an exclusive interview, Miss Marshall?"
Monica dropped all forms of pleasantry.
"Can you blame me for being concerned? With the children and all."
Something struck Monica at that moment. This woman's voice was even more familiar than she'd realized. She'd heard it even before that newscast at the hospital.
"You're the one who called me at my house, aren't you?" she asked.
Deirdre smiled.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Don't play dumb. Just after Dawn's neighbor died, you called me. You were hoping I'd come out here so you could talk to me."
Deirdre's smile remained, but it looked venomous.
"Sister to sister, I know there's something going on with that man that he doesn't want anyone to know about. And I know you've been having to deal with it yourself for a long time. I don't think it's fair to you or the children."
"Well," said Monica, "sister to sister, I think you should mind your own business. If you're looking for a story, you're not going to find it here, honey.
Don is a good man and a good father. You think that just because we're both black women, I'm going to dish on my white husband like you and I are girlfriends?
Deirdre looked positively ecstatic now.
You mean ex-husband?
Monica didn't respond. She recognized her Freudian slip, but didn't want to dwell on it.
He claims he was out of town the night his neighbor was killed, but I know that's a fabrication.
Deirdre looked triumphant. With that, the woman left the store and a bewildered Monica behind. That woman is really determined, Don declared as he helped Monica prepare dinner that night.
She won't rest until she gets a story, said Monica.
Then she won't rest. Monica sighed.
Don, she seems to be getting closer to something. She said that she knows you weren't where you said you were the night Leper was killed.
Don started at that. He looked her in the eyes, his heart racing.
It could be a scare tactic, she added.
It might not be. I did lie about where I was. Monica stopped cutting the carrots and stared at him, waiting. I was with, how can I put this delicately? A lady of the evening. Monica suddenly laughed.
Oh, Don, how could you?
He laughed as well. You don't really care, do you?
Not at all, but Deirdre might.
She started cutting again, and then stopped.
Why were you with a whore anyway?
I tried to make myself happy, just in case the curse was affecting me again.
What made you think it was coming back? She asked.
All those deaths in the woods over the years. It could have been me.
And it could have been whoever attacked you that night.
Don grew silent once again. He knew who'd attacked him. What remained unclear was whether or not the kid knew it himself. That night, after dinner, Don checked in on a sleeping Connor. He was in his bed, his window slightly open. Don walked over to the sill and looked around. He didn't notice any dark smudges like he'd seen in Jordan's room. Did Connor use his cousin's room to get in and out of the house that night? As he quietly left the room and returned to his own, he considered the possibility that his nephew was responsible not only for Leper's death, but all of the others as well. On the way to his own room, he passed the guest room where Monica was staying. Since she'd returned her rental car the other day, Don was to drive her to the airport so that she could return to her normal, happy life. But he didn't want her to go. Having her back for this short time had been wonderful, just like old times. It reminded him of the way things should be. He lightly knocked on her door. She opened it. The room was lit by a warm-colored lamp by the bed. Monica was wearing a red silk nightgown, one that Don had bought her for an anniversary present forever ago. I just wanted to see if you needed anything, he said nervously. Monica looked so beautiful that his mind suddenly turned to mush.
I'm fine, thanks,
she smiled. Can I come in?
My goodness, if my parents knew a boy was in my room after curfew, they'd kill me,
she joked as she backed away and let him in. They lay on the guest bed, talking for what seemed like hours, catching up with each other's lives over the past 10 years. So, said Don, who's Terry?
A guy I'm seeing.
Is he good to you?
The best.
In other words, he hasn't killed anyone. They were lying side by side, staring at the ceiling. Monica looked at him now.
You understand why I can't be with you anymore, she said.
Because you're afraid of me.
And because you lied to me about something very important.
It's a very painful subject, Monica. I killed my brother because I was afraid of him. I was a coward, and now he's dead.
I know.
They grew quiet for a moment.
What if Deirdre finds out?
Monica asked. That keeps me up at night sometimes, he admitted. I'm going to have to talk to her.
Are you serious?
Yes, but I didn't say I would tell her the truth. I'm going to give her a false trail to follow. Monica laughed.
I wish I could be there when you do.
Will you come back someday? She kissed him on the forehead and said,
Yes.
They stared at each other for a while, saying nothing. And then Dawn leaned in to kiss her on the lips. Monica, however, pulled away.
Good night, Dawn.
He got up, sighed, and said, Good night, Monica. And then he left her alone. Chapter 19. Deirdre arrived bright and early the following week. Dawn had arranged for an interview at his house while the boys were at school. The reporter was wearing a black top and skirt with a bright red jacket. She looked awful. Would you like some coffee? He asked her pleasantly as they sat in the living room, just in front of the fireplace.
No, thank you, she replied, scanning the room.
You have a wonderful home.
Dawn looked up. The ceiling is so high, it sometimes makes me feel very small. He looked back at her. Does it have the same effect on you? She cleared her throat nervously and looked to her left.
Oh, I can see right through the fireplace. What's that room back there?
My office.
Looks cozy.
She took out an audio recorder and a notebook.
Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, she said after pressing the record button. What changed your mind?
I got tired of you harassing my family. Deirdre immediately stopped the recording and chuckled.
I was expecting a clever response from a writer.
Any other response would have been fiction. She kept her finger poised on the record button.
Are we going to have a serious interview, or am I being had?
I'm very serious, Dawn said simply. The reporter looked at him. Dawn didn't know what his face looked like at that moment, but it must have looked strange. He was glad it gave the woman pause, but he didn't want to overdo it. He didn't want her knowing about the curse. Deirdre hesitated a moment longer, and then pressed the button to begin recording again.
So, Mr. Scott, it's great seeing you looking healthy so soon after your vicious attack,
she said in a clear, jovial voice.
How are you feeling?
I'm well, Deirdre, thank you. He decided to play along for now.
You're notorious for shunning interviews and keeping your private life, well, private. Why decide to speak now?
Because, after all that's happened lately, I figured my fans were worried about my safety, possibly even wondering if someone was out to get me. I hear that's a popular theory floating around. I just wanted to set the record straight.
And what is the truth? She asked.
That no one is out to get me or my family.
But all these attacks.
I'll admit this all does seem strange, but I can assure you and everyone that I am not being targeted specifically. There's just some crazy person in the woods behind my house who keeps attacking anyone he comes across. Dawn laughed. Deirdre did not.
Mr. Scott, as most of us are aware, your brother Ethan was murdered over 15 years ago.
It came so unexpectedly that Dawn could not catch a breath. He coughed. Yes?
Well, according to police reports, the killer was never found. No leads, no evidence pointing to his or her identity.
Dawn's heart hammered. Yes?
Do you think,
perhaps the person who killed your brother is after you, too? He laughed again. You know, I never once thought of that. Do you ever wonder what you would do if you met your brother's killer? He is me, Dawn thought. He said, I try not to go down that path. You must still be angry about what happened. Damn, this bitch was relentless. Very angry, he replied. Every time I think about it, I get sick to my stomach, but I can't change the past. Deirdre narrowed her eyes for a moment. What made you want to become an author? She's changing tactics, Dawn realized. She'll come back to Ethan when I least expect it. Well, I was fond of books as a kid, and I had a story I wanted to tell. About brothers? Deirdre cocked an eyebrow. He cleared his throat. It seemed easier than writing about sisters, he joked. Were the characters based on you and your brother Ethan? Dawn's palms grew sweaty. Loosely. Some had theorized that the book, about two brothers, one cursed by a demon, is autobiographical. Also, that the cursed brother was modeled after Ethan. Dawn said nothing. In the book, the reporter continued, the brothers find a cure for the curse. She left the sentence hanging. Dawn's heart was racing uncomfortably. A happy ending if I ever heard one, he finally said. And you started the book after your brother's death? That's right. Deirdre tapped her pen on her notebook quickly. Dawn's heart matched the beat. Where did you get the idea for the curse? She asked after a moment. I wanted to give the characters something to fight against, together. But why a curse? Why not a disease or an abusive parent? The curse was a disease, in a way. I've never encountered an abusive parent. My parents were wonderful. So, you've encountered a curse? That was exactly why Dawn had not wanted to talk to this woman. He couldn't end the interview now, though. It would look suspicious. My grandfather once told me about a curse when I was 5, he told her truthfully. The story stuck with me through the years. Deirdre looked interested. What did the curse entail? It made its victims want to do bad things. Like murder? Among other things. And where did your grandfather hear this terrifying tale? I have no idea. And that was the truth. Grandpa had told Dawn the story the night Mom became cursed. He'd told Dawn to keep an eye on his mother and to report any strange happenings. Grandpa died before Dawn could tell him anything. Deirdre stopped the recorder and said, I would like to talk to you off the record. Fine. Why did you lie about your whereabouts the night your neighbor was killed? You know why. Because you were with a prostitute at a motel in Arlington? Seems like a good reason to keep quiet, don't you think? I suppose so. Was this interview all you hoped it would be? Dawn smiled a wolf's smile. And then some, Deirdre said as she collected her belongings. You know, there's another popular theory floating around about your brother's death. Is that so? Some people think you are the one who killed him. Dawn's heart nearly stopped. That's preposterous, he said, trying to sound offended. Just passing along the theory, she said casually as she headed for the front door. Dawn followed. And just who are these people coming up with these ridiculous, hurtful theories? He asked heatedly. Deirdre turned to him and said, Me. Chapter 20. Connor sat on the deck, staring at the cell phone in his hands. He had just sent a text to Travis and was awaiting a reply. While he waited, he stared into the woods in front of him. The sun was slowly setting, and the dark green trees appeared black. It was weird having the trampoline gone. He still couldn't believe someone had tried to kill his uncle. Connor had been so mad at him that night, but not enough to kill. Who could have done it? It had to have been the madman who'd murdered Leper. Did the psycho live in those woods? Was he watching Connor at this very moment? Connor looked, but saw no one. He looked down at his phone and saw a red light blinking. He checked the reply text. "Leave me alone or I'm calling the cops. I'm warning you." Connor's heart felt like it had been stabbed. Why was Travis so mad? No one had ever threatened to call the cops on Connor before, and that scared him. He grew nauseated as he typed a reply with clumsy fingers. "Are you worried because my uncle saw us?" Travis replied, "I'm worried because you tried to kill him." Connor's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "What?" he screamed, and then realized Travis couldn't hear. He typed, "What?" in all caps. "I know you did it, and I think you killed your neighbor too." Where the hell was this coming from? Connor's hand shook and tears blurred his eyes. He never killed anyone. He jumped to his feet and ran inside. He saw Uncle Don peeking out of his office on the left. "Were you outside the whole time?" he asked his nephew. "Yes." "Don't go out there at night." "Why not? There's nothing out there." Uncle Don looked at him as if the teen had gone insane. "How could you think that after all that's happened?" "I'm surprised you don't also think I'm the one doing all this," Connor said. "It's a popular theory." That seemed to strike a chord. "What are you talking about?" Connor shook his head. "I've seen the way you've been looking at me lately. It's the same way you looked at me after Mom killed her boyfriend." Uncle Don narrowed his eyes. "And what way is that?" "Like you think I'm a fucking monster," Connor shouted. "All my life you've thought of me as the one who killed him, and now you think I killed Mr. Leper and attacked you, don't you? And I didn't." They both stood in stunned silence. Connor was breathing heavily, and more tears streamed down his cheeks. He had been holding that in for a long time. He was shaking from the release. "I guess there's no point in denying it now," Uncle Don said. "But it's not your fault." He took a step forward. Connor took one back. "I should have told you this a long time ago," Uncle Don went on. "There's something inside you, something you were born with, that makes you want to hurt people." "What are you talking about?" Connor truly was scared now. "It's a curse. Your father and I dealt with it when we were your age. We were both cursed, and Ethan passed it on to you." "A curse?" Connor backed into the porch door, crinkling the blinds. "Does that mean Jordan is cursed too?" "Possibly." Uncle Don sighed. "Then he could be the one doing this." Uncle Don shook his head. "I don't think so." "Why not? Because he's your son, and I'm just a bastard?" "You're not a bastard." Uncle Don had his hands up, trying to calm Connor, but it made the teen even more anxious. Uncle Don was coming at him from the left, and the stairs out of the den were straight ahead. Connor went for them, but his uncle cut him off. Connor turned around and went out the back door. Just as Don got to the open door, he saw his nephew disappear into the woods. Don darted down the patio steps and charged into the trees without thinking. "Connor!" Don couldn't see the boy, but heard him up ahead, pushing away branches and stepping on twigs. Don followed the sounds, even as his stomach started to twist. Connor was giving off that nauseating energy again. The sounds suddenly stopped, and so did Don. He was standing near a small rise and could hear a stream just on the other side. The nausea vanished. Either Connor was gone, or he wasn't very close. A twig snapped behind Don. He spun around, looking about, but he saw nothing. He knew he was being watched, though. "Connor!" His voice echoed off the trees. A sound, an exhalation of breath, from behind him. He spun, but again saw nothing. He heard leaves crunching in the darkness as something fled. Don wasn't as scared as he should have been. At least, not for his own safety. He was worried about his nephew. "Connor!" He heard a grunt on the other side of the rise. He was up and over and saw a stream. It reflected tiny bits of moonlight that managed to penetrate the canopy above. It was so dark that Don could barely see. He could only hear. He knew where he was, though. He was standing directly where Leper had died. The hole had been filled, but there appeared to be another one on the other side of the water. Don crossed the stream and studied it. It was very deep, so much so that he couldn't see the bottom. Why did Connor keep digging holes? Was this a trap? Before he could dwell on the question for long, he was knocked down into the hole. He hit the bottom head first and saw stars. Moments later, he started to panic. He didn't want to die upside down in a hole, though he did feel he deserved it. At least, at the back of his mind, he did. He started to struggle and didn't notice right away that he had more room than he should have. Dirt started raining into the hole, but by then Don was right side up. He'd twisted his neck and shoulders, feeling his muscles spasm. It was painful as hell, but slowly suffocating in a hole would be worse. He had to get out. He started climbing out of the hole as fast as he could. His fingers dug into the dirt wall effortlessly, perhaps due to his body being fueled by fear, and he reached the top of the hole. When he looked around, he saw tree branches swaying, as if someone had just run past them. Don climbed out and swept the dirt off of his clothes. His head was spinning, but he slowly regained his senses. He started in the direction of the swaying branches, crossing the stream. He already knew which direction he was going. Toward the house. A moment after starting, he stopped. He heard laughter. "Who's there?" Don asked. He couldn't see anyone, but he knew someone was up ahead. "Connor?" he called. The voice laughed again. "I'm not Connor." The words were a whisper, but Don recognized the voice. It was that of the demon. He remembered that voice from his waking and sleeping nightmares. "I killed you," Don said to the dark woods ahead. "Yes, you did. And I'm still gone. Back to hell." The voice chuckled. Don suddenly remembered that fateful night when he confronted the monster that ruined his life. "How are you here, then?" he finally asked the voice. "Through a vessel," it replied from farther away. "Who's the vessel?" "Someone you know." Don kept following the voice. He was no longer afraid. He was angry. He was almost reckless in his pursuit of the vessel as he followed it back to the house. "Why are you using a vessel? How?" There was no reply. He kept going, huffing and puffing and sweating despite the cool air. He quickened his pace. He could see the house now. The back door was open. Dawn ran into the den. The TV was on. Had it been on when he chased after Connor? He looked up into the living room without actually going into it. The house was quiet, save the TV noise. He raced up the stairs to the second floor. He checked Connor's room, but found it empty. He opened Jordan's door across the hall. Jordan was passed out, his head hanging over the foot of the bed. His homework was scattered on the floor and across his chest. He snored peacefully. Dawn sighed in relief, but all was not well here. Either Connor was still in the house, or he had taken off. Dawn had to find him, because if the voice had spoken true, the boy was being possessed by the creature Dawn had already killed. Connor kept moving, never looking back. He had to get away from Uncle Don's house. He rode along the freeway on his bike with a backpack full of clothes that he quickly grabbed from his room while his uncle was still out in the woods looking for him. Connor barely remembered coming back to the house until he reached his room. He must have been in a trance or something. He was scared now, though. He had nowhere to go, no job, nothing. He was afraid of what his uncle had said about him. Connor had never murdered anyone in his life. Mom killed her boyfriend when he was 5. Some crazy person killed Mr. Lepper. Connor couldn't remember harming anyone. Couldn't remember. There were a lot of things he couldn't remember, including going back to the house to get his stuff a while ago. Most of what happened at the laser tag arena was a blur as well. He did remember running into those bullies, Leo and Jack. Jack was dead, and Leo was insane, but both of those had nothing to do with Connor. Right? Connor grew more frustrated as cars zoomed past him. He didn't even realize where he was riding to until he saw the exit in front of him. He knew who lived nearby. When he got to the house, he lightly tapped on the bedroom window. A light was on, and Connor had seen a silhouette pass by a moment ago. After what felt like an eternity, the silhouette returned and peeked through the blinds, and then the window opened. "What are you doing here?" Travis asked in a harsh whisper. "Can I come in?" "No." "Please?" Connor had put as much desperation as he could into the plea. It worked. Travis backed away from the window and let Connor inside. Connor hid his head on the sill. Travis quickly stepped forward, grabbed the sides of Connor's face, and kissed the top of his head. Connor grinned, causing Travis to back away once again, frowning. The room was nice and warm. It had gotten so cold outside that Connor could barely feel his fingers. "Why are you here?" Travis asked. "I had a fight with my uncle." "Did you kill him?" It was meant to be sarcastic, but Connor was still stung. "What did you fight about?" Travis asked next, seeing the expression on the other's face. "About my murderous habits," Connor replied in his head. "Stupid shit. I don't want to talk about it." "Then why are you here if you don't want to talk?" "Why are you snapping at me?" "Because I told you to leave me alone." "Do you hate me?" "Yes." "Then why did you let me in?" Travis found himself at a loss for words. "It's because you like me," Connor suggested. "Shut the fuck up." Travis was suddenly angry. "I feel sorry for you. You're pathetic." Connor said nothing. He could barely breathe now, let alone speak. "You don't mean that. You just kissed the bump on my head." "Yes, I do. You just don't want to hear it." He avoided the part about the kiss. That truly hurt Connor. though he said nothing in response. Instead, he approached Travis, closed his eyes, leaned in. Travis punched him on his left cheek. Connor opened his eyes just as he started falling to the floor, stunned. Travis was shaking, his face red, his fists clenched. Without being told to, Connor left through the window. He rode his bike down an empty highway, his eyes clouded with tears. He could barely see, but he didn't care. His face was numb from the cold, but he didn't care about that either. He was too angry to care. He kept pedaling, his legs burning with exertion. He was vaguely aware of where he was, far from his own house, and that was all that mattered. Though he fiercely missed his cousin and wondered when he would see him again. Connor noticed headlights behind him, but didn't bother looking. He hoped it wasn't his uncle. A black SUV passed him and then pulled onto the shoulder that Connor was riding. An old man got out and stared back at him. Connor wanted to pass him, but found himself stopping instead. The man had completely white hair and a beer gut. He was dressed in a maroon sweater with tan slacks. "What's a boy your age doing out on these woods alone?" the man asked. Connor was surrounded by miles of empty road in both directions. He was miles from help. "I'm 25, he replied. Now, you can't be any more than 16, am I right?" "I have a gun," Connor lied. "No, you don't," said the old man. "Though I believe your uncle had one when he was around your age. I have the distinct impression you think I want to harm you. Rest assured, I don't." "My uncle? You know him?" The man nodded. "Who are you? What do you want?" "To help." The man sighed before saying, "Connor, I'm your grandfather." Chapter 21. Connor sat nervously in the passenger seat of the SUV as Grandpa drove down the highway. They were headed in a direction Connor had already been going. "You're not taking me back to my house?" he asked the old man. "Do you want to go back there?" "Not really." "Well then, there you go." Grandpa smiled. "Where are we going?" "My house. I don't live too far from you." A moment later, the old man turned onto another road. Connor's pulse quickened as he suddenly regretted getting into the car. "Uncle Don never talked about you." "That's because he doesn't know much about me. I'm his father, but I'm not your father's father." "So you're not really my grandpa?" "Not biologically." "But you are Jordan's?" "That's right." They continued down the country lane, passing a few two-story houses. Connor had stuffed his bike in the back compartment and wondered if he could get it out and ride away if he had to. "Does my uncle know where you live?" "I don't believe he does. I've been keeping it a secret." "Why would you do that?" Connor asked. "Because I was hiding from something," the man said sadly. "But now I don't want to hide anymore." "What are you hiding from?" "It doesn't matter." Grandpa pulled up to a house and said, "We're here." The house was large and white, with a lot of windows, a red front door, and two large columns on the front porch. Though it was dark, Connor could see peach trees on the side and in the backyard. Grandpa opened the front door and let him inside. The place wasn't a mansion, but it was bigger than most houses Connor had ever seen. The living room was directly in front, with a staircase to the right. They stepped farther in, and Connor saw a kitchen on the right, past the stairs. He looked up and could see the second floor split into two areas. A sky bridge connected them, though the bridge itself wasn't connected to any wall. "I like your house," Connor commented. "Thank you," said Grandpa from the kitchen. Connor joined him. Grandpa was pouring a pink beverage into a glass. He handed the glass to Connor. "What is this?" "Peach smoothie. Try it." Connor did, and his eyes grew wide. "Wow, that is good." "I thought you might like it. I make them myself from the peaches in my yard. They're supposed to make you feel good." The moment the man said it, Connor started to feel euphoric. He was no longer sad or afraid of the future like he'd been after leaving Travis's house. He suddenly wanted to stay here forever. Grandpa smiled at the expression on Connor's face and said, "We need to talk about you, my boy. I know what you're going through, and I think I can help." Connor took another sip before asking, "How could you know?" The old man sighed. "Because, believe it or not, I went through the same thing." Don held the phone in his hand, unsure of who to call. He'd tried Connor's cell many times, but the calls went straight to voicemail. The phone must have been off. Jordan stood in the living room, looking through the fireplace into Don's office. Don was drumming his fingers on his file cabinet behind his desk, making a hollow thumping sound. "Dad?" Don turned to his son. They were separated by the chain curtain of the fireplace. "Yes, son?" "Is Connor going to be okay?" "I'm sure he will be." A moment went by before Jordan asked, "What's wrong with us?" "Nothing's wrong with you. Why do you ask?" "Because I keep passing out for no reason, and Connor's acting crazy, and—" The boy was suddenly in tears, and Don was horrified to see his child in such anguish. He ran out of his office, up into the living room, and hugged him. "Everything's going to be okay," he told his son. "I promise." Just as the boy stopped crying, the house phone started ringing. Don answered. It was a little after midnight when Don and Jordan approached what looked like a white plantation home 30 minutes away. There were peach trees scattered through the yard, reminding Don of his time in Florida. His family loved peaches. There was no paved driveway, so he parked behind a black SUV. He was nervous and confused. Connor hadn't given any details about who he was with or why. He'd simply given the address and asked to be picked up. Don hadn't even asked his son if he wanted to come along. Jordan was just as worried about his cousin. The two got out of the truck and made their way to the red front door, but before they got halfway there, it opened and outran Connor. He hugged Don fiercely and said, "I'm sorry." Don hugged him back and said, "I'm sorry too." A man appeared at the door. He was old, with white hair and a round belly. He was smiling. Don let go of Connor, but did not approach this man. He knew who he was. "Stephen?" Don nodded at him. "Hello, son," the man replied. Chapter 22. Don followed his biological father into the kitchen while the boys went upstairs to play. Don watched them cross a bridge into a small play area with a pool table and a TV. When he turned back to Stephen, he found the old man holding up a glass full of pink-colored drink. "What's this?" "Drink it. You'll feel much better." Don already felt better now that he'd found his nephew, but he took a sip anyway. A few seconds went by, and nothing changed. "I don't feel any different." "That's because you know better." "I don't understand." "But I do," Stephen said with sad eyes. "I know what's happening with your boys." Don said nothing, only stood there with his peach drink. Then he said, "You know about the curse?" "That's what you call it?" Stephen laughed. "I suppose it is a curse, isn't it?" "But you don't have to worry about that anymore, do you?" Don wanted to cut to the chase. His pulse quickened. "How did you beat it?" Stephen took a deep breath and said, "I gave it away." Don stared, motionless. "I'm sorry, but I think I misheard you. Did you say you gave it away?" "That I did, Donovan." Don suddenly laughed at the use of his full name. "Nobody's called me Donovan since I was a kid, except my wife and Aunt Cynthia." "They never called you Donnie?" Stephen grinned, going along with the subject change. Don was instantly reminded of the fact that the man standing before him, his biological father, wasn't around for his childhood. "How did you give away the curse?" he finally asked. "Reluctantly," Stephen joked. "I had to give it to someone who would willingly accept it." Don thought about those words. "Who did you give it to?" "My own father." Stephen suddenly transformed into a sadder, more bitter version of what he had been before. "He went insane and died shortly after. To this day, I still wonder if it was the cancer that killed him, or the monster." "I'm sorry," Don said quietly. "Thank you, son." "How were you cursed in the first place?" "I was young and stupid back then. I'd gotten caught up in a paranormal craze, joined a group of other stupid kids looking for a portal to hell, as they called it." "A portal?" That struck a chord in Don. He remembered the nightmares he'd had as a kid, where he had felt like he was in a hellish world. "Yep. It was rumored to be in Destin, Florida, where your other father was from. We never found it, though. Instead, I found something else." "The demon?" Don guessed. "Bingo. I never even saw it when it attacked me. I'd gotten separated from the group in some woods. Something big and dark bit me. I'd assumed it was a wolf or something." "Then you started noticing changes?" Stephen looked at him steadily. "I had nightmares, heard a voice telling me to do awful things to people." "Did you ever do anything bad?" Stephen nodded sadly. "Yes. I hurt someone I truly loved. She was pregnant at the time. The demon was afraid, at the time, of passing the curse on to more than one person at a time, so it made me kill her. I didn't understand at the time. I barely even remember running her car off the road. And then I met your mother in college. We were just friends. I was still heartbroken about my previous love, Lucy. Then your granddad, your mom's dad, got sick around the same time as mine, and I spent some time with her to comfort her. If I'd known the curse could be passed on to children, I never would have." "I know," Don said, trying to comfort the old man. "I did the same, and so did my brother." "Ethan?" The man said the name quietly. I'm sorry about what happened to him. It wasn't fair. I know. Don didn't want to talk about Ethan, and he couldn't help wondering if Stephen knew that it was Don himself who had killed him. I don't want the same thing to ever happen to one of your boys, Stephen went on. You seem to care more than I thought you would, Don said bitterly, considering you've been absent for most of their lives. Just because you haven't seen me doesn't mean I wasn't there. Don thought about that for a moment. You've been watching them? All of you, Stephen corrected. Almost your whole life, Donovan. Don found the air growing thick. I don't know what to say to that. I think I've seen you a few times. In Florida, on the beach. You don't have to say anything. I'm upset about this, though. I know, the old man said. I can feel your rage from here. Don was startled by that. You can? Stephen nodded. You were always an angry kid. You got that from me. The curse somehow turns that into an almost physical manifestation. Anger comes off of you in waves of energy. Connor is the same way. I know. That means we're both definitely cursed, said Don. You have to help us get rid of it. He felt a thrill of anticipation. The cure was in his grasp. I can't, Stephen said, completely deflating his son's hopes. What do you mean you can't? Don asked. I'm not going to pretend I'm a brave man, Donovan. I'm not like my father, who was the bravest man I've ever known, aside from you. He took the curse upon him, and it destroyed him. Don wanted to be mad at his father, but he couldn't. He didn't know the man, so how could he expect him to take on such a burden, even though he started all of this in the first place? Tell me how to do it, then, Don finally said, coming to a decision. I'll take the curse away from my boys and... Kill yourself? Stephen finished for him. Because that's what will happen, having all that bad stuff in you like that. I have to do something, for my boys. Stephen sighed. I don't even know how my dad did it. I felt a weight lift from me. Don was shocked and angry. What if he didn't take anything? What if he just made you think the curse was gone? You've just touched upon an interesting point. Before you got here, I did a similar thing for Connor. I made him think I took his curse, and I can do the same for Jordan if you want. I don't just want them to think they're cured. I want to actually cure them. Well, then, I don't know what to tell you. Though I wouldn't completely discount the power of suggestion. It's a wonderful thing. So is a father's love, Don said, and he knew at once that his words had hit home. Stephen cringed. I do love you, Donovan. I've been there for you, even though you didn't know it. I was there when you tried to kill the creature in its cave. Don instantly remembered that night. A freak thunderstorm manifested. I have the gods on my side, Stephen said, as if he'd read his son's mind. Whenever I begged enough, they brought their lightning down on the monster. Did you beg them to kill my mom? Don found himself asking. They didn't kill her. Your other father did. Don remembered something else. The night I confronted the demon, was that you? Did you help? Stephen nodded. That was incredibly brave of you, going into its lair like that. I'd probably be dead right now if you hadn't helped, said Don. But you can't keep hiding behind the gods. If you knew the demon was dead, why did you stay hidden? Don wasn't even sure if he believed what the man was telling him, though it did explain a lot. Don always wondered where those storms came from, right when he needed them. I tried to prevent your brother from killing those people. That demon used him to kill others like us, others who could bring about the monster's downfall. The demon is dead now, Donovan, said Stephen. It can't hurt you anymore. Don shook his head. It may be dead, but it's not gone. It spoke to me tonight, told me it was possessing someone I knew. It said it was looking for a way to return. Stephen looked shocked. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, and then closed it again. Don left the kitchen. If you're not going to help me, then there's no point in us being in contact with each other anymore. I did help you, Stephen said, grabbing his son's arm to stop him. You'll see. Connor won't act up anymore. The power of suggestion. Don't discount it. Don shook his father's hand, gathered his boys, and left. Chapter 23. Deirdre landed at Augusta Regional Airport at Bush Field early in the morning, thinking about the story that would make her famous. After her interview with Mr. Scott, she knew she was getting closer to something special. She also knew she would get nothing from the man himself, so she had to get it from someone else. Ivy Peterson had been convicted of murdering her boyfriend a decade ago, right in front of her young son, who just happened to be Mr. Scott's nephew. That was a story in itself, but it had already been written, several times. Deirdre was more interested in the connection the murder had to the author she was investigating. She knew there was a connection. She arrived at the women's prison and went through all the procedures before being escorted to the visitor area. A woman sat at the window, a woman who almost looked more animal than human. Her hair was frizzy and black, with streaks of gray. Her face was tight, lean, and mean. Her almond-shaped eyes made her look feline, the same eyes of little Connor Peterson. Deirdre sat at the window and picked up the phone. Ivy did the same. Miss Peterson, thank you for agreeing to see me. Please, call me Ivy. I wanted to meet the woman snooping around in Don's life. She grinned, causing the hair on Deirdre's neck to stand on end. She hadn't mentioned Don to Ivy, yet the woman had seen right through to the truth. Well, said the reporter, he is a fascinating man with a complicated past. He's very secretive. Everyone has the right to be secretive, said Ivy, losing the grin. You probably know more about him than I do at this point. That's probably true, Deirdre said as she got out her recorder. However, you are his sister-in-law, so to speak. You never married his brother Ethan, is that correct? That's correct. But you and Don spent many years around each other before your imprisonment. Ivy tilted her head to the side. Are you implying that I hooked up with him? Not at all. That wasn't what she was thinking, but it was interesting that the woman went there. It's just that you two had to have spent significant time together. You had to have come to know him fairly well. Ivy grinned again. What are you after, Miss Marshall? Just the truth. Mr. Scott is a local celebrity who has come under public scrutiny lately. There have been several murders committed near his home, and I'm the only person who doesn't see them as merely coincidental. Ah, I see now, Ivy laughed. Do you think Don is a murderer? I don't know what to think. Oh, come now. Yes, you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking to a convicted murderer like me. Deirdre decided to change tactics. Why did you murder your boyfriend? Because he posed a threat to my child. You mean Connor? Ivy twitched at that name. Doesn't it bother you that your son is living in such a dangerous environment? Ivy looked worried now. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, Deirdre continued. Something dangerous is happening over there, and there are innocent people involved who could get hurt. None of them are innocent, Ivy whispered. What does that mean? Ivy suddenly looked at her with different eyes. A strange, jackal-like grin appeared on her face. I suggest you drop this story, bitch. You'll die if you pursue it further. Ivy's voice had changed. What do you mean? Deirdre tried to stay professional, despite the fact that she wanted to piss her panties. Ivy's eyes grew glossier, as if a light source was shining on them alone. Everything else grew dim around her. I know you'll never back down from this story, so all I can do is warn you. None of those boys are innocent. They've all done something evil and will do even more. That's exactly what I want. That's the one way I can venture forth from this prison for good. They'll kill you if you get close enough. Your best bet is to stay away. Suddenly, Ivy's eyes returned to normal and the jackal's grin vanished, only to be replaced by a confused expression. What just happened? Deirdre didn't know what to think about what she'd just seen, but she knew she had seen something. A change not only in appearance but in personality. She had just spoken with an entirely different person. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me, Ivy. Deirdre grabbed her recorder and left as quickly as her feet could carry her. Chapter 24. Dawn stood on the front porch, staring up at the stormy sky. It was only afternoon, but it seemed later. Everything was a bluish gray, and the air was cool. Lightning and thunder traveled through the clouds every now and then. Much to his surprise, Dawn was actually quite comfortable. Despite the disturbing conversation he'd had with his real father the night before, his mind was at ease. Perhaps it was because he knew of a cure to the curse. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to use that cure. He doubted that power of suggestion nonsense would do any good, though he couldn't deny the conviction in Stephen's voice. The old man had truly believed that would be effective. Dawn wondered if Stephen's father had simply done that to him, or maybe performed an exorcism. And then there were the gods. Dawn looked up at the dark sky again. Thunder rumbled, as if in response to his thoughts. Are you real? He asked the sky. Will you help me? No thunder. Nothing. No, not nothing. A car was coming up the street toward his house. He didn't recognize it, but he did recognize the driver. He walked toward the car as it parked next to the mailbox. Monica, what are you doing here? He wasn't unhappy. She smiled at his smile. I missed you and the kids. She looked tired but happy. Do you mean what I think you mean? He asked. I want to start over, she replied. Can we just start over? Dawn hugged and kissed her. What brought this on? She looked around the gloomy neighborhood. All of this, believe it or not. She laughed. Being here with you and the kids. I missed being a wife and mother. I never realized how much until I gave it all up. The old maid life just wasn't for you, Dawn joked. Watch who you're calling old. They laughed again, and then they kissed. The family spent the whole day together. The weather improved greatly, allowing them to picnic in a park nearby. It had seemed a cheesy idea at first, but everyone enjoyed it. Dawn and Monica discussed the idea of selling the house. Considering all the terrible things that had gone on in and around the place, Dawn was more than willing to make the decision. This discussion, of course, led to speculation about what had happened to the previous owner. All Dawn had heard was that the man had passed away. He assumed it was natural causes, due to old age, but Monica encouraged him to open his mind to the possibility that he'd been murdered. Dawn called his realtor the next day to get the full story. She informed him that the man had died in his sleep and that no foul play was suspected. Dawn was surprised to find himself disappointed with this news. If the previous owner had been murdered, then the killer could have been the one committing these current homicides. Alas, the suspicion still fell upon Connor. Jordan was running the track at school when he felt a presence next to him. Aaron was keeping pace with him, barely sweating at all. Jordan, on the other hand, was sweating buckets.
"Did you hear that Leo killed himself?"
she asked him. Jordan nearly tripped. "When?"
"Yesterday. I guess he couldn't handle the nightmares anymore."
"I let him down." Jordan stopped jogging.
"What do you mean?"
Aaron asked. "I should have been trying to help stop the nightmares by figuring out how Connor started them in the first place. I thought I'd found something at my grandpa's."
"Your grandpa's?"
Aaron interrupted. "Oh, yeah. I met my long-lost grandpa the other day. Unfortunately, he didn't tell me anything."
"What about Connor?"
"He told him stuff, but I don't know what. Connor wouldn't share."
"There was nothing you could have done,"
Aaron tried to assure him. The rest of PE class passed them. "I could have asked Connor to undo what he did to Leo." Aaron didn't respond. She was clearly thinking the same thing, which made him feel worse. Deirdre tried to go about her regular routine after returning from Augusta a few days ago, but the interview with that Ivy woman still rattled her bones. Before, she had only a strong hunch that the mystery surrounding Donovan Scott was worth investigating. Now, she knew. The question now was whether or not she wanted to continue that investigation. She thought of the people who'd been murdered near Mr. Scott and was afraid of ending up like them. But what did Ivy have to do with anything? Were she and Dawn part of some homicidal cult or something? Did Ivy have multiple personalities? What did she mean about venturing forth from this prison? Did she mean the actual women's prison? Deirdre didn't think so. Not really. There was no doubt in her mind that she had spoken with two individuals that day, but was Ivy aware of that other personality? She'd seemed confused when the other voice went away. Deirdre decided there and then that she would continue her investigation. The answers to this compelling mystery would be worth the risk. Dad had made the announcement during dinner one night that he and Mom were getting back together. Jordan figured as much since she'd returned a week ago and stayed in Dad's room. Also, she was slowly moving all of her belongings into the house, which was a huge tip-off. Jordan was happy about this because he missed his mom. After all the terrible things that had happened over the past year, he wanted things to go back to normal. Mom and Dad getting back together was a huge step in achieving that. Things did seem to improve after meeting Grandpa, Jordan also realized. Connor and Dad were getting along better, and no one else had been murdered in or around the house. Progress. Dad also announced he was selling the house and buying a new one. That news excited Jordan. He liked new things with their new smells and relished the thought of a house in which nobody passed away. He harbored the belief that the previous owner's ghost resided in the walls. Speaking of walls, Jordan hoped the new owners didn't find the one in his closet wall that Connor had drilled there during a storm. All in all, life was pretty good. Jordan still felt guilty about Leo's suicide, but there was nothing he could do about it now. The boy had suffered those nightmares for so long anyway that he probably would have been insane for the rest of his life. At least he would have been alive, a voice reminded Jordan. No amount of rationalization would change the fact that Connor had done something supernatural to Jack and Leo. Connor's nauseating vibe seemed to vanish after talking with Grandpa, however, and no one else brought it up, so Jordan decided to ignore it as well. Hopefully, this peace would last forever. Chapter 25. After another week, Mom was fully transferred to Texas. She was still in the process of selling her house in Georgia, but all of her belongings were here. She even had a job at the hospital in downtown Fort Worth. Dad said the two of them were getting remarried, but they weren't having a fancy wedding. Jordan found that sad because their first wedding hadn't been fancy either. Mom had been super pregnant with him at the time. Jordan wondered if he would ever get married, and if so, would he have a traditional wedding or just go down to City Hall like Mom and Dad were going to do. He was mulling this over in the cafeteria at school when Erin suddenly joined him. "You look happy," she said. "Things are going great, so why shouldn't I be?" She laughed as Connor and Travis eventually joined the table. "That's good to hear. Has your dad found a new house yet?" "He said he found one this morning and that he just has to hammer out the details first. He's going to take Connor and me to see it after school." "Fun. Are you going to have a party at the new house after you move in?" Jordan laughed. "We'll see." He looked at his cousin and Travis, who were talking and laughing together across the table. "When did they become friends again?" he asked Erin discreetly. "Again?" Jordan suddenly remembered that, as far as Erin was concerned, the two always hated each other. Nor was she aware that the two guys had secretly been hooking up. Jordan wasn't going to be the one to tell her. When the boys got home later that day, Dad asked them if they still wanted to see the new house. Of course, they said, so the whole family took a relatively long trip to a rich-looking neighborhood. It was the kind of suburban area one would see in a movie that made fun of suburbia. The house Dad bought was a 2-story all-brick monster. It almost looked like a mansion. The neighborhood was gated, with security posted at the entrance. Jordan didn't really relish the thought of driving through that every day once he got his own car. It sounded like a hassle. On second thought, however, he probably wouldn't have to worry about any more murders in his backyard. His attitude suddenly brightened as everyone got out of the car and stepped into their new home. Jordan took in the new house smell, wood and paint and plaster. He loved the smell of new. "This place is the shit," said Connor. "Thank you," Dad replied, "and watch your mouth." "Yes, sir." Mom stood in the large kitchen, leaning on an island in the middle, She had a far-off look, like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Connor ran to the backyard, and Jordan decided to join him. The yard was more like a hill. The boys could see tiny buildings far away on the horizon, but what really caught Jordan's attention was the in-ground swimming pool directly in front of him. Though it was November and cold, he delighted in the thought of swimming in that beautiful blue water once the weather grew warmer. Next, the boys ran upstairs to pick out their rooms. All of the bedrooms seemed the same size, so neither Jordan nor Connor benefited from their choices. And that was just fine. Too bad they couldn't move in today. Dad said it would take at least a month to finalize everything. Life really seemed to be returning to normal. No, better than normal. That was, until Dad dropped the bombshell. You guys will have to start a new high school. This place isn't zoned for the one you're going to now.
What?
Jordan and Connor said together. I know how you feel. I had to go to a new school when my brother and I moved as kids. I don't want to go to a new school, Jordan whined. Do you guys still want to live here? Yes, the boys replied together. You can't have it both ways, guys. Jordan and Connor looked at each other and then sighed at the same time. Their choice was clear. Thanksgiving was only a week away, and the boys had bugged Don about inviting Grandpa Stephen. The kids wanted him there, and Don did not. In the end, the boys won out. Unfortunately, Don didn't have his father's number, so he had to drive over and invite the old man in person. Don found him in his backyard, watering one of the peach trees. Stephen was wearing a loose silk shirt and shorts with sandals. Summer wear. Stephen. The old man turned his head and grinned. Hello, son. Don didn't like being called that, but he let it pass. I don't suppose you have any plans for the holidays? Stephen ceased spraying the tree and thought for a moment. I suppose I don't. Are you inviting me over? The boys are. And you're not? That annoying twinkle in his eyes. Don sighed. You'll have to forgive me for being upset with you, but I guess I can set my feelings aside for one day. I'd love to come over. His smile seemed warm and genuine now. He plucked a peach from the tree and offered it to Don. Don bit into it reluctantly and found it sweet and juicy. A flood of memories washed over him, memories of summers as a child in Florida. Of course, Stephen wasn't a part of those memories. Nothing can make up for all the years we've lost, Stephen said quietly. I'm hoping to do right with the time we have left. Don stopped chewing. Are you dying? Slowly but surely. I'm an old man, you know. Don laughed and took another bite. Your boys will be okay, Donovan. I promise. Don truly wanted to believe that, but he couldn't. Stephen arrived around noon on Thanksgiving Day. Jordan and Connor entertained him with video games and stories, while Don and Monica worked on the food. Don was amazed by how well the boys had taken to their mysterious grandfather and wished he could follow suit. Don was starting to like the man, but still didn't trust him completely. Everyone had to make their own plate in the kitchen, and Jordan, as always, stocked up on extra stuffing and gravy. There was also collard greens, mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, sweet potato pie, and, of course, the turkey. Monica always bought cranberry sauce in a can, and it would come pouring out in its cylinder shape. Don loved to cut off a few cold slices to complement his meal. Once everyone was seated at the dining table, each said what they were thankful for. Don called it a new tradition, since they had never done it before. Don and Monica were thankful for a healthy family. Jordan was thankful for the turkey. Connor was thankful for Grandpa. And Grandpa was thankful for the chance to reunite with his son and finally meet his beautiful grandchildren. After dinner, Don and Stephen stood on the front porch and stared at the sky. It was only midday and very blue. Jordan and Connor were inside, watching the game. Between who and who, Don didn't know. He never cared for sports. Stephen had been watching it with them, but had come looking for his son. Don didn't know how to feel about that as they stood together now. "Is it sports in general you don't like?" he asked Don. Without looking at him, Don replied, "I like playing sports, but not watching them." "You played a little baseball and did a little karate. I remember now." Don looked at him then. "I told you," said Stephen. "Just because you didn't see me doesn't mean I wasn't there." "My guardian angel," Don said sarcastically. "I tried to be." Stephen sounded annoyed now, and that galled Don. "I can see from that look on your face that my positive energy isn't working on you the way it does with others." "Not for a lack of trying," Don said. "You do have a sparkling personality." Stephen laughed. "I don't mean that. I'm talking about literal energy radiating off of me right now." That caught Don's attention. "You radiate energy too?" "It comes from your personality, sorry to say. You are always an angry person deep down. The curse just manifests what's inside us. I don't make the rules." Don shook his head. "Whoever made the rules is stupid. And you're, what, a naturally positive person?" "To the core," Stephen admitted proudly. Don laughed. He was starting to loosen up, though whether that was because of his father's positive energy, he wasn't sure. Stephen said his goodbyes later that night and headed home. The kids did the dishes while Monica lay down. She complained of a migraine, one that she'd suffered on and off for a few months. Don went to his office and tidied up for a bit. As he straightened his desk, he saw a bundle of papers he didn't recognize. He picked it up and realized they were manuscript pages. He sat down and started reading. He stopped halfway through the 50-plus pages. He'd written the truth of what had happened to him and Ethan. Horrified, he dropped the pages. He didn't remember writing any of it. It read like an autobiography, very detailed and mercilessly accurate. If anyone read this... He stood and threw the manuscript into his file cabinet. He should destroy it, but he didn't. Something told him to keep it. He had written an account of his tragic life for a reason. The fact that he had written it subconsciously added extra meaning to the document. He had to keep it. Chapter 26. Jordan loved art class. It was easier than any of his other classes, and way more fun. He hadn't realized how creative he could be until he sketched his first drawing, a collection of random objects on a stool. Even the teacher was impressed. Aaron, who was sitting next to him, glanced at his work and sighed.
Mine looks like a bunch of raccoons fighting over a monkey.
Jordan laughed. That doesn't make any sense. She showed him her sketch. Wow, you weren't exaggerating. How did you manage that? Aaron laughed, but then grew serious a moment later.
Everything okay with you and your family?
Jordan looked across the room to where Connor and Travis sat, talking. Better, yeah, he replied. I don't know what Grandpa did to Connor, but it seems to be working.
And he didn't do anything to you?
No, I guess I didn't need it. Connor was the only one with the problem. I'm fly. Aaron laughed.
You're what?
Fly. Cool. Okay. Super.
Oh my God, Jordan. You're stuck in the 90s, and I don't even think people said that in the 90s.
I'm bringing it back, yo. They laughed together for a while, receiving annoyed glances from Mr. Wong as he circled the room, surveying everyone's work. Once the two teens settled down, Jordan asked Aaron, Would you still like me if I was weird? You know, the way Connor was?
If you were weird, sure. If you were evil, I don't know.
Connor wasn't evil.
He did something to Jack and Leo that made them kill themselves. What do you call that?
Jordan sighed and said, Evil?
Even if he isn't like that anymore, I don't know if I can ever look at him the same way again.
Am I guilty by association? She grinned at him.
You don't talk like a 15-year-old is supposed to talk.
Neither do the teens on all those teen shows. I learn from them.
I like the way you talk. It's sexy.
They stared at each other in silence after that. Jordan's heart pounded. Was Aaron coming on to him? Was she already completely over Travis? Jordan looked at her ex-boyfriend again, saw him laughing at something Connor said to him. Those two looked happy together, peaceful. One wouldn't have believed peace could surround this group of kids after all that had happened.
I like when you do that,
Aaron said from far away. Jordan came back to himself and said, When I do what?
Scrunch up your eyebrows in the middle.
She touched them there.
What are you thinking about?
I'm just happy that you wouldn't think differently of me. That's what makes you a great person. She gave him a curious grin.
Thanks.
Dawn stood in front of Mr. Lepper's house later that night, unable to turn away. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about the man since he died, and he knew to trust his instincts. There was something about this man, and Dawn had to find out what that was. He walked around to the back door and broke out his lockpick. He'd used this very pick to break into Ivy's house the night he killed Ethan. He didn't need that running through his head, though, so he kept his mind on the task at hand. A dog barked somewhere in the neighborhood, startling Dawn, but he kept picking the lock. Finally, it gave way, and he entered the house. He was standing in the dining room, the house completely dark. There were a few spots of moonlight that managed to make it through the windows, but it wasn't enough to really see by. He pulled a flashlight from his jacket pocket and turned it on. He then found himself standing in front of the back door with nowhere to go. He had no idea what he was even looking for, but he knew there was something. He figured the best place to start was Lepper's bedroom. The house smelled musty and old. Lepper had no family, so there was no one to mess with his belongings. Dawn couldn't imagine living alone in a big house like this. It was one story, though very spacious. He headed down a hall to the left and found 3 bedrooms, all the doors wide open. Each room was filled with crap. Lepper must have been a hoarder. There were records, toys, books, and many boxes filled with items Dawn couldn't determine. He felt even more daunted. He didn't know what he was looking for, but whatever it was would be harder to find. He stepped into what he figured was the master bedroom. The king-size bed was covered in even more junk than the previous room. Where did the old man sleep if his bed was inaccessible? Don made his way to the closet, navigating the junk maze that cluttered the room. Everyone always hid stuff in the closet. Don managed to pull the door open and shine his light inside. There were clothes on hangers and on the floor. He shuffled through the junk, looking through the boxes that were piled in the closet's corner. Something smelled awful, dead, and Don didn't doubt there was some kind of rotting creature inside. A rat or a cat, perhaps. As he moved boxes around, he realized the floor gave a little under his weight. It was all hardwood. Don had seen enough movies to know people like to hide things under their floors. He stepped on every inch of floor he could reach and found a loose board in the corner. He lifted the board away and shone the beam down. There was another box. He lifted it out, thankful for the gloves he was wearing. The rotting smell was definitely coming from this box. Don steeled himself for a moment, and then he opened the box. He screamed and dropped it. He tried backing out of the closet, but managed only to hit the doorframe and fall forward, onto the box, onto the items inside the box. He screamed again and crawled out of the closet. He rested his back against the bed, breathing heavily. Don couldn't believe what he had just found. He hadn't been prepared for that. His instincts had done him a service, however, for now he knew that Mr. Lepper had, in fact, been the Texas Devil. On his way back home, he noticed the dark sky becoming light with frost. It was going to start snowing soon. The temperature had also dropped a few degrees, so much so his breath frosted in front of him. When Don got to his house, he sat in his study and did nothing. He didn't call the police or tell anyone what he had found. The last thing he wanted was another reason for the cops and that nosy reporter coming around again. Don had left the box out. If someone found it, then so be it. He had found what he needed to be at peace. He now knew neither he nor his kids had killed those people in the woods over the past decade. It had been Lepper. Don remembered the bodies being found with their genitals missing. Well, Don found those missing pieces. Lepper killed those people, and Connor killed Lepper. Justice. Don slept fairly easily that night, though he woke a few times to find Monica gone. At one point, he thought he was being watched by someone at the door, but when he looked, there was no one there. When he woke that morning, Monica was sound asleep by his side. He kissed her, and she awoke as well. "How did you sleep?" he asked her. "Not well." "I'm sorry to hear that." After Don showered, he called Stephen's house and didn't get an answer. He was warming up to the old man, despite his flaws, and wanted to invite him to one last dinner in the old house before the big move. Throughout the day, he continued trying to call his father, but still got nothing. Finally, he drove over to the house. 3 inches of snow had fallen overnight. When he got to the house, he knocked on the door and rang the bell. No one responded. Don tried the doorknob, finding it unlocked. He stepped inside. He found pieces of Stephen all over the living room, lying in their own pools of blood. Chapter 27. Don didn't know what to think as he stood there, staring at his father's dismembered body. There was an arm here, a leg there. The torso was in the middle of the living room, and the head was elsewhere. Don felt revulsion and fear, but he did not feel sorrow. His father was dead, and he felt no sorrow, only disgust at the sight, as if he was looking at the dead body of a stranger. The paralysis vanished, and Don finally took a step forward. Was this his father in front of him? It was hard to tell without the head. A part of Don realized he wasn't responding to the situation the way a normal person would. A normal person would go running from the house, screaming. A relative would probably pass out or start crying. Don did neither. The curse must have damaged something inside of him. He was no longer human. He walked up to the torso, noting the beer belly covered by a white t-shirt smeared with blood. That looked like Stephen's torso. Don was closer to the kitchen on the right. There, he was able to see the kitchen island, where his father had made him a peach smoothie not long ago. The head was now sitting on the island. It was Stephen's head. The mouth was slightly open, the eyes glazed. The white hair on his head was sticking straight up, as if it had been grabbed. The attacker must have picked up the head by that hair. Don's stomach started to turn, and bile rose to his throat. He was starting to feel something, some emotion that had burst free and was now flooding his body violently. His father had been murdered, and Don was seeing it, feeling it. He screamed. An hour went by as Don stood there in the living room, trying to decide what to do. He knew he should call the police, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He was already linked to more murders than he liked, and there was no way he would be able to talk his way out of this one. His mind was rushing with ideas now that the shock had worn off. Stephen was dead, and there was nothing he could do about it. By whom, there was no telling yet. Stephen had said himself that no one knew he was alive, except for Aunt Cynthia and Don, as well as Don's family. Stephen may have had enemies Don knew nothing about, but he doubted this was some kind of hit. This reeked of the curse. Someone close to Don had killed Stephen. He knew that in his gut. But why kill him? Don grabbed a few trash bags from under the sink, as well as some yellow rubber cleaning gloves, and began to gather the body parts. He couldn't believe he was doing this, but there was no helping it now. He couldn't call the police, and no one save a select few had even known the old man was alive. If Don got rid of the body, no one would find out he'd been murdered. Don put all the parts into one bag, and then double and triple bagged it. He still couldn't believe his father was dead, and that he barely felt any emotion at the man's passing. But Stephen had abandoned his family, and Don barely knew him. It was hard to cry over a stranger's death. Stephen had been a familiar stranger. The kids would be devastated if they found out, so Don decided not to tell them. Unless one or both already knew. What if they had killed their grandfather? Don could count all the cursed people he knew on one hand. The demon had said it was possessing someone Don knew. He assumed it meant Connor, and it must have used Connor to find out that Stephen had still lived. It hadn't taken kindly to losing track of the man decades ago, when Stephen passed his curse on to his own father. Perhaps it wanted revenge and used Connor to get it. Don grabbed a shovel from the garage and began digging a hole in the backyard by one of the peach trees. The ground was cold and hard due to the snow, but after a while the digging got easier. He then dragged the bag out of the house and buried it. He was burying his father. Don still couldn't bring himself to mourn the way he should have. He felt little attachment to the remains in the hole. His initial scream earlier had been more of a release of horror and revulsion than anything else, and once he'd done that, he felt hollow. It was a curious feeling. As he filled the hole with snow-covered dirt, he wondered if it had been he who'd killed the old man. After finding the evidence of Mr. Lepper's murderous pastime, a weight had been lifted from Don's shoulders. He'd found out that he hadn't killed all those people in the woods and just forgotten about it. But what if he'd killed Stephen while under some strange trance? Did the demon still have some kind of hold on him? After finishing this grisly task, Don cleaned up the blood in the house, thankful for the linoleum floors, and then drove home to his family. When he returned home, he went straight to his study, locked the door, and closed the fireplace partition so no one could see him from the living room. He felt completely lost at the moment, scared for himself and his family. He had no idea what was going on, but at the same time, he did know. Connor had to be behind everything. The demon was using him to do its bidding, but for what reason? It clearly wasn't dead, but it was trapped in whatever hell it spawned from, and it was using its one link to this world. Don had to destroy that link. He knew only one way to do that, but he couldn't. Later that night, he stood outside Connor's bedroom, his head against the closed door. He had a knife in his hand. The next morning, the family had breakfast together. Connor was there, unharmed and completely oblivious to what his uncle had planned to do the night before. Don hated himself for even thinking about it, and he hated himself even more for not going through with it. Something was wrong with Dad, but Jordan couldn't figure out what it was. Dad always had his little funks, but this one seemed worse than the others. When he wasn't shut up in his study, he was in his room. This went on for 2 days, and even Mom didn't know what was going on. The family had done most of the packing, and the house was littered with large boxes filled with crap. Moving day was a week away, and instead of feeling excited, Jordan felt nervous. He'd lived in this house for so long he didn't want to leave. He loved the old architecture, the study behind the fireplace, the den being on a lower elevation than the living room. It was just a weird, wonderful house. He wouldn't miss those woods behind the house, though. He'd experienced enough of them to last a lifetime. He hoped to leave that nightmare behind. He was heading to his room when he passed Connor's. The door was cracked open, and he could see Connor sitting at his window, looking out into the front yard. It was midday, but overcast. Jordan knocked on the door. Connor turned. "Come in." Jordan pushed the door open and sat on the edge of the bed. "What's on your mind?" "Just excited about the move." "Really? You look melancholy." "Jesus, lay off the big words." Jordan laughed. "I will if you tell me what's wrong." Connor sighed. "I just feel like something bad has happened." "To who?" "I don't know. Someone I know." Jordan had started feeling the same way 2 days ago, but figured it was Dad. He told Connor so. "I think it's Grandpa," Connor said. "Have you tried calling him?" Connor nodded. "He doesn't answer." "Maybe you should tell Dad. He can take us over there or something." "I've tried talking to him, but he's always locked up somewhere." "Yeah, I've noticed that." "Maybe your mom can take us," Connor suggested. "We can ask." Connor turned back to the window. Can I ask you something? Jordan suddenly found himself saying. Sure. What did you do to Jack and Leo? Really? Connor didn't turn back when he said, I don't know. I don't remember. But it was you, right? I think so. Could you have undone it if you wanted? If so, I don't know how. Grandpa helped you with whatever was going on, didn't he? Connor nodded. He helped me control my anger, my demon, he called it. He told me it couldn't control me if I didn't want it to. How did he know you had problems? He said he's been watching over us for a long time. He said he knew everything that was going on with us, and that he could make it all go away. And he did. Do you think he could do the same for me? Jordan asked. You have a demon too? Connor asked, skeptical. You've always seemed pretty tame to me. I think we all have one. Mine just lies low, waiting. It would be pretty cool if you let loose, to be honest. Connor chuckled. You're so vanilla. I can't see Aaron falling for a vanilla. I like to think I'm a swirl. She seems to like me well enough. Connor grinned. Yeah, she does, doesn't she? What about you and Travis? You seem to be getting along well again. You two going out now? Connor's grin vanished. I don't want to talk about that. Okay, sorry. No, it's okay. Thanks for taking an interest, though. It means a lot to me. You're my brother. Of course I care. Connor was a brother. The cousin title was just a technicality. Jordan loved him and didn't want to see anything bad happen to him. But he felt something bad was coming for both of them. If something had indeed happened to Grandpa, then Jordan's and Connor's powers of perception were accurate. Jordan had to trust them now. Mom drove them over to Grandpa's house an hour later. They knocked on the door and rang the bell, but no one answered. Grandpa's SUV was in the yard, so he had to be home. Jordan went around to the backyard, the snow crunching under his feet. He looked through the back porch door, but saw a dim, empty house. Connor and Mom joined him a moment later, looking around the yard. Jordan noticed a dark patch by a peach tree, but the recent snowfall had covered most of it up. Maybe he went out of town, Mom offered helpfully. I hope so, said Connor. We'll call him again in a couple of days, said Mom as she headed back to her car. Jordan and Connor followed. Jordan didn't take his eyes off the dark patch of yard until they drove away. Deirdre watched the Scotts drive away from the big house. She had followed them from their own home, a voice in the back of her mind telling her she was a crazy woman for doing so. But she had to follow her instincts, and they told her something big was happening. She had parked down the street, facing the way the Scotts were going now, so that they wouldn't pass her when they left. Now she drove up to the house and parked across the street. She walked up to the red front door and knocked. She figured no one was home, but at least she could say she tried to announce her presence if she was caught. She went around to the back and looked through the porch door. No one moved inside. She looked behind her, to the rest of the yard. There was a patch of disturbed earth near a peach tree. She walked over to it. She touched it with the tip of her right boot. Somebody had dug here recently, perhaps to bury something? Deirdre faced a moment of indecision. She wanted to dig up whatever was buried, but she feared what she might find. What if there was a dead body down there? How would she explain her involvement to the cops? She turned to go. She had to think about this some more. Maybe it wasn't a body at all. It could be anything. As she walked back to her car, she noticed a small spot of red in the snow. It was between the house and the hole. It looked like blood. Oh boy. Chapter 28. Don tried to get his life back in order following the death of his father. Sure, it had only been 4 days ago, but he was slowly starting to feel like himself again. He was currently attending an authors' convention in Arlington, at the request of his agent, and gauged the attitudes of his fellow authors toward him and his recent troubles in life. No one appeared to think he'd done anything wrong, and that he was merely a victim of terrible coincidences. As he sat at a table, signing autographs, he came face to face with a woman he'd hoped to never see again in his life. "Miss Marshall, what can I do for you now?" he asked. Deidre smiled and handed him a copy of his latest book. "Your John Hancock will suffice." He opened the book, ready to sign the first page, when he noticed a photo of something. It looked like a snow-covered ground with peach trees. Don gasped and looked back at the reporter. "What is this?" "I found your little secret, Mr. Scott," she replied icily. "That little hole in the backyard. I'm guessing you don't want anyone to know what you buried there." She was bluffing. She didn't know anything. "I didn't bury anything there." She continued to stare him down. "Yes, you did. Blood really stands out in pure white snow, Mr. Scott." Oh God. His heart hammered and he grew sweaty, and he knew the damn reporter saw this reaction as well. "What do you want?" "I want to know everything there is to know about you and your little family drama. Who's buried in that hole?" "Why do you want to know anything about me?" She laughed. "Why? Because this is the most fascinating story I've ever encountered." "You want me to hang myself? For you?" "No, Mr. Scott. For yourself. You've done bad things in your life, and you're currently getting away with them. Doesn't that eat at you at night?" "Yes, it does. You have no idea." "Then let me help you tell the world. Let me help you clear your conscience." "Nothing and no one can do that for me, Miss Marshall." She stood up straight at the reply. "It's not entirely your fault, is it? I met Ivy Peterson. I saw what she is. You're the same way, aren't you?" That caught Don short. "What do you mean by what she is?" "The multiple personalities." Don's eyebrows drew together. "Ivy doesn't have multiple personalities." "I saw the other one, Mr. Scott. That woman is not well, and I'm guessing that's why she killed her boyfriend all those years ago." Don couldn't process any of this. "What exactly did she tell you?" "She said that you're all guilty, and that she was going to come back. Or something." Come back? That sounded similar to what the demon had told Don in the woods. "I don't know what you're talking about," he answered, half truthfully. She didn't appear to like that response. "I could go to the police with my information." "Knock yourself out. I buried a dog in that hole. Feel free to dig it up if you're morbid enough." She didn't know for a fact that a human was in that hole. She couldn't risk digging it up if there had been. Don knew that. He'd had enough of this horrible woman, and he wasn't going to jump through hoops for her. He would bluff the shit out of her until she backed off. She snatched the book from the table, turned on her heel, and left. When he got home, he went straight for his study, but he never reached it. Monica cut him off just at the bottom of the steps that led into the den.
"We need to talk,"
she said firmly. "About what?"
"Stephen. The kids are worried about him, and we can't get a hold of him. Do you know where he is?"
He couldn't tell her that his father had been ripped apart and buried in his own backyard like an animal. He just couldn't. "No," he said.
"Dawn, don't lie to me. I thought we moved past this."
"We did. I can't tell you where he is, and that's the truth."
"Is he all right, at least?"
"No, he's not."
"Is there anything we can do to help him?"
"No." That was all he was willing to tell her. If she pressed, he would seal his lips. Luckily, she dropped the subject. "Listen, I want to take you out," said Dawn. "Just you and me."
"Why?"
"Because it feels like we haven't spent enough time together, and I want to show you how much I love you." She liked the sound of that.
"What do you have in mind?"
"Dinner downtown, and maybe sex in a beautiful, expensive hotel."
"You really think I'm the kind of woman who falls for expensive gifts?"
She laughed.
"Well, all right. We can do that. But it'll have to be this weekend. I work the next few days."
"Okay, it's a date." He went down to his study to think about what Deirdre told him. There was no way Ivy was cursed. He'd known her for over a decade. He would have seen signs. But Deirdre's testimony was too compelling. If she was telling the truth, the demon had communicated through Ivy. The only way that could be even remotely possible was because she'd carried a cursed child in her. Connor. Was that enough to provide a link to the demon? If so, Monica. The implications were too terrible to think about. If Ivy was somehow connected to the curse via Connor, then it was possible Monica was through Jordan. Dawn looked through the fireplace and saw his beautiful wife going through the mail. She suddenly looked up, her back to Dawn. She slowly turned around and grinned at him. Jordan woke to a sound. He wasn't sure where it had come from, but he knew it wasn't the TV in front of him. He was in the den, the picture from the screen illuminating the entire room. The volume was turned down, providing a nice white noise that had helped him fall asleep. He'd had trouble sleeping up in his room, and didn't have a TV up there. Though the prospect of spending any time in the den at night spooked him at first, he eventually got over it. Now he wished he'd stayed upstairs, because he heard more noise coming from the living room in front of him. He couldn't see up there, but it sounded like someone was coming through the front door. Jordan slowly got to his feet and stood at the steps, looking around the corner. He saw something up there, a silhouette making its way into the kitchen. Jordan crossed over to the other steps that led there. That was the good and bad thing about this house. You could get to the den either through the kitchen or the living room. It was convenient for those who lived here, and also for intruders. Jordan tried to keep his eyes on both ways into the den, the kitchen in front and the living room behind. He couldn't hear any more movement and had no idea where the dark shape had gone. He tried looking around the corner into the kitchen, but it was too dark. No, there was someone up there. He could see a shape sitting at the small dining nook by the refrigerator. Its back was to Jordan, so he chanced going up a few steps to get a better look. Suddenly, one of the steps creaked. The figure spun around. "What are you doing?" Connor asked. Jordan took a deep, relieved breath. "You scared the shit out of me, fool. I thought you were a burglar." He flipped on the kitchen light. Connor looked like hell. His face was pale, and there were dark circles around his eyes. His eyes looked bright as well, as if a light burned within. He'd looked like this once before, the night they'd gone laser tagging. "What happened to you?" Jordan asked him. "Rough night." "Where were you?" Connor shook his head. He didn't want to talk about it. Jordan sat across from him. "Are you all right, at least?" "I'm really hungry." "There's pizza in the fridge." He got up and retrieved it for his cousin. Connor immediately dug into the pizza, eating it like a crazed animal. "Don't hurt yourself," Jordan joked. Connor paused for a second, not quite looking at Jordan, and then resumed eating. The next few days at school were weird, and not just because they were the last before Christmas break. Something was off, and it took Jordan a while to realize what it was. Travis didn't show up. That in and of itself wasn't peculiar, and no one else would have read anything into it, but Jordan felt the absence as significant. He asked Erin about it, and she said she didn't know anything, but she would check later on. Travis hadn't missed a single day this year, and she also found it strange. When Jordan got home, he ran into his parents getting ready for their date night. Mom was dressed in a beautiful lavender dress with a gold necklace that Dad bought her years ago. Dad was wearing a nice black shirt and pants that looked both formal and casual at the same time. "We'll be back late tonight," said Mom. "You boys behave. No parties, okay?" "Yes, Mom." She kissed his forehead, and she and Dad left around 6. That just left Jordan and Connor. Connor was in his room. He'd gone straight there when they got home from school and never came out. Jordan decided to check on him, knocking on his door. Connor answered after a minute of constant knocking. He looked even worse than he did that one morning. The circles around his eyes were darker, and his pupils were even brighter. "What is wrong with you?" Jordan asked slowly. Connor shook his head the same way he had at the breakfast table and closed the door. Erin came around unexpectedly 30 minutes later, looking frightened. "What's wrong?" Jordan asked her as he led her into the living room. "Something happened to Travis," she said breathlessly. "He's like Jack and Leo." Jordan took a moment to register that. "Are you fucking serious?" he managed. She nodded. "I went to his house. His dad told me, and I went to the hospital with him. He just stopped by to pick up some stuff for Travis. Jordan, Travis looked awful. I've never seen him like that." She was terrified, and Jordan felt terrible for her. He hugged her, feeling her shake in his arms. He went through what she had just told him. Travis was like Jack and Leo, possibly seeing demons every time he closed his eyes, feeling them touch his skin. Connor did this to him. Jordan looked over his shoulder at the second floor. He heard Connor's door close quietly. Chapter 29. Downtown Fort Worth was a wonderful place. Don always enjoyed coming down here, ever since he lived here with Craig years ago. The lights, the music. He and Monica headed down one street, passing a large bookstore. He could smell baked goods and coffee and see people milling around inside. He wondered if anybody would recognize him if he went in. Probably not. At least, not from his fiction work. They might do so because of the attention he'd been getting over the past few months, thanks to Mr. Lepper and Deirdre Marshall. He kept walking, trying to push those thoughts from his mind. He had something more important to focus on. Monica. He couldn't wrap his head around the concept of her being connected to the demon. But he had seen that jackal grin. Or thought he had, anyway. He'd been far away. It could have been a regular grin. He tried to convince himself it was. Don told himself he was overreacting, but he wanted to be sure. Had to be sure. And he wanted to be far away from the kids, just in case. Though he had no proof Monica was involved in any way, he wanted to be safe than sorry. He still couldn't believe that Ivy was tethered to the creature, but Deirdre had provided compelling evidence. He had to visit Ivy when he got a chance. He had to see for himself.
"Honey, what's on your mind?"
Monica asked. Don realized they were standing at an intersection, waiting for their chance to cross. "Nothing. I was just thinking about Ivy."
"That poor woman. I'm glad she didn't get the death penalty. They have that in Georgia, don't they?"
"I don't know."
"They can't kill a woman for protecting her child."
Monica sounded far away now, looking off into the light-strewn trees nearby. Christmas was around the corner. The family planned to move after the holiday. It only seemed fitting to start their lives in the new house in the new year. "Honey," said Dawn, "how have you been feeling?"
"Good, besides the headaches. Nothing major."
"Anything else? Nightmares? Sleepwalking?" He cursed himself for being so blunt. She looked at him.
"Maybe nightmares, but no sleepwalking. Why do you ask?"
"Just wondering. The other night, I thought somebody was standing at our bedroom door, and you were gone, so I figured it was you."
"I don't remember anything like that."
The walk signal let them cross. They dined in a fancy Asian restaurant, Monica's favorite, and then headed to the hotel a few blocks away. The room was dimly lit and quite large. Don felt nervous all of a sudden, as if he were hooking up with someone for the first time instead of his wife. He'd never felt this way when meeting the horrors over the years to keep him happy. Just thinking of them nauseated him. He was a fool to think those women could make him feel any sort of happiness. But he had to keep the curse at bay, if it still dwelled inside him. Finding out Lepper had killed all those people was morbidly assuring, but discovering Connor had killed Lepper in turn dampened that assurance. Dawn had to take the good with the bad. Besides, there was a chance Connor had nothing to do with that. Someone else could have grabbed his camera and filmed himself, or herself, killing their homicidal neighbor, right?
"Dawn?"
He came back to himself once again and found his wife completely naked before him. "Oh, my gentle Jesus," he whispered, and she smiled. Jordan and Aaron went down into the den to talk. He closed all the vents he could find, not wanting Connor to hear from his room what they discussed. Aaron watched him with a detached sense of curiosity. He explained, and she nodded. "I'm sorry about Travis," he said, not knowing what else to offer.
"There has to be a way to undo it."
If there is, Connor doesn't know. I already asked him.
Aaron looked distraught.
What is he doing to everybody? What is he?
I don't know. We thought he was better, but something changed.
What changed?
I don't know. Whatever it was recent. He was fine until this week.
It suddenly hit Jordan.
I think something happened to our grandpa. We haven't been able to get a hold of him. Maybe Connor found something out.
Are they close?
Yes. Grandpa helped him with his troubles.
Should we, talk to him?
Aaron didn't sound excited about that idea. We won't find anything out unless we do. They knocked on Connor's door a few minutes later, but he didn't answer. The door was locked as well. Jordan and Aaron went back downstairs into the kitchen. She appeared to grow more anxious as the minutes passed. She'd ridden her bike all the way from her house nearly 30 minutes ago, a mere 10 minutes after Mom and Dad left, and Jordan hoped his parents wouldn't return while she was still there. Mom would flip out. Priorities, he told himself. He had to help Travis the way he couldn't help Leo. He had to find out what was wrong with Connor.
There has to be a reason why Connor acts weird,
Aaron suddenly said after a long moment of silence. Jordan snapped to attention. He definitely acts weird when he's mad about something. She looked at him.
Really? That might be the trigger. Anger, emotion.
Jordan could see the wheels turning in her head. She was a smart girl, and he loved her for that. If she truly could figure out what was wrong with his cousin.
Your mom's a nurse, right?
Yes.
Does she have any estrogen pills or anything?
Jordan narrowed his eyes. Estrogen? You mean lady juice?
Aaron cringed, but smiled.
Don't call it that. It sounds gross when you call it that.
I don't think she does. Why?
Because I think Connor's testosterone levels are too high. We need to get them down, or make him think we're getting them down.
She started looking about the kitchen. She grabbed a carton of salt and bottled water from the pantry.
Do you guys have syringes?
My mom does.
Grab one. I have an idea.
Jordan watched as Aaron brewed up some kind of concoction at the kitchen sink. She mixed salt with water and then filled a syringe with it. She didn't bother explaining while she worked. What is that? Jordan finally asked.
A saline mix. You said your grandpa convinced Connor that nothing was wrong with him just by telling him so? Well, I'm going to do the same thing, but with some additional help.
Jordan looked at the syringe. A cure?
Yep. I think I can convince him, and maybe that hold he has on Travis will disappear.
Do you really think saline can cure him?
No. I'm not going to tell him it's saline. I'm going to call it something else.
Jordan laughed. Where did you learn this stuff? She looked at him.
Chemistry, fool. You never pay attention in class.
That I don't. This won't hurt him, will it?
It shouldn't. It's just saline. Doctors put this stuff in people at the hospital all the time.
Should I go and get him now? She studied the syringe again and said,
Yeah, it's now or never.
Jordan went upstairs and knocked on Connor's door again. This time his cousin opened up. Hey, I told Erin about what's going on with you, and she thinks she found a cure. I trust her, but we don't have to do anything if you don't want to. I think you should give her a chance, though. She's really smart. Connor stood there, staring blankly. Finally, he said, I'm willing to try anything at this point, even your girlfriend's cure. She's not my girlfriend. Oh, well, never mind then. Connor closed the door, leaving Jordan stunned. The door opened again, and Connor came out of the room smiling. I was kidding. He followed Jordan to the kitchen, where Aaron waited with the syringe in hand. The milky water looked toxic to Jordan. He hoped it didn't frighten Connor away.
Connor, said Aaron, I think I know what keeps triggering your fits. It's the testosterone levels in your body. I've come up with something that will level those out and return you to normal. Hopefully this one injection should be all you need.
What is it?
Do you really want to know? I promise you it'll work.
Tell me.
It's estrogen.
Connor screwed up his face in thought. You mean lady juice? Jordan covered his laugh before it could escape his lips. Aaron shook her head, grinning.
In a way, yes. But it won't turn you into a lady or anything. Males have estrogen in them already, just very low levels. In your case, it's extremely low.
I didn't know that. He sounded intrigued.
Want to give it a shot?
Aaron raised the syringe.
No pun intended.
You talk funny. Connor raised his shirt sleeve. Fix me. Aaron reached into the kit Jordan had given her. Inside were syringes, sterilizing pads, and arm straps. Aaron grabbed a strap and tied it around Connor's bicep. She then prompted a vein and injected the saline. Jordan kept a close eye on his cousin. He was worried about playing around with stuff like this. He'd taken pills he'd found in his parents' medicine cabinet when he was 5, and that hadn't turned out well. He chewed on the capsules, causing horrible-tasting black foam to spill from his mouth. His mother had been terrified. And now Jordan was terrified for Connor. Though he trusted Aaron, this seemed like something an adult should be doing. Aaron removed the strap and let the saline course through Connor's veins. The trio waited a minute in silence. Connor's eyes were closed the entire time. Jordan couldn't take it anymore. Connor, how do you feel? Connor's eyes snapped open at that instant. Aaron and Jordan jumped back in surprise. His eyes appeared normal. I feel good, he replied. Less weird, I guess.
We'll give it some time, but I think I just cured you,
Aaron said proudly. Cool. I'm going back to my room now. Connor left the kitchen and went back upstairs. Do you really think it'll work? Jordan asked Aaron.
Maybe not forever, but I think I just gave him hope.
Or he's just fooling with us. Do you think real estrogen would have worked?
I don't know. If he changes again, we can try it. I'll get some later, just in case. I'm going to call Travis's dad and see if there's any change.
She started to leave the kitchen and head for the den when Jordan stopped her. Aaron, thank you for helping. They stared at each other for a moment. They were standing very close. He could feel her breath on his face. It smelled like mint. I want to kiss you right now, he found himself saying.
I want you to kiss me,
she said back. He kissed her. Just lightly at first, and then more enthusiastically. Don laid his wife down on the bed and kissed her. It had been so long since he'd kissed her this way that it felt almost like the first time again. He missed being close to her, to loving her the way she deserved to be loved. At that instant, He forgot about his suspicions of her. No woman this lovely could ever be associated with a demon.
I love you,
he whispered.
I know,
she replied in kind. Chapter 30. Jordan and Aaron made their way down into the den, nearly missing the couch as they fell onto it blindly. They hadn't stopped kissing since leaving the kitchen. Jordan could barely catch his breath. Aaron refused to come up for air. Jordan just kept kissing her. Who needed air? A throat clearing startled the two lovebirds. They looked to the steps leading from the living room and saw Connor standing there, grinning. Sorry to interrupt, he said. Jordan and Aaron looked at each other, clearly embarrassed. No problem, said Jordan. What's up? Nothing. I just got bored hanging out with myself and wondered if I could hang out with you. Oh, sure. Jordan turned on the TV. Connor, who was standing next to it, turned it off at the base. You have something else in mind? Jordan asked. Connor placed himself on the floor, on the other side of the coffee table from his cousin. I just want to talk. Okay. About what? Something bad is going to happen tonight. I can feel it. His grin was gone. He started to look nauseated. Jordan sat closer to him. Does this have anything to do with Grandpa? Or Travis? Aaron added. Connor looked at her. Yes, and yes. Tell us, Jordan said eagerly. He felt like his cousin was finally about to open up to him. Tell me so I can help you, bro. Connor started breathing heavily. His head was down. Connor, what's happening?
Aaron,
Connor said quietly.
I don't think your cure worked.
Don and Monica lay in bed, sweaty and happy. His foot was hanging off the side of the bed, but he was too spent to pull it up. He was comfortable, however, and therefore content. Well, said Monica, that was something. Don laughed. Indeed it was. Just what we needed. Don was exhausted. What he needed now was a nap, but he didn't want to fall asleep on his wife, not during their special night together. Nevertheless, he succumbed to his exhaustion and found himself dreaming of a terrible place. If hell existed, this was it. He was in a dark tunnel, surrounded by shadowy arms that reached out to him from the walls. He tried to stay away from them, but they managed to touch him anyway. Their touch was cold and evil. Don ran forward, where a dim light shone on him. He had to keep going forward, because there was nothing but blackness behind. When he got there, he saw he was in a cavern. There were stalactites and stalagmites everywhere. He couldn't believe the size of the place. There were no light sources, yet much of the area before him was visible. He found himself standing on the edge of a cliff. When he looked down, he could not see the ground. How did you get here? An angry voice asked from behind him. When Don spun around, he saw nothing but a dog, an English bulldog, the demon. Don smiled despite his fear. This is your prison, isn't it? This is my home. Am I really here, or is this a dream? It seemed worried now. Let's just say you're not dreaming. I am talking to you. Asked the dog. The bulldog cocked its head to the right. Is that how you're seeing me now? That must be the way you want to see me. Dawn looked around. This is the place you want to escape? How am I here? He didn't know whether to believe he was physically here, despite what the demon said. No wonder you want to leave so badly. You've seen the good life, my life, and now you see yours as inferior. Suddenly, the dog turned into a black, man-sized bat and took flight, soaring past Dawn and around the large stalactites. It gripped one in particular and began clawing inside a hole. We've gotten a taste of a real life, and we want more. It pulled its large, bony arm out of the hole. In its claw was a small red bug the size of a baseball. The demon ate it, lime-green blood oozing from its large pink lips. It then smeared the goo over its chest. The lips that covered that chest opened and closed hungrily. We? Dawn asked, disgusted by the sight. He hadn't seen one for years, and even then he'd gotten brief glimpses as it attacked him. The creature looked in the throes of ecstasy. At the sound of Dawn's voice, it suddenly came back to itself and looked at him. My brothers and sisters. Dawn looked around the cavern. I didn't know you have a family. How could you not? You killed my brother, after all. Dawn found that puzzling. Your brother? The one who tried to take over your brother Ethan. Too many thoughts raced through Dawn's head at that moment. That wasn't you? Of course not. Dead is dead. But you said you were trying to come back. The creature looked at him from beside the stalactite. Its glossy eyes narrowed. Then it laughed. That must have been my other brother, Mathello. He likes to play tricks. But how? I don't understand what's happening. The demon leaped from the stalactite and landed in front of Dawn, who backed away to give it room. The creature stood face to face with him, all of 6 feet tall. My brother, the one you killed, found a way for us to escape this place and live among your kind. He kept it secret, however. He was always selfish. Shortly after his death, we discovered his secret. We found a way to communicate through his victims. Everyone he infected? Dawn guessed. You can't possess them forever, though, can you? No, we can't. Not yet, anyway. What do you mean, not yet? We have a plan in effect. It laughed. Are you going to tell me this plan? And spoil the surprise? Of course not. Why have you told me anything at all, then? Because there's nothing you can do to stop it. Noise began to filter through the cavern. Dawn saw dozens, maybe hundreds of black shapes flying toward him from a far corner where darkness was strong. The sound of flapping wings made his blood run cold. Help me! A male voice called from the direction of the creatures. It sounded so familiar, but it couldn't be Travis Hooper. Suddenly, Dawn was jerked from the cavern, back into the tunnel, and into a blindingly white sky. He was waking up, and not a moment too soon. Monica was next to him, in the hotel's bed. She'd had her back to him, but she turned when he groaned. Bad dream? She asked. Yeah, but it's better now. Though his heart was still racing, and the covers were now under him instead of on top, like they'd been before, he began kissing her. Chapter 31. What makes you think the cure isn't working? Aaron asked Connor. The din was so silent, Jordan could swear he heard his cousin's racing heart. "I'm sorry about what happened to Travis," Connor finally said. "When I first realized I loved him, I couldn't stand being in the same room with him. My heart always skipped a beat. At the same time, I hated being near him because I knew I couldn't be with him. Then he started talking to me, like we were friends. He would say things that made it sound like he was hitting on me, like, 'You left your panties at my place last night,' and 'So when are we getting married?' So I started saying stuff back to him, and then we started hanging out without you guys. Back then, I felt happy and the voices in my head would go away. I've always heard them telling me I should hurt this guy for picking on me, or hurt that guy for yelling at me in front of the whole class. Wouldn't it be great to put them in their place? They would ask me." Jordan and Aaron didn't move or say a word during this speech. They were too frightened of breaking Connor's trance. His head was still down, his eyes closed. It was like he was sleep-talking. "Last night, the voices were too strong, even though I was with Travis. Even though I was happy, it wasn't enough. There were too many voices talking at once. They told me Grandpa was dead, that he'd been murdered. They wouldn't tell me who'd done it, but that if I didn't take out my frustration and pain on someone soon, I would die." "You took it out on Travis?" Aaron guessed. Connor nodded. "I didn't mean to. All I did was look at him, and then he tried to scream, but nothing came out. His eyes were wide, his mouth open. That's how I left him." Jordan remembered the way Connor appeared that morning, his own eyes burning with a dim light. "Is there any way to undo it?" he asked his cousin. "I don't know. If there is, the voices won't let me do it. They want me to hurt more people. That's how I know your cure didn't work, Aaron. They're telling me to do something bad right now." "Do what?" she asked. "What are they telling you to do?" "They're telling me to kill you right now." Don was on top of Monica, kissing her, running his fingers through her hair. He was faintly aware of the sheets falling off his ass, but he ignored them. No amount of cold air on his butt could distract him from this amazing goddess. They rolled over, Dawn on his back. Monica sat upright, arching her back. He covered her breast with his hands. She looked down and smiled at him. It was devilish and sly. She bent over and kissed his lips. "I love you," he whispered again. "I know." Don relished in the moment. He tried not to think about what the creature had told him in the cavern. He tried even harder not to believe it. "Connor, you don't have to do anything you don't want to," said Aaron. She was poised for flight, her hands on the coffee table, her butt off the couch. She wasn't quite standing yet. "I want this feeling to stop," Connor said. He sounded in so much pain. "It can. We can help you. Nobody has to get hurt." "Someone always gets hurt, no matter what. That's what they told me." "The voices in your head?" Connor didn't answer. "Jordan?" Aaron said, turning to him. "What is—" Connor spun around, his face completely changed to that of a beast. He snarled and leapt over the table, landing on his cousin. Jordan screamed as he fought Connor. The enraged boy was pummeling him with his fists. Aaron grabbed a vase and smashed it against Connor's head. Jordan pushed the boy away. "Run!" he yelled at Aaron. She took off for the kitchen. Connor was right behind her, running on all fours.
Jordan jumped to his feet to follow. Aaron fell against the cabinet near the stove as Connor approached. Jordan grabbed a liquor bottle from the bar in the den, stood on the steps, and launched the bottle at his cousin. It smashed against the back of Connor's head. Connor spun around and roared. Then he grabbed several knives from a rack with one hand and threw them all at once. Jordan screamed and jumped backward as the knives planted themselves into the wall around him. One, however, found its way into his shoulder. Connor turned back to Aaron, but she had a frying pan in her hands now. She smacked him in the face and pushed him against the breakfast nook. She ran over to Jordan and helped him into the living room. Connor followed quickly. Jordan was knocked to the ground as Connor landed on his back. Jordan wrapped his arms around his head to protect it, trying to kick at his attacker. Aaron was slapping at Connor, trying to get his attention. He pushed her away, just in front of the fireplace. Jordan kicked Connor in the back, launching the boy forward. Connor was between him and the front door. Jordan pointed to the fireplace and said to Aaron, "Go through there, into the office." She crawled over the artificial logs and fell onto Dad's office floor. Jordan was right behind her. Before he could get all the way through, however, Connor grabbed hold of his ankle and began pulling him back into the living room. Aaron grabbed Jordan's hands and pulled him into the office. Connor lost his grip, causing the other two teens to fall against the desk. Jordan jumped up and quickly closed the partition in the fireplace before Connor could get through. He locked it and then ran over to the office door. He could already hear Connor running down the steps into the den. He managed to get the door closed just in time as Connor rounded the corner and slammed into it. Jordan locked it and shoved a file cabinet against it. After a moment, the attack on the door ceased. Jordan and Aaron stood in the office, daring not to breathe, despite all they'd gone through. They simply listened. They heard nothing. Deirdre tried to enjoy her dinner, but could not. She tried to enjoy the company of the man across from her, but could not. She was thinking of a completely different man than the one she'd agreed to go on a date with. Her date's name was Roderick. The man she couldn't stop thinking about was Donovan Scott. "Are you okay?" Roderick asked her. He was a handsome man, a few years younger than her, with curly black hair and light brown skin. Deirdre smiled as best she could. He had such a strong jawbone, she wanted to run her fingers along it. Despite his wonderful looks, however, she couldn't get into the spirit of the date. "I'm fine, just distracted." "By what?" They sat in a nice Italian restaurant in downtown Fort Worth. The place was dimly lit and busy as hell. Deirdre and Roderick were lucky to have gotten a table at all. She felt guilty for being in such a funk with a man she really liked. "Let me guess," Roderick went on. "It's that story." Deirdre never talked about the story with him, considering they hadn't been going out for very long. She also didn't want him to know that she was obsessing over it. Somehow he knew. "It's not," she finally said. "I'm not on that anymore." "How long have we been going out?" he asked. 2 months. 2.5, but who's counting? He waved it away. "My point is, you've been letting this run your life." "It's work," she protested. "No, it's obsession. I bet this isn't even an official story." "You nag just like a woman," she joked. Roderick's eyes went wide. "That was a very sexist thing to say." "I can't be sexist. I'm a woman." He crossed his arms.
That was supposed to be funny. She poked at her Alfredo with her fork. She was usually so full of life and passion, but this story had drained her. You would be too if you'd spent so much time and energy on something only to run into a brick wall and have to give up. You said it was over, Roderick went on. Why now? Because I have nowhere to go anymore. I thought I had what I needed, and then I got the rug pulled out from under me. You still won't tell me what it's about? I don't see the point now. I just want to forget about it. He sighed. Fine. They dined in silence for a while, and then Deirdre exploded. The detective I spoke with said he didn't believe she truly killed her boyfriend, that the marks in the wound didn't match those of her nails, but she stayed silent during the trial, and there has to be a body buried in that backyard, but I can't dig it up because it'll look like I had something to do with it, and I can't go to the cops now because if I'm wrong, my career would be in jeopardy. She stopped to take a breath. Roderick stared wide-eyed at her from across the table. I only caught half of that, he responded. An anonymous call, she said under her breath. You're right. I need to make an anonymous call. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Roderick looked confused. I never said that. How did you get that from what I said? She backed from the table, excusing herself, and then ran outside, looking for the nearest payphone. She couldn't very well call from the restaurant, now could she? Chapter 32. Jordan screamed when Aaron applied pressure to his shoulder wound. When he begged her to let go, she did, and was overwhelmed by the amount of blood on her hands. She didn't know what to do, didn't know how to help. He was sweating and breathing hard. He looked awful. We have to stop the bleeding, she said after a minute. The first aid kit is in the kitchen, Jordan replied. We can't get to it. I can. Jordan looked at her like she was crazy. You're not going out there. I have to. You could bleed to death. We can make a tourniquet or something out of my shirt. Connor hasn't attacked us for a while. Maybe he went outside. Jordan shook his head. He's still out there, waiting for us to come out too. How do you know that? A silent moment. And then, I just do. Aaron helped him out of his button-down plaid shirt and t-shirt. She set aside the outer shirt and wrapped the blood-soaked white t-shirt around his shoulder. She pulled it tight. Jordan passed out immediately. Aaron touched his forehead. He looked so helpless, she wanted to kiss him and tell him everything would be okay. But she couldn't because she didn't know if, in fact, everything would be okay. Aaron looked at the shoulder wound, already bleeding through the shirt. He needed proper aid. They both needed to get out of the house or call for help. Aaron searched for her cell phone but couldn't find it. She tried the landline on Jordan's father's desk, but there was a busy signal. Another phone must have fallen off the hook. She looked to the office door, still blocked by the file cabinet. She didn't want to risk moving it, because it would be hell putting it back if Connor showed up again. That only left the fireplace. The partition was easy to open and close. She could crawl out, grab the kit and her phone, and then be back before anyone noticed. Jordan wasn't awake to discourage her, and she was slightly disappointed by that because she didn't really want to go outside. She was too scared. She had to get help, though. Jordan's parents wouldn't be back for hours, and she didn't think Jordan could wait that long. She decided. She reached for the lock in the fireplace partition. She opened it a few inches. Connor was right there, on hands and knees in the fireplace, his bright eyes glazing.
Erin screamed and closed the partition, locking it quickly. Her breath came in such fierce gasps she feared she'd pass out. Connor had been there the whole time. Don lay exhausted next to Monica on the sweaty bed. He could barely catch his breath and was pleased to see she was in the same situation. He smiled. She smiled back. That smile, however, wasn't the same he was used to. It seemed cold somehow. "Are you okay, honey?" he asked.
Yes.
"I love you."
I know.
Dawn's grin faded. "Why do you keep saying that? Don't you love me too?" He tried to make it sound playful, didn't want to sound like he was whining, but he wasn't sure if he'd succeeded.
I'm sure Monica loves you,
said Monica,
but I shouldn't speak for her.
Don stared at his wife for a moment, trying to make sense of the words, and then it hit him. He jumped from the bed, away from the now grinning Monica. If the smile had been cold, this grin was even worse. "Who are you?" Don asked.
Who do you think?
He stood there, next to the bed, in all his naked glory, his body freezing now. He didn't know where to look, what to say. He hopped from one foot to the other. "Which one of you goddamn creatures is in my wife?" Monica tilted her head back and laughed, and then she looked at him again and said,
My name is Carutha. We just spoke in the cavern.
"Get out of my wife."
No thanks.
"Did you enjoy getting fucked, you little bastard?"
It was quite an experience, one I wouldn't mind having again. Come here, lover boy.
She reached out her arms to Don, but he backed away. "You all want our lives, is that it?" "That's what I was told. Why my family?" Monica shrugged her shoulder, the sheet slowly lowering from her breasts.
Because you are our only links. Why start from the beginning when the groundwork has already been laid?
You mean what your brother started?
Yes.
I won't let you do this to us. You won't have our lives. That's just a fact. Monica lost the grin and stared at Don. His blood ran cold.
What are you going to do to stop us? Are you going to kill our hosts? Your wife and children?
Children?
That's right,
said Monica, recognizing the look on his face.
We'll have your children soon. That's why I agreed to come here with you, so you couldn't stop what is happening at this very moment.
What's happening? Don forced himself to ask.
One of your children is about to kill someone. Once he does, we'll have him once again. Your race is slippery. Our holds on you very fragile. That pesky love does manage to break our holds every now and then, but once we take full control, like I have of your wife, we can never be removed so easily again.
My wife? Don couldn't breathe. Who did she kill? She didn't kill anyone. He tried to convince himself of this. That grin was back.
Your father.
A sharp pain in Don's chest nearly struck him to the core. No, it couldn't be true. He stood by the bed, shaking. The room took on a terrible smell, like rotten meat and ammonia, but he wasn't sure if it was real or imagined. He also didn't know if he was really seeing his wife's face grow pale and dry before his very eyes. It looked like it was being vacuumed.
This isn't personal, Donovan, said his wife. Your family was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're merely a marriage of convenience.
Don shook his head. I won't let you take my family.
I'm afraid you don't have a choice, honey.
She leaped from the bed so fast Don could barely react. He instinctively grabbed a lamp from beside the bed and smashed it into her face while she was still in midair. They collided and fell to the floor, with Monica on top of him. Bits of shattered lamp lay about them. Don pushed his unconscious wife off of him and jumped to his feet. His heart was still racing, but he didn't have time to think about what had just happened. He had to warn his children. He grabbed his cell phone and called home. He immediately got a busy signal. Since the boys' phones seemed to be turned off, he could think of no other way to get a hold of them quickly. He had to get home. Deirdre finally found a payphone a comfortable distance away from the restaurant and didn't see any traffic cameras close enough to get a good view of her. Either way, she made sure to face the wall with the phone as she approached, despite the fact it made her walk funny. Before she could dial the police, however, she noticed a curious sight. Donovan Scott was hurrying out of a hotel a block away from her. He looked terribly nervous, darting his eyes from left to right as he ran for the parking garage at the end of the block. Deirdre hung up the phone and followed. Chapter 33. Erin sat and watched Jordan continue to bleed. She sat helpless, not knowing what to do. She didn't know if Connor was still crouched on the other side of the partition, but she'd never heard him leave, so she assumed he was still there. She looked around the office, hoping to find something that would help them. She saw nothing but piles of manuscripts, a computer, and a useless phone. The computer. Erin booted it up. She'd forgotten that she could send text messages from the cell provider's web page. She'd done it before for fun years ago, when she'd gotten her first cell phone, just to see how it worked. She could even read the replies from the page. Who should she text, though? Could she text the police? She mulled that over while she waited for the computer to boot up. Once it did, she tried to connect to the internet. It wouldn't connect. She tried again. Still no connection. She looked down at the taskbar and saw the computer wasn't getting a Wi-Fi signal. Something was wrong with the router, she bet. Connor may have smashed it. Was he that smart to think of it before she did? Was he smart enough in his condition to make any sort of strategic plans? Apparently so. There was absolutely no way for her to call for help from this study. She had to get outside, to her phone, or even to a neighbor's house, if she could. The front door was just outside, to the left, no more than 30 feet away. She looked at Jordan's wrapped shoulder and saw blood oozing through the t-shirt. She had to get him help. Getting to the first aid kit didn't seem as important as getting actual help to either come to the house or take Jordan to the hospital. She feared leaving him alone, however. If she left through the fireplace, she wouldn't be able to lock it from the outside. Even if she did manage to escape the house, nothing would stop Connor from crawling through and killing his cousin. But she couldn't very well wake Jordan and tell him to lock up after her. He would never let her go, would instead insist upon going himself while she waited. They could both go, if they could just get outside. Something caught Erin's attention. It sounded like a ringtone, and it was very familiar. It was her phone, and someone was calling her. The ring sounded very close, like it was just on the other side of the partition. The phone must have fallen out as she was crawling through the fireplace. Either that, or this was some kind of trap. Connor may have been trying to lure her out, or at least trying to get her to open the partition. She wished there was a way to see outside without opening the only thing that kept them safe. She studied the steel partition for any holes or cracks. She found a hole the size of a dime near the bottom and on the left. She peered through. She couldn't see much, but she did see one of the couches. She didn't see Connor. The phone suddenly stopped ringing, but not before she found it lying between the two couches, directly in front of the fireplace. Erin backed away and leaned against the desk. She knew she had to risk getting help, for both her sake and Jordan's. A grumbling noise came from somewhere in the living room. She ran back to the hole and saw immediately that the dining table had been dragged in front of the front door. Connor clearly didn't want an easy escape, but had he heard the phone ringing a moment ago? He must have. Erin looked to where it had been and was glad to see it still there, between the couches. She looked around the office for a weapon, in case she ran into Connor while reaching for the phone. Going through the desk, she found a letter opener in the top drawer. She wielded it like a knife, getting the feel of it. It whistled through the air in a satisfactory way. She turned back to the partition, checked through the hole to see the coast clear, quietly unlatched it, and slid it open a few inches. Nothing jumped at her this time. She sighed with relief and started crawling out, getting her hands dirty in the ash of past fires. Her jeans were smudged as well, but she found herself not caring a bit. Her heart was beating too fast, sweat coating her forehead and running into her eyes. As soon as she was out, she crouched and made her way to the cell phone. Or to where it had been. It was no longer there. She paused, her legs aching from the crouching walk. She merely stared at the spot where her phone had been, and then looked around to make sure it wasn't somewhere else. She was certain she had the correct spot, however, right between the two couches, which faced each other. It had been right there. The ringtone began again, and this time it was farther away. She gasped, startled. It sounded like it was coming from the den on the right. Connor had heard the phone, had even seen it, and was now toying with her. She wasn't going to play his game. She started toward the front door. Though it would take a few seconds, she could push the table away far enough to get outside. She knew there was another door in the kitchen, and one down in the den that led to the backyard. As she got closer to the front door, she saw ahead into the kitchen. The table in there had been pressed against that door as well. When she got parallel to the den steps, she saw the back porch door wide open. How dumb did Connor think she was? Her phone, which had been ringing the whole time, finally stopped. It had been coming from the den, just as she suspected. Gripping the letter opener, she continued to the front door. She grabbed a corner of the table and tried to slide it away from the door. It was much heavier than she'd expected. The tone began again, this time from a different location. Erin spun around. It sounded like it was coming from the kitchen, which was now to her left. She couldn't see inside from where she now stood, though she was still directly in front of the den, and that open door leading to the backyard. She really wanted to dart down those steps and race out that door. She knew that Connor knew. He was either in the kitchen now, or had placed her phone there to make her think he was. He was really messing with her head now. She simply stood there, her hip pressed against the table. It was painful, though oddly comforting as well. The phone stopped ringing. He must have gone to the options menu to test ringtones she had stored in her phone. Of course, he would have to have the phone with him in order to do that. He couldn't just set it down and expect it to ring on its own whenever he wanted. She stood and waited a moment longer. The phone rang again, this time from upstairs. How had he gotten up there from the kitchen? She found herself not really caring. She pushed herself from the table and raced down the steps into the den. She was in the den. She didn't bother looking around to see if anyone was in there. She only had eyes for the back door. She could see the patio, illuminated by the moon. She could see the dark trees beyond the patio, She would never again set foot in those woods. As soon as she got outside, she would head right. Mr. Lepper had lived in the house on that left, so she saw no reason to go that way. She was almost to the door. Almost. She not only made it to the door, but she made it outside. She turned right, hearing the loud patter her feet made on the wooden floor. There were no steps on this side of the deck, so she had to go under the armrail. She hopped down onto the grass. She reached the chain-link fence. She almost collapsed with grief. The fence was over 7 feet tall, and the links were very small. She couldn't climb this. She had to go out the other side, where there was a door in the fence. She took a deep breath, already feeling like she'd wasted valuable time. She should have known the door was on the other side. She'd gone through it before. Erin didn't want to crawl onto the deck again just to get to the other side, so she went around it, giving it as wide a berth as she could. She looked into the house as she did and saw no one. She looked up briefly to see Jordan's bedroom window wide open. She prayed Jordan was still okay. She hadn't planned on being away from him this long. She ran around the deck and reached the door in the fence. She opened it, not caring how much noise she made, and was now in the carport. Since there was no car, she ran straight through. A hand reached out of the kitchen door, grabbed her hair, and pulled her back into the house. She dropped the letter opener. She fell to the floor and saw her attacker closing the door behind them. It was Connor, of course, and he looked and smelled terrible. His eyes looked glossy, his skin tight and dried out. The smell was of ammonia and decay. He took a step toward her and with one hand managed to slide the breakfast table back into place before the door. He was breathing heavily. You would expect him to grin evilly after all the deception he put into the chase, but he didn't seem to care one way or another. He looked regretful. "Sorry for toying with you," he said in a voice that wasn't his. "I decided not to have Connor kill you after all. Our hold is strong enough now. It was a long debate with my brothers, but we think you'll serve a better purpose." Erin could see it in the twist of his lips and the pulling in of his eyebrows that two different personalities were struggling for control of Connor. He didn't want to hurt her. She could see it. Something was driving him to do this, though, something he couldn't fight. "What now?" she asked Connor. "You put me through all this for a reason. What are you going to do to me?" He tilted his head to the side, pondering the question. "We must reproduce." As quick as lightning, he jumped on top of her and began unbuttoning her pants. She screamed and tried to push his hands away from her zipper, but they were like claws. She felt the hard knuckles, the fingernails scratching her skin. She screamed again as she realized what he was attempting to do. He was going to rape her. She kicked and screamed, but he wrapped his legs around hers to hold them still. He unbuttoned her pants, unzipped them. Erin closed her eyes, not wanting to see any more. And then Connor's weight was gone. She heard him crash against the floor. She opened her eyes and saw him lying a few feet away, holding his face. Blood dripped down from his left temple. Erin looked behind her to see Jordan standing there, holding a baseball bat. He was now using it as a cane to hold himself up. He looked exhausted. Erin got to her feet and helped him out of the kitchen and down into the den. The back door was now closed and the couch placed in front of it. Connor had been really fast. Erin tried to push it, but it was too heavy, and Jordan was too weak to help. "Come on," he said as he took her hand and ushered her up the living room steps, just as something darted down the kitchen steps and into the den, just missing them. Once in the living room, Jordan pulled her toward the staircase. "Where are we going?" she asked as they headed upstairs. Connor hopped up into the living room on all fours just then. Erin screamed as she helped Jordan onto the second floor. They ran down the long hall with Connor right on their heels. They charged into Jordan's room and closed the door in his face. Chapter 34. Deirdre continued following Don as he raced down the freeway, away from downtown. He was clearly in a hurry, but was he racing to something or away from it? Why had he been at the hotel in the first place? Perhaps he'd seen another prostitute. Deirdre tried not to make it too obvious she was following him. He was going over 90 miles an hour, and though not many other people were going as fast, she didn't want to lose sight of him. 2 cars going that same speed were anything but subtle. She prayed she didn't get pulled over by the cops. She felt a little regret for taking off on Roderick, but she would explain and apologize later. She was thankful she'd brought her own car, otherwise she would have missed out on this golden opportunity. Donovan Scott was up to something tonight, and she was going to find out what.
"Why did we come up here?"
Erin asked Jordan as they barricaded the door with his desk chair against the doorknob. "Because," he said as he closed his window, "I'm afraid of what will happen if he goes outside."
"He's already been outside."
"Just around the house. I don't want him going out and attacking the neighbors. He wants us, so he'll stay in the house as long as we do."
"Why does he want to hurt us?"
"I don't know." Jordan sat on the bed, nursing his shoulder.
"We have to do something about your shoulder. That's why I left you in the first place. You're going to bleed to death."
Jordan considered that for a moment, and then crossed over to his dresser. He pulled out a shirt and wrapped it around his shoulder wound to reinforce the shirt already there. He then put another shirt on to cover his naked, bloody torso. "The phone doesn't work, does it?"
"I think one of them is off the hook, and he has my cell."
Jordan looked at the alarm clock on the side of the bed. "It's almost 11. Mom and Dad should be home soon."
"What if Connor attacks them when they get here? We won't be able to warn them."
Jordan looked from her to the window and then to the bedroom door. He climbed onto his hands and knees and looked through the crack between door and floor. He saw Connor looking back at him. Jordan jumped to his feet and fell on the bed. The sudden movement made him dizzy and caused him to break out in more sweat. He waved Erin over to him. "He's right outside," he whispered. "If I can keep him here, do you think you could go out the window and run for help?" She considered it for a moment and then said,
"Yes."
Jordan cocked his head a second later, looking toward the window. Something was coming, but he wasn't sure what. He could just feel it building. And then it came. Thunder. A storm. Don saw lightning race across the night sky as he drove down the highway. There were no other cars on the road except the one behind him, and it had been behind him since downtown. He was being followed. He just knew it. Only one person would follow him now, and that was Deirdre Marshall. She must have been downtown as well. Don couldn't fathom the idea of her following him all night. She must have already been there and merely noticed him by chance. Of course, that didn't stop him from being insanely pissed off about it. He couldn't let her follow him all the way home. If Connor had changed, had killed Jordan, the last thing Don wanted to worry about was that reporter finding out. Though, He would be overcome with grief to care about much else. He had to save his son and nephew. With that thought, Don slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a sliding stop. The tires screeched on the asphalt, spewing foul-smelling burnt rubber smoke. He heard the car behind him attempting to brake. He waited for an impact that never came. At least she hadn't been tailgating. He got out of his car and ran to hers. He saw her shocked expression and relished it before pulling her door open, grabbing the car keys, and then flinging them into the woods on the right. He ran back to his car and took off again. Rain had just started to fall on the windshield. Thomas stood at the counter of the Reza Hotel, looking out the entrance as the people milled about downtown. He loathed them for their freedom. They could go anywhere they pleased, and he could go nowhere. It should be a crime for a 19-year-old boy to be stuck at work on a Friday night. Just as a couple of blonde cuties passed by the hotel, a woman appeared directly in front of him, scaring the life out of him.
"Ah, Mrs. Scott," he said, gathering his wits once again. "What can I do for you?"
Something wasn't right with her. Her hair was a mess, and her skin was too tight on her face. And her eyes. "Have you seen my husband?" she asked, her voice surprisingly deep.
"Yes, ma'am. He came running through here 20 minutes ago. Looked like he was in a big hurry."
Mrs. Scott grinned, and there was something wrong with that grin. And did he smell something terrible? Ammonia and rotting meat? "Thank you, little boy," she said in a harsh whisper as she turned to leave.
"Ma'am,"
Thomas called after her. She stopped walking and turned on her heel.
"Will you be returning?"
he asked, hoping the answer was no. He got a bad feeling from her he had not received when the couple checked in earlier. "We will not be returning," she replied.
"I'll need you to check out then."
He regretted saying the words. He just wanted her to leave now. Something about her made his heart race and his stomach twist into knots. Some evil aura. She returned to the counter and reached into the right pocket of her dark trench coat. Why was Thomas so nervous? It wasn't like she was going to pull out a gun or anything. She drew her hand out quickly. In it was the hotel key card. She placed it on the desk in front of him, still grinning that horrible grin. "Have a nice night, little boy."
"You too, Mrs. Scott."
"Call me Carutha," she said as she left through the luxurious exit doors. Carutha? Thomas asked himself. Maybe it was her maiden name. Maybe it wasn't. Thunder rumbled in the air, and a piercing squeal followed a second later outside the hotel. Thomas lowered himself behind the counter and cried. Jordan and Aaron listened as the rain fell on the house. Jordan went back to the bedroom door and looked beneath it. Connor was gone, just as he knew he would be.
"What's going on?"
Aaron asked. "Connor's always been afraid of storms. Me too, a little, but not nearly as much as him. I think now's our best chance of leaving the house. He won't follow us."
"Are we still going out the window?"
"No. We can get to the front doors. He won't bother us."
"How do you know?"
Jordan suddenly wondered that same thing. Connor could easily be waiting for the perfect opportunity to grab them as they passed. But he wouldn't be. Connor always went somewhere safe during storms, somewhere the lightning could never reach him. Once, he had found Connor hiding in a hole he had dug in Jordan's closet, one Jordan had never told Dad about. "Oh, Jesus!" Jordan said as he turned.
What?
Aaron asked just as the closet door banged open. A snarling creature rushed out of it and toward them. Jordan had just enough time to grab the chair from the door and slam it against Connor. Jordan opened the door, grabbed Aaron's hand, and raced out of the room, slamming the door behind them. They ran down the long hall to the stairs. Jordan could hear the bedroom door opening again, the hands and feet, the claws, on the hard, non-carpeted floor. By then, however, the two teens were already moving the dining table away from the front door. Jordan looked up and saw Connor hopping down the stairs on all fours. The table moved at an unbelievably slow pace, but it was enough to crack the door open. "Go!" He shoved Aaron through the crack. That was all he had enough time to do before he was yanked away. He saw Aaron lying on the porch just before the door slammed shut between them. Chapter 35. Aaron jumped to her feet, only vaguely aware of the torrent of rain falling behind her. She tried to open the front door, but found it locked. She ran to the bay window next to it, but could see nothing of the inside of the house because of the thick curtains.
Jordan!
She looked around for something to break the window with when she saw a car driving up the street toward her. The rain was thick, and she could only see the car's headlights. She felt a ray of hope for some reason, though she had no idea who was driving the car. It was coming toward her, however. She ran into the street, waving her arms to get the driver's attention. The car stopped in front of her, directly in the center of the circle, and the driver's side door opened. The street lamps seemed dim because of the rain, so she still could not tell who was standing there. "Aaron?" the driver called. It was Jordan's father. She ran to him, gripping him tightly around the waist. She was so relieved she couldn't speak. Finally, she regained her voice and said,
"Connor tried to kill us. Jordan is trapped inside."
She looked up at his face and saw him staring directly at the house, as if she weren't even there. She let him go, and he immediately ran toward his house, first trying the front door and finding it locked, same as she. He then grabbed a potted plant hanging from the porch ceiling and hurled it into the bay window. Mr. Scott turned to her and said, "Stay in the car." She barely heard him because of the rainfall, but she heard enough. She jumped into his car and locked the doors. Dawn stepped into the house and immediately smelled the rotten odor of decay. It was the same smell he noticed at the hotel and in the cave of the beasts. He breathed through his mouth as he stepped through the living room, the broken glass crunching beneath his feet. That sound was like fireworks in the quiet house. He waited for someone to come barreling toward him. No one came. "Jordan! Connor!" No response. He took a few steps toward the den below. He thought he saw a shadow walking away. He took the few steps down into the den and looked right, toward his office. His door was open, so he made his way toward it. Inside, he saw his file cabinet standing in the middle of the office. The fireplace partition was open and covered with blood. What in the hell happened here? "Jordan!" he screamed into the seemingly empty house. He greatly feared for his son's safety, and not finding him, only his blood, made his heart hammer in his chest. He heard something just then. It sounded like air coming from the vent in his office. It was as soft as a whisper. It was a whisper. He ran to the vent, leaned down, pressed his ear to it. "Daddy."
Jordan, upstairs, in Connor's room.
Dawn raced out of the office and headed upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. Erin grew colder the longer she waited in Mr. Scott's car. The rain slowed, the lightning pretty much ceased, and all the windows fogged up. She shivered, but not from the cold. She would never forget the events of tonight. Though Jordan had told her his family's secrets, she still couldn't believe what she'd seen. She couldn't make sense of any of it. As much as she cared for Jordan, she also cared about Travis. Connor did something to him, and only he could undo it. No matter what happened to her tonight, she would make sure Travis was cured, even if it meant hurting Connor. She wished she had her cell phone, but she didn't want to go back in that house just to look for it. The car's headlights shone on the front of the house, on the broken bay window, but she couldn't see anything inside because of the fog in the curtains. The windshield wipers were on, but did nothing for the fog, so she turned on the vents. The fog slowly lifted, but not fast enough, so she wiped the windshield with her sleeve. That was when she noticed something standing just outside the driver's side door. She screamed and then cut it short by covering her mouth. Someone was staring back at her, but she couldn't tell who. She didn't want to wipe the window to see, so she waited. The figure began walking away toward the house. Once it got to the front of the car, she saw it in the headlights.
"Oh my God,"
Erin whispered. She wanted to honk the horn to warn Mr. Scott. Instead, she simply waited. Don made his way up the stairs to the second floor. That long hallway seemed more imposing than ever before. He passed his room on his way to his sons' and nephews' rooms. Connor's was on the right, just above Don's office. Jordan's, which was across the hall, had the door wide open. Don heard a voice coming from that room. He peeked into the room and saw his son facing away from him, crying and mumbling. Jordan rocked back and forth. Connor was lying on his back just in front of his cousin, his eyes closed. "Boys?" Don called. They didn't respond. Not at first, anyway.
"Why, Daddy?"
Jordan said between sobs.
"Why didn't you tell me what was wrong with us?"
Don felt like his heart was breaking.
"I didn't want to scare you. I tried to fix it. I thought I had. I'm sorry."
Connor's eyes were still closed. Don couldn't tell if he was unconscious or dead.
"I know what you did to your brother," Jordan said. "I know you killed him because you thought there was still something wrong with him. Even though he said he was all right, you still killed him."
Just then, a large kitchen knife appeared in Jordan's hand. He placed it just above Connor's heart.
"I need to kill Connor so he can't hurt us anymore."
Don's breath caught in his throat, and he couldn't speak. His eyes grew so wide they almost popped out of his head.
"No!"
he barely managed to say. He couldn't move. Jordan turned his head slightly so that Don could see his face in profile.
"But you did it to Uncle Ethan. Connor tried to kill Erin and me. You can't save him."
Don couldn't believe it was his son speaking. Didn't believe it. These weren't his words. That wasn't his face. Those weren't his eyes. "Which one are you?" he asked the thing in front of him. The thing controlling his son. The right side of the boy's lips lifted up. "Does it matter? I have your son, and there's only one reason why." Don knew that reason.
He killed someone. The boy's head nodded. Your neighbor, Mr. Leper. That hit Dawn hard. Mr. Leper was a murderer, he whispered. Really? Your son didn't know that, but he still killed him, because we whispered in his ear that he should. The rest was up to him. Dawn didn't want to hear this confession, but he also couldn't stop himself from listening. A noise behind caught his attention from this horrible scene. He turned his head and saw someone standing there. The woman actually had a recording device held in front of her. Deirdre Marshall had heard everything, and she had proof. Dawn felt rage suddenly come to life in his gut. He was about to reach out to her, to hurt her, to do something to her, but Jordan blurred past him, ramming the reporter over the railing. She fell out of sight. No! Dawn shouted as he raced to the rail and looked down. Deirdre had fallen onto one of the couches. Her eyes were closed and she wasn't moving, but she was breathing. He turned back to the room and just saw the closet door closing. He raced to it, jerked the door open. The closet was empty. Dawn pushed clothes around and saw a large hole in the wall. He heard scuttling inside. Jordan was inside the walls. Dawn closed the closet door and pushed a chair against the knob. If Jordan came back, he wouldn't be able to escape this way. Hopefully. Dawn looked around the room. With the layout of the house in his mind, he knew it would be difficult to get downstairs from this side of the house. The den was directly below this room. The only real place his son could go was up into the attic. Dawn looked at his unconscious nephew. He didn't know what had happened to him, but he prayed the boy stayed asleep. He then raced out of the room, closing the door behind him. He reached up to the chain to bring down the attic steps, which dropped down between Jordan's and Connor's rooms. He climbed the ladder, his heart hammering in his chest. There were a few light bulbs set up throughout the long attic. Since he was at one end and saw nothing in that corner, he looked to the other end. He saw no one and wondered if he had underestimated his son's ability to move throughout the walls. But then he saw a hole to his right, over where Jordan's room was. He walked on the rafters to get to it, saw it was empty. When he looked back to the other end of the attic, he saw his son standing there, staring at him. Please let my son go, Dawn said. Why should I? He forfeited his life when he took someone else's. I've earned this. Time means nothing to you. Why can't you just stay in your world? We're not allowed in yours, and you aren't allowed in ours. We don't truly believe that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been provided this lovely way out. We wouldn't have been given a chance to live others' lives. Am I right? You can't have my son's life, Dawn said flatly. It was just a statement of fact. Well, if you want it, said Jordan, taking a few steps back. Come and get it. Something took over Dawn at that moment. He darted toward his son. The boy simply stood there, waiting. They collided and fell backward through the floor. Dawn closed his eyes and only heard the crashing around him. As they fell, he twisted in midair and landed with his back to the floor. He felt a body on top of him, and when he opened his eyes, he saw his son there. He held Jordan close to him, expecting a fight. There was none. The boy was unconscious. Dawn held him anyway, but not as tightly. You have your boy back,
said a harsh voice near the stairs. For now, anyway. Don looked upside down at the figure standing at the end of the hall. He turned right side up when he realized who it was. His wife stood there, that jackal grin on her face. He got to his feet, leaving his son on the floor. "You're leaving my family?" he asked. "No," said Monica. "I told the others to depart so I could talk to you." "About what?" "Things have gone very badly for you tonight, Donovan. We're partly to blame, but there have been things done over the decades that had nothing to do with us. You know what I mean." And Don did, though he didn't want to admit it. He remembered the conversation he'd had with Monica and Destin. He'd always had a temper as a kid and had hurt people. He was not a good man, though he tried to be. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. "Your life can't go on the way it used to, not after tonight. Lives have been ruined." "Whose? Who else's, I mean?" "The friends of your children, Travis and Aaron." "Aaron is safe." "Wasn't she?" "Not after what I did to her on the way here." The jackal grin left Monica's face. "I sent her to our world the way Connor did to Travis. She'll never recover." She shook her head slowly. "That was you, not Monica." "The cops won't see it that way, Donovan." The grin returned. "Your only chance is to take your family and start over. But you can't do that without us." At that moment, Connor and Jordan appeared behind Don. They stared at him, grinning. "What do you want?" Don asked Monica. "We want you back," she said. "We can't grab a hold of you like Machiska used to when he started this whole thing. He almost had you after you killed Ethan, but something let you slip from his grip. Connor hasn't killed yet. He started to kill his mother's boyfriend, but didn't finish, so Ivy took over. We've been trying to get him ever since. Him and you. You have to give yourself up willingly." Don was overcome with relief at that revelation. He'd been wrong about his nephew all these years, and he knew the thing that let him slip from Machiska's grip was Monica's love. But he couldn't think about that now. "And then what?" he asked the demon in front of him. "We start over, as a family." Dawn looked over the railing, down at Deidre. Her eyes were still closed, but he felt as if she was listening to the entire conversation. "What about the reporter?" he asked. "If you come with us, she'll live. If you don't, well, she won't." Dawn saw Deidre's head tilt slightly when Dawn mentioned her. She was indeed listening. As much as he hated her, he couldn't let her die. But he couldn't condemn his family to this life either. Lightning flashed outside. Thunder rumbled. He looked to the broken bay window below, the curtains flapping in the wind. He made his decision. "I'll give myself to you." Monica and the kids laughed in an alien way, a mix of human and monster. Though he meant his words, Don didn't know how to let them into his mind, his body. Monica's love had saved him from being taken over all those years ago, and though Ivy's love had done the same for Ethan, Don had seen a trace of the taint in his brother's eyes the night he killed him. He was about to ask the creatures how to go about letting them in when he suddenly felt a jab in his mind. His instinct told him to fight the invasion, but he forced himself to allow it in. He had to, for the sake of his family. "For the sake of your family?" Monica asked.
How can you save your family by letting us in? She was reading his mind. Now that she was in, she could do that. Don had to guard his thoughts. I was afraid you would harm them if I refused, he said. We wouldn't have done that. Do you really think that terribly of us? We would have hurt the reporter, but not your family. Don didn't care for her words, so he merely nodded. The intrusion spread from his brain and down his spine, infecting the rest of his body. He grew so cold, he started shivering. He could smell ammonia and decay. He could hear voices in his ears. They were the voices that told him to do awful things when he was younger. He regretted the fact he couldn't blame the voices for every bad thing. Don had many regrets, his biggest being how he couldn't undo those other regrets. He was an angry man, not unlike any other human being, but there were decisions he'd made that poisoned his soul. He deserved this punishment, but his family did not. Don started toward Monica and the kids. Monica opened her arms, and he let her embrace him. Into her ear, he whispered, "Let them go and take me." "We've missed you, Donovan," she whispered back. She let him go and stared into his eyes. "We don't want your family, just you. We can start over with just you." She sounded like a mother soothing her child. At that moment, Monica, Jordan, and Connor collapsed to the floor. Don stared at the three of them for a whole minute before walking down the stairs into the living room. Once he got there, he looked to his left and saw Deirdre sitting up on the couch. She looked frightened and excited at the same time. "Your face," she muttered. "I know you're going to write about this," he said to her, ignoring her words. He knew what his face looked like, that jackal grin. "Leave my family out of it. Write what you want about me, but leave my family out of it." "Okay." He nodded and headed for the front door. He pushed the dining table out of the way and reached for the doorknob. Before he could, something stopped him. "What are you doing?" a voice asked in his ears. "Going outside," he answered out loud. "Wait for the storm to pass." "No." "The sky demons are still about." "They're called gods, and I know they're still out there." Don twisted the knob and opened the door. The street was flooded with rain now that the storm had started up again. Lightning laced the sky. He stepped onto the porch, though his steps felt sluggish. It was like walking in a pool. "Stop!" "You don't have a cab to protect you from them now, do you, Carutha?" He addressed the leader of those creatures, the one who'd controlled Monica. "What will happen if I stand in the middle of the street and invite the gods to take me?" "Don't!" He felt the invaders try to flee his body, but they could not. He held them inside. He walked off the porch, letting the rain fall on his face. His body was already cold, and the rain made him feel warm. He stood by his car and saw Erin slumped over the driver's and passenger's seat, unconscious. She twitched every few seconds, the visions no doubt terrifying her. He looked up into the dark sky, the rain falling on his eyes, but he didn't care about them. "We'll kill your family." "You can't hurt them anymore," he whispered. To the sky, he said, "I'm here. I have them. Strike me down and kill them all." Don was prepared to die and feared no pain. Lightning came from the sky, striking him, and he was blessed with not even feeling it. Chapter 36. When he opened his eyes,
He was surrounded by white. The brightness didn't hurt his eyes, however, so he looked around himself. He saw nothing and could not get his bearings.
Where am I?
He got a response. Am I dead? He listened to the reply. A choice? He asked the voice, though it was not really a voice at all. It was a sense, an understanding. What kind of choice? He waited and listened. Yes, I was connected to them. I don't know if I am anymore. What does that have to do with anything? He listened. I can take you there with me? He smiled when he understood the response. He closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, he was somewhere else. He recognized the place, not just by sight but by smell. He was in the home of the demons that had ruined his life. The cavern was in chaos. Creatures flew around like crazy birds. They were afraid of Don himself. He knew he was doing something no one had ever done before. He brought the power of the gods directly to their home. All these years they had been safe below ground, relying on the bodies of animals and humans to go about above ground, but now they had nowhere to run. Don could feel the power of the gods coursing through him, and though he still didn't understand who or what they really were, he knew they could destroy these creatures once and for all. But how?
Mr. Scott!
A female voice screamed. Don looked up and saw one of the bats holding Aaron over the large drop. Another held Travis. Hang on, he shouted, up to the teens. I'll get you out of here. Just then, one of the giant bats landed in front of him, at the edge of the cliff. He knew it was Carutha. It stared at him, calmer than the others flying around. So you've come to kill us, it said. I won't let you hurt my family or anyone else's ever again. You do realize you won't survive this either. If you go through with this, you will never see your family again. Don had already accepted that fact, but the words still twisted his guts. I'm ready to die for them. It will be worth it. And I for mine. Carutha took flight, jamming its claws into Don's chest. The two went shooting back into the tunnel. Don could feel the crushing pain in his chest as they darted through the air. He tried grabbing the sides of the tunnel, but couldn't reach. He realized, in his last moments of life, the creature was trying to get Don as far away from its home as possible. Don had to finish them off before it was too late. The power of the gods was a bomb inside of him. It made his skin glow brighter. All he had to do was open the floodgates, but he didn't know how. He wanted to release the energy right then. As he looked down at the creature driving him back, he felt all the anger and pain this race of monsters had caused him over the decades. The things his own father and grandfather had gone through. Grandpa died taking his son's curse away, and Stephen abandoned Don because he was too afraid to make the same sacrifice. These monsters destroyed more lives than Don cared to count. Don's families, and those of all the people Ethan had killed. Those failed experiments of Machiska's. The light of Don's skin grew even brighter. He could feel it, like sitting naked under the sun. It was pleasantly warm and real. Don wanted to hold on to it, but knew he couldn't. He had to let it free. And so he did. The light struck Carutha, burning the monster to cinders. Now that it was gone, Don floated in place in the tunnel. The light and heat continued forward, toward the cavern. He could hear the other creatures squeal in fear. The flapping of their wings became thunderous. Don didn't care, however. He had done what he came here to do. It was up to the gods to do the rest. And that they did. Don heard the stalactites collapse, saw electric bolts sizzle against anything and everything in the area. Don floated back into the cavern and saw hundreds of creatures drop from the air like dead birds. It was as grotesque as it was beautiful. Travis and Aaron suddenly vanished as the bats holding them exploded. After untold minutes, the bolts died altogether. The cavern was still collapsing, but Don didn't fear for his safety. He had been at that point of no return ever since the lightning struck him outside the house. In his last act before moving on, he had done what his father had not. He saved his family. At that realization, he began to fade. His fear, regret, and grief faded along with him. Chapter 37. Jordan stood in his father's office, running his fingers along the desk where Dad had written most of his books. Jordan couldn't accept the fact his father would never write anything again. It had been 3 days since his father's death. They had found him in the street, struck down by lightning. Erin was found in his car, her eyes red from crying, but otherwise unhurt. Jordan had expected her to be afraid of him, but instead she hugged him tight and told him how sorry she was for what happened. She told him she saw Dad in the demon's world, that he glowed like an angel and killed all the creatures. She and Jordan had gone back inside the house to help Mom and Connor to his and her feet. They had been unharmed as well. Mom called the police to report Dad's death. Instead of cleaning the house up, they'd left everything as it was. Aaron offered to stay with Jordan while they spoke with the authorities, and for that, he was eternally grateful. Aaron didn't tell the cops of the attacks she suffered from Connor. Connor didn't seem to remember anything he'd done to her, but he remembered attacking Travis, just as Mom remembered attacking Aaron in the car. Aaron had called the hospital to check on Travis, and was relieved to hear he had recovered from whatever had afflicted him. He claimed not to remember what happened to him, but Jordan could tell he was lying, and for that he was eternally grateful once again. Mom planned to take Connor to visit his mom in Augusta in a few days. She had called the prison to check on Aunt Ivy, and was told she too was much better. Different, the warden said. Jordan's life was changing, though it was too early to tell whether it was for the better. He had never lived a truly normal life, and didn't know what to expect. He would forever mourn the loss of his father and grandfather, and the memory of the things he had done would haunt him until the end of his days. Despite all the things that had happened to him, he still didn't truly understand what had caused them. That was when he heard something come unlatched. One of the drawers in the desk had popped open. Jordan pulled it all the way and looked inside. He saw a manuscript sitting solely in the large drawer. The title page read, "The Devil's Demeanor." Why had the drawer popped open by itself? Jordan wondered if it had anything to do with being manhandled that night when he dropped it against the door, or maybe something else was behind its malfunctioning latch. Jordan pulled the manuscript out, sat in his father's chair, and began reading. By the end, he would fully understand his father's curse and his life. Deirdre sat at her desk, reviewing what she had written. Her story on Donovan Scott was, in her opinion, very well written and extremely revealing. It was the most interesting story she'd ever been involved with. And yet, she felt wrong for writing it. Though she understood, for the most part, what she had witnessed with the Scott family, she knew she couldn't write everything and expect anyone to believe her. She'd had to change a few details to make them more digestible. Those alterations didn't spoil the integrity of the story entirely, but they couldn't be helped. She couldn't write that the Scotts had been possessed by demons, now could she? She had worked hard on this story. All the spying and questioning. Why did she feel so wrong, though? Perhaps it was because of what Dawn had asked of her. Leave my family out of it. Write what you want about me, but leave my family out of it. Unfortunately, there was no way to write this without mentioning the Scott family, Though Don was the focus, his loved ones played crucial roles. The only way to write this story and respect the late Donovan Scott's wishes was to not write it at all. She deleted the file.
Rest in peace, Mr. Scott.
This has been The Devil's Demeanor, written and read by Jerry Hart.